Welcome to a special debate edition of the Whatever podcast. I'm your host and moderator, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki. She's a bit shy. Guys, a few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a 30% cut. The Streamlabs link is in the description, and mods, if you can spam it in the chat a couple times. If you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Donations and super chats for this stream will be displayed in the stream overlay. Donations and super chats $49.99 and up. $49.99 and up will be read, answered. The following are via Streamlabs only. $199 and up triggers instant TTS, text-to-speech. So if any of you are really wanting to jump into the debate, feel free. Please see the description for full details. Also, we have channel memberships. To become a member, hit that join button. We have 6 different tiers of support. Check out all the perks. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. You can also gift memberships. 50 gifted. Actually, we're not going to do that one for this show. You can now gift memberships to other viewers on iOS. Without further ado, I am joined today by Destiny, famous internet personality, live streamer, and political commentator who will be arguing the pro-choice side. And we have Kristan Hawkins. She's the president of Students for Life of America, a nonprofit pro-life organization. And Lila Rose. She's the founder and president of the pro-life organization Live Action. And we were going to have someone else on Destiny's side, but unfortunately they backed out kind of last minute. So Destiny, this is going to be a 2v1.
I prefer to characterize my position as pro-abortion, not pro-choice. Okay.
Very honest.
Thank you. Okay.
Very honest.
Thank you.
That's a great clarification. Thank you.
Got it. So I think a good jumping off point, if each of you would like to summarize beyond just being either pro-choice or pro-life, or in your case, pro-abortion or anti-abortion, what is your basic stance on abortion?
My basic stance is we try to figure out what is a person, what makes a person. Person is granted some positive, some negative rights by governments, and probably morally and ethically separate from governments, we also grant people some type of right. I don't believe that a person is a collection of cells. I don't believe that a person is just a body with a brain. I think that very specifically when we speak about a person, we speak about something that has the capacity to deploy a conscious experience, because that tends to be the thing that we're usually talking about when we're figuring out if somebody's alive or dead, or whether or not somebody ought to be protected. When we say a person, when we say who is suffering, we don't say what is suffering. We're not talking about a body. We're not talking about a heartbeat. We're talking about a person having an experience. So when I try to think of abortion, I try to think of who is being harmed. I would say that for 20 to 24 weeks, that's about when the scientists say that the brain has all the parts necessary to begin communicating, to have a conscious experience, that about at that point, there is some experience there that we can speak of as a who or as a person. But prior to that, the first trimester, that really experience is not happening yet. So if you want to have an abortion, there is no who that's being harmed. There's just a what, which is whatever the body is up to that point. So generally, I'm pro-choice in first abortion up until that conscious experience has been formed, because I think that's what's worth protecting, because that's when we look to see when somebody's dead. So that's what we should look to see when somebody's alive.
So are you anti-abortion after 20 or 24 weeks?
Yeah, after 20 to 24 weeks.
And all abortions, anti-all abortions after 20 to 24 weeks?
With the obvious exceptions of like ectopic pregnancies or life of the mother or something like that being threatened, yeah. Yeah. Easy, yeah, of course.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And your positions on...
So we share a position, but Kristan, I'm sure will have her way she wants to describe it. I think that all humans have human rights.
Sure.
By nature of being a human, you are a member of the human family. And so any member of the human family, and this is actually the preamble of the Declaration on Universal Human Rights by the United Nations. So for those that think they have any authority, I don't know if you do, Destiny, they say that all members of the human family deserve to be protected and treated by the law as persons. Mm-hmm. And so if you're a member of the human family, you have human rights. And we know when you become a member of the human family, it's at the moment of fertilization. It's very clear. A single cell embryo comes into existence. And so I believe human rights for all humans. And I also want to build a society of love and justice. And the way to do that is to treat people equally under the law and to protect the most vulnerable, especially children. Children deserve more protection actually than adults because they are defenseless. And so we should actually go out of our way to do what we can to protect children and never commit homicide against them. So that's my pro-life position.
Cool.
Yeah, I share Lila's position. I'm against the strong being able to choose whether or not the weak or the vulnerable get to live or die based on someone else's, perception of them or their convenience factor to another person. I think that's a very slippery slope, and I actually think the position you represented is a very dangerous one, because what you're saying is you have to be not only a member of our species in order to be a person with rights, the very basic right to life, but you have to be a person plus. And it's a very exclusionary class of what you're doing. You're excluding a whole group of human beings. So I guess my question is, are there other human beings you would exclude that you don't view Destiny as persons?
Not for this debate. No, I'm just kidding. Here's a question, actually. Let me respond to your question with a question. You guys say that humans are protected. Do you agree with that humans ought to be protected, or humans are given?
More specifically, humans have human rights. So
Yeah,
protection
okay.
can mean different things. But
Humans have human rights.
The fundamental human right is the right to not be killed.
Okay.
It's the right to be protected against the right to life. And so that's why I don't have the right to commit homicide against you, Destiny, or against you, Kristan, or against you, Brian, and certainly not against a preborn developing child.
Okay.
And but I have a question for you too, but I know we all have questions for each other, but I'll let you.
Sure,
let you
yeah, because I'm going to keep
go.
going on this.
Yeah.
I don't believe that you believe in that statement, that humans have a right to life. So my next question would be, I show you a human who's been dead for 10 days. The corpse is still a human. We agree, right?
I think to clarify, a right to life meaning a right to not be killed, not a right not to be killed.
It's fundamentally different, abortion and end of life care. I watched one of your debates this morning when I was on the plane coming here, and I found it interesting because you kept using this end of life and argument. You fundamentally have a right not to be killed. Abortion is an active killing. It's an active dismemberment. It's actually a violent ending for another human being. So morally, that act of abortion is much different than someone who maybe is brain dead, or we're not sure their brain activity, that's been in a hospital for 3 months. That's a much different position to take, because you're not actively killing that person. You may say, we have to withdraw life support for this reason, or the doctor may say, we have this reason to believe this person is brain dead, but you're not actively killing. You don't say, well, they're going to die, so I'm going to take a gun and put it through the person's head. We would not say that. We would say we might withdraw life support and see if the person can sustain life on his or her own, but we're not going to actively dismember them in the process or violently kill them in the process. But that's exactly what abortion is. It's not just easily withdrawing life support. It's actively going into a womb where there's a developing human being that biologist tells us is a unique, whole, living human being that's never existed before and will never exist again, and it's actively killing them.
Okay, I don't believe that you believe in that argument. If I were to show you that all abortions could be done by just extracting the baby and then leaving it on the table and not actively killing it, but just removing it from the mother's life support and seeing what happens, would you be okay with that?
That is actively killing it.
That is killing it.
Because
How is that actively killing any more than pulling the plug on
Destiny,
somebody?
you know this, you're a parent. Children are dependent on their parents. A newborn is dependent on his or her parents, and a preborn child is dependent on his or her mother.
I understand. I'm just challenging the words we're using here, the difference between active and passive killing.
The dependency of a child doesn't give their parents or anyone else the right to kill that child.
Sure. I never said as much. I was just challenging.
Well, you do say as much, I think, because I think your position is if that dependent child before the arbitrary line of 20 to 24 weeks is in any way unwanted, inconvenient, just for whatever reason abortion is chosen for that child, then you are okay with a parent killing their child.
Depends on what video games the child plays. No, the only thing I'm trying to figure out right now is
But are you okay with that? Because I think that was what you said earlier.
I don't know what. So right now I'm just trying to figure out what your position is. So
oftentimes, we're trying to figure out your position too. So
I already get my position with crystal clear.
But it actually
wasn't
very
unclear.
That wasn't actually clear, Destiny, because when
okay, wait, hold on, wait, hold on. Just because I got cut off like 7 times and I haven't responded. So just to be very clear, to give you an idea of like what I'm trying to establish right now, when I have conversations with people that are pro-life, there's a lot of dancing between words that I think deserve distinct definitions. Human, I think, is distinctly different from person. I think it's distinctly different from life. I think it's distinctly different from child. But all of these things, when we're talking pro-life, tend to just get thrown together. Like, oh, well, we should defend all human people and children are worthy of life. And a lot of these statements are almost begging the question. Obviously, anything that you would consider a child deserves rights to life, right? But that's what's
pro-lifers believe human beings are persons.
Yeah.
What you're arguing is that some human beings don't deserve personhood rights.
But what I'm trying
which
to do,
throughout history, Destiny, has always proved to be a very dangerous position that you're taking.
Yeah, I understand the analogies of slavery we're trying to draw here, but what I'm just trying to figure out is because
Can you respond to that? Because I think let's just take it one step at a time, because
I
might
think fundamentally there's a difference between saying a fetus hasn't developed the cognitive parts yet to recognize it as living versus saying black people and white people are different types of things.
Let's address consciousness for a minute, because my understanding is you're saying...
Okay, if you want, hold on, real quick. If you want, we can leave to my position if you want. I still have no idea what you guys believe, but we can leave for mine if you want.
Well,
I'll just
very
say it
clear.
again.
I mean, we
Any
can say it slower for you.
Yeah.
What I heard you say is that like children should have rights and shouldn't be
No,
killed, which I think we all
any
agree.
human life has the right to not be killed.
Yeah.
Any human
but
life
then
has
you
the right
also
to not
try
be
to draw,
killed.
when you said not be killed, you try to draw a distinction between like active and passively killing.
No, you cannot.
She did.
You
Because she said there was a difference between pulling the plug on grandpa versus actively killing
The intentional
a fetus.
destruction of an innocent human life is
Sure,
is
but
what
I was
we
saying that like
oppose.
unplugging grandpa would be kind of like unplugging a baby. You're disconnecting both from a life support thing.
No, because a baby belongs, a preborn baby belongs before development of
He or
and able
she's
to
right
be
where
born
she's supposed
belongs
to be.
in his or her mother's womb.
Sure, I understand, but
So
that means
it's
there's
a
probably
natural,
ways
it's a
to
natural habitat.
Sure, that's a fundamentally different thing. There's probably ways to passively kill children that we would agree is also wrong. Just because you're actively versus passively doing something,
Well,
that's
it's
not
about.
going to be.
I think intention matters too.
Yeah.
Sure, it
So,
absolutely can be.
yeah.
Yeah, I agree. But that's important to qualify. We can't just say like passively
Sure.
killing somebody is fundamentally different from actively killing somebody. Therefore, one is ascribed like moral weight and the other isn't. Because if you starve a child to death, that's passive, but that's also
I
bad,
think
right?
there's a few other things you have to get into and what you mean by passive or active.
Sure, I agree. That's what I'm
So-
trying to get into. But you can ask me questions if you want. I'll just I
Okay,
can pause
I
this
do
here.
have a
Yeah,
question
go ahead.
about consciousness,
Yeah, go for
because
it.
my understanding is that's your big line. That if there's suddenly consciousness, then they are a person. They're not just a human, but they're also a person. And first, to clarify, you think it's okay for some humans to be the victims of homicide? Do you think it's okay to commit homicide against a human, just not a person?
I mean, I would take issue with homicide because that's a really loaded term. But I would say that you can end the life of human beings that no longer have the capacity to deploy consciousness. And
So
we
if
do
I'm
that.
asleep
Let me
and I'm
finish real quick.
unconscious, it's okay to kill me?
That's why I said capacity to deploy consciousness. I can wake you up when you're sleeping.
Like the fetus
Okay.
has capacity.
No, a
The
fetus that
fetus-
doesn't have the necessary brain parts has no
Destiny,
capacity for consciousness.
If you give that child time, that child
Give the
innately
child time
has
implies-
capacity.
Wait, you said 20 to 24 weeks. What about children?
Hold on.
Who
Wait.
have REM
Just you
cycle
saying,
sleep
hold on.
at
Wait.
18 weeks.
Wait. Just what you said there. Give the child time implies that it's
Give
not
me time
there
to
yet.
wake up.
Do you think that a seed and a tree are the same thing?
You're making a wrong equivalency.
I'm
here.
not making a wrong
No,
equivalency.
you are,
I'm saying that a
Destiny.
seed
Because
given enough
listen,
time, a seed given enough
Destiny.
time will grow into a tree. But when you use the word, this thing will become this thing. The implication there is your intuition pumping all the rights that this thing has for saying this will become
Incorrect.
this.
Incorrect. A child in the womb, a human being, has
Yeah.
the capacity for consciousness.
No, it
They
doesn't.
might not have developed that capacity.
That means they don't
yet.
have the capacity
They might
for
not
it.
have
Guys,
developed that
one,
capacity
just
yet.
one microphone at a time, please. Just let everyone
Sorry,
finish.
they
Go
might
ahead.
not have
Absolutely
developed the
do.
capacity yet. Similarly, if someone is in a coma or unconscious, they're not actively, that capacity is not activated yet. But if you don't interrupt the life of that child, if you don't
right.
kill that child will absolutely be conscious in just develop consciousness in just a few weeks.
And that's the difference between the
So-
question you were asking me earlier when you tried to trip me up about the
I'm
end
not trying
of
to trip.
life.
You guys are the ones trying to trip me up.
No,
I'm trying to
we're
take notes,
trying
figure
to
what you're.
clarify. You have a very murky position because you said between 20 to 24 weeks, I believe a child has rights. Which one is it if you're the one making the laws?
Sure,
And who
I
gives
have
you
a
the right to make those
crystal clear
laws?
position. My position is the thing we ought to defend is the conscious experience because that's the thing we look
When
to.
does that conscious experience begin?
About
here?
20 to 24 weeks.
You don't
Well,
have
that's
any-
a big time period because there's been children who've been born at 21 weeks and 5 days. So were those children, when they were born prematurely, so I had an intern a few years ago who was one of the youngest children ever to survive.
Okay.
At that age, she was 21 weeks and 6 days old.
Okay.
So she's right in between your 20 to 24 week time range.
Okay.
So when she and her twin sister were born, do you believe that the hospital, the NICU, did something wrong and giving out care and spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in care to sustain her and her sister's life?
Why would I think something wrong was done there?
Well, because
you don't think it's a human with consciousness necessarily.
Yeah,
You're
I
not
don't think
sure.
a
Your argument's
2-week-old
trying
is
to
a
kill
human with
them.
consciousness, but that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with supporting it.
But you're saying it's okay to kill it.
So you're saying my
Kill him
vagina
or
is
her.
magical. So something happens.
No, first of all, as a
and-
child born by C-section, I'm very offended. Okay,
But
we're
I mean,
humans too.
that's a
Number one,
position you're
no,
taking.
hold on.
Is it
hold on.
something-
Wait,
something magical
hold on.
happens during birth?
The vagina magic guy is not in the room right now. I
Well,
didn't give
you
any
were
qualification
talking
about birth being the magical time that made somebody a human. I've never said that ever, so I have no idea what position you're attacking there. To back up, very
I'm attacking
clearly,
your position that's not clear
My
because you said
position is-
20 to
let me
24
say-
weeks, and I'm asking you a very direct question
Yeah.
about child born at 21
your question was
weeks.
if if a child
and
is
6
prematurely born
days.
at 16 weeks, the mother and the father have every right to try to find support for that child. Why would you not?
But why? What makes that
Why?
child
Because it's going to grow
worthy
into their kid. Why would they not?
of care?
But you're saying it's okay to kill the kid at 16 weeks.
Sure.
And I think that's the difference between this side of the table and that side of the table.
Well, obviously, that's because I'm pro-choice and you guys are
right, but you're
pro-abortion and you're anti-abortion.
pro-abortion. Yeah.
Have you ever considered that you could be wrong on this issue?
Yeah, of course.
What,
Have you?
What? Absolutely.
Hold on. Only one, to be clear, only one
Absolutely
side of the
I
table here is tied to organizations that are getting money invested in them. And have, so
Well,
if any side here was
I
gonna,
started my
I
organization,
understand, but
so-
you're never changing your position. I'm still free to change mine. So in terms of asking me if I consider
That's
I'm
why I'm
wrong,
asking
I
you.
can consider that I'm wrong. You guys will never change your opinion on this. But go ahead.
I've considered it. I've had
Okay.
to consider a lot of
Sure.
times. But what would it mean if you were wrong on your position on abortion?
What would it mean
Morally,
if
what
I
would it
was
mean?
wrong?
So I don't know if you believe in God or heaven or whatever.
Well, I haven't aborted any kids yet,
But
so
say
to my knowledge.
you get hit by a bus
Uh-huh.
and you go to heaven, and God's like, Destiny, you've been completely wrong on abortion your entire life. You've advocated for abortions between 20 and 24 weeks. No one can really tell because you wouldn't give us a definitive time.
Hold on, you're
Like,
hold on, wait,
can you
I'm sorry, I gotta address this real quick.
Like,
I gotta,
what would
wait,
that
wait,
mean
I gotta,
if
you
you
keep,
were wrong on
okay,
abortion?
hold on. For you saying that just because I can't nail an exact solid time when
That's kind of a big deal.
It's not really that big of a
It
deal.
is a big deal.
It's a
'cause
big deal when
there's
you're
a
making
line
laws.
between
It's
there's a
super
line
not a
between
big deal.
homicide
You could
and
literally
then it
just
being
say
totally
like,
okay.
hey, before 20 weeks, abortion is okay, and then draw the cutoff right there if you want. That's a question for policymakers.
But why do policymakers? Why does anyone
Yeah.
get to
Why do a
decide
bunch of
whether or
men
not
get to
an
decide that?
innocent person lives or dies?
Because that's what policymakers do.
No, they don't have the right to kill an innocent person. If any
What do you,
policymaker
if
tries to
you're
kill an
making
innocent person,
decisions about
that's
healthcare
murder.
and triage and who
There's
gets
a-
medical treatment first, or if you're making decisions about
Destiny,
saving
can't
people
you
from
admit there's a- okay,
hold on,
can't-
wait, okay.
I still
I'm gonna
wanna
wait, just be clear. I'm gonna
I
start
still
cutting
need
people.
to know if you've ever
I
considered
know, but I don't have a
that.
chance to answer any question, and you're like loading so many horribly like intuition pump question bags in front of me that I don't have time to answer all of the horrible questions in front of me. Okay,
I
so
just
like,
wanna know
wait, no, I'm gonna
considered
keep talking.
wrong.
We're gonna do one at a time. I will answer a question, but you can't keep stacking like dumb questions in front of me and then be like, oh, see, like you want to murder children, okay?
I don't
If
know
you wanna-
about
if
dumb
I can- if you want me to
dumb
answer, hold on.
questions.
So let me address the very first thing because you keep trying to draw like there's some like thing here that you've caught me on. The idea that I can't give you a concrete time between 20 to 24 weeks, okay?
Yeah.
I hate to be the guy that does this in a debate, but there's something called a continuum fallacy or a nirvana fallacy. The idea that just because I can't point exactly at when something begins, that I have to say that all of it is the same or I can't point to that thing existing at all. I can't tell you when individual pieces of sand are stacked up and eventually become a pile of sand. I can't give you the exact numbers of sand that I can see for that to be, but there is a difference between an individual piece of sand and a pile of
It's a
sand.
false equivalency, Destiny. It is.
Hold on.
It is.
It's hold on.
That's-
This is
you're
basic
gonna-
argumentation.
Because the reality is you are saying that these are persons
Yep.
and
Yeah.
these aren't based on a specific characteristic that you've decided on. You came up with it. It's not human rights
I
anymore.
didn't-
It's consciousness rights.
Yes.
You believe
because
in not human
no.
rights.
To
You're
be clear,
not you're not in support of
nobody
human
here
rights.
at this table.
You're in
You
support
either
of consciousness
hold
rights.
on.
No.
Why don't you defend?
So
wait,
you
wait.
need
Why
to
don't?
defend your position, and you're not doing that. You're kind of
Yeah.
blowing
told
smoke a
you.
little bit, to be honest.
Why don't
And
you
so
give the same rights to
let's-
why don't you give the same
let's-
rights to human corpses as you do to living
because
humans?
they're dead.
Okay.
They're
What
already
does that
dead.
mean when you say they're dead?
So they're already dead.
What does dead mean to you?
I mean,
their body's no
there's-
longer working in a coordinated fashion anymore. Their heart isn't pumping blood. Their
Okay.
brain is not.
If I put a
producing
person, if I put a
brainwaves.
person on a table and I can keep them alive with machines indefinitely, but they're never going to wake up, is that a human life that should be defended?
There is a difference between withholding extraordinary
Just to be
medical
clear, I'm about to
care-
ask that same question after you, whatever you're about to say, because you're
No,
not
this is
answering my
important
question.
because
Okay, go ahead.
it's a bit of obfuscation the direction you're going
It's
here, because
absolutely
there's
not.
a difference between withholding extraordinary medical care,
Mm-hmm.
which would be like life support, and withholding ordinary medical care. So if I, as a parent, or I as a doctor, I have a patient in the hospital, and let's say they are there being monitored because they have a cancer, aggressive cancer, but they're maybe going to die, but they're not dead yet, and they're not on life support, they're just being monitored. And if I withheld food from this cancer patient and refused to bring food and this cancer patient can eat and refuse to feed that cancer patient, that would be homicide against that cancer patient. I don't have the right to...
You agree with that, right?
Yeah, well, that's a good
Do
question.
you
but
agree
with
that would be homicide?
Would it be wrong to deprive
I'll say it's
food to
wrong,
a cancer
for sure,
patient?
yeah.
Who's going to die?
Well, legally, it would be murder to not feed
Whether
a
I'm not going
patient
to make
in
a
the
legal
hospital.
argument, but yeah, I would agree that would be wrong.
Okay.
Yes, of course.
So that's the difference between extraordinary medical measures and ordinary measures, okay? And
Natural
for a child
progression
and for a
versus
child in the
end.
womb, they deserve the ordinary measure of being able to stay in their natural habitat, their mother's womb, until they're old enough to survive outside the womb. Similarly, a newborn who you're feeding formula or you're breastfeeding has a right to that food from their mother or caretaker until they're old enough to, and even when they're old enough to physically feed themselves, they still have a right to be given a plate full of food at the dinner table. You can actually go to jail for child neglect by failing to feed your child. So, building these analogies that actually don't work with what we're actually talking about by saying, well, removing life support is like abortion, they're not the same, because children have a right to care, and children have a right to food, and children have a right to nourishment.
I still think
just like a right
you
to
need
life.
to clarify your position, because you said 20 to 24 weeks, which I gave you a very, very real life scenario of a child who's born, a twin who is born at 21 weeks and 6 days, which in your view could have been aborted because you don't think she would have had the consciousness that you deem worthy of personhood.
True.
But I mean, what biologist do you know that tells you that consciousness is at 24 weeks?
It's a great question.
Because I researched this before. I was on the internet. I was looking at PubMed at NIH's website. There aren't biological conclusions, and in fact, they actually support the pro-life side, because you look at the pro-life.
Biologists don't make an argument about pro-life or pro-abortion.
Well, they do make arguments about when child feel
human life
pain,
begins.
when
Sure.
twins
Yep.
interact. So there's a very well-known study showing that twins interact in the womb as early as 14
Amoeba
weeks.
interact with each
And
other.
Pain, children can experience pain at 12 and a half
Germs
weeks.
react to external
So are
stimuli.
you saying
plants
those-
Are you
can-
saying
Those
germs
beings-
are the same as human lives?
I haven't even got to respond. Okay, so let me make a couple things. So firstly, you said I made a false analogy earlier. You've compared abortion to cancer patients getting withheld
No,
food.
I wasn't comparing abortion to cancer patients.
Okay,
I was talking
you're-
about the difference between ordinary measures.
I'm not talking
and
about
extraordinary
ordinary or
measures
extraordinary
when
care.
it comes to
That is
medical
a-
natural
that is an entirely
progression
separate
versus
sure.
natural
That is an
end. That's what they're
entirely.
trying to
That's
conflate.
great. That's entirely great.
If
No,
I
I
can
was
just
only
if I
using
could
that
just
to
jump in
clarify.
really
No,
quick.
I don't need you to jump in.
If I
No.
could just jump in.
No,
really
listen,
quick.
listen.
Hold on, wait. Let me just say, if we can allow maybe the turn the heat down a little bit on the conversation,
I
or at
like
least
the
slow
heat.
it down a little
No,
bit.
that's
We're
fine.
making
Keep
people
going.
at
Well-
home uncomfortable.
Well, I do want to give. It does seem to be that Destiny hasn't had as
No,
much
that's fine. I'm good.
opportunity.
I'm taking
You
notes.
okay?
I'm good. I'm ready.
We needed
'Cause-
that other guest there.
No,
No,
we
no.
absolutely don't. Let me go. Okay. You're making bad analogies by comparing any of this to ordinary or extraordinary medical care is a fundamentally separate question, okay? That's a separate
I agree.
question of provisioning resources
I
or whatever.
completely agree.
You don't agree because you brought it up as a contrary to
No,
the
I was
question that
bringing
I
it up as a
said.
response
I would
to you
originally
about-
ask you this question again, and I'm going to ask you the question again because nothing that you said addressed it. And my question was, and I'm going to repeat it, a person that is in a coma that will never wake up, should that person be indefinitely kept alive on life machines?
It depends on what are the characteristics of them in that
The
coma.
characteristic is
Was
that the
a
person's
medically
body.
induced coma?
The characteristic is the person
What
is
was-
in a coma. They're never going to wake up, but their body is
do you
still.
know?
How do you know they're not going to
How
wake
do you
up?
know they're never
I mean,
gonna wake
the
up?
problem is,
Because
Destiny, you're
the
coming up with-
scientist has
you're
a magic
Destiny,
machine that he pushes
Destiny.
a button, and the machine says this person
Destiny,
is never
you're
going to
coming
wake
up
up.
with a magical scenario that you are designing without providing any context. Where
Just to be
context
clear, are you
exists in
telling
the
me that a
real
person
world.
being in a coma is not going to wake up is a magical scenario?
No, I'm telling
No,
you that
you-
when
Okay, so
people
we agree
are
that
in a
people
coma,
are in
you're
comas
trying
and
to make an
oftentimes we can say-
absolute.
Guys,
You're
please,
trying
one
to- let me-
one
I like it.
microphone at a
Answer.
time,
Let
please.
me
No,
answer.
Please,
Let me
please, please.
answer.
Because the refusal to engage with the
Let me
question
answer.
demonstrates the weakness of your position.
No,
You can keep doing this, but
Destiny.
to be clear, I'm going to ask the same question again.
I still like
You
to get
can't
my
even
question
engage-
answered.
Wait, guys,
you can't even
please,
engage
just
with the
no
hypothetical. There's a
interrupting.
reason
listening
why.
to what I'm saying.
I
So
am listening, but you're not.
okay.
You're refusing to engage with the hypothetical
No.
because you know that you don't have a rock solid
No,
definition of
because
what type of life
you're-
should be defended. The
because
reason why
we
you want to
did-
engage with the
guys,
question is
guys, hold on.
Destiny, you're making a lot of assumptions. here.
Order in the podcast studio.
We-
I am noticing perhaps on I don't know which side is doing it most, but let's try to avoid interrupting. Let's allow people to speak, finish their thought, and then if we can. So Destiny, do you want to
do
make?
a round table? One question, we each answer.
Okay, to be clear, I'm willing to, and I have responded to, when you asked me about feeding cancer patients, would I consider killing? I said yes. You said when you withhold food from a child, I said, I'll answer any question you give me. I have no problem.
Answer
It's my
the
position.
question, have you ever considered that you may be wrong on this issue? And if you are wrong on this issue, what does it mean you are spending your time advocating for?
There's problems on both sides. First of all, that's not the greatest question to ask. You're getting into very weird, like Pascal's
thank
way.
you for
I'm
your
going to finish
passive
answering the question,
misogyny.
okay? So
just answer the question.
I am answering the question, okay? You're doing,
after you insulted me.
what do you mean? How have I insulted you?
Insulted me.
Wait, how did I insult you?
My question. You said, well, it's not the greatest question to ask.
I said it's not a good question to ask because theoretically you run into a bunch of weird areas saying, well, what if I'm wrong on this particular thing? What if you're wrong by saying that black people and white people do deserve the same rights?
Well, let's let Destiny answer the question.
Yeah, so I mean, so I'm not going to always think of like, well, what if I'm wrong? I mean, I do consider both ends of things, but the consequences for being wrong on both ends are pretty disastrous. On one end, you're advocating for, I guess, arguably the genocide of of little babies,
and on the other end,
and on the other end, you're advocating forcing women to give birth to children that they might not want, especially in cases of, say, sexual assault, or in cases where they feel like they can't support for the child.
What do you think would be worse? Genocide? So we had 60-some million abortions in America since Roe versus Wade. 60 million. More than 1,000 children are killed every day at Planned Parenthood.
You keep saying children like you're morally loading your
children.
They're young humans.
Okay.
When you saw the ultrasound of your son in the womb, did you say, "Wow, look at that fetus sucking its thumb," or did you say, "Wow, look at my boy, he smiled at me"?
Yeah, I also get warm feelings when I look at my car. Like, this isn't proving an argument by saying
cars
like,
are the same as humans?
I'm not saying cars. I'm saying that judging the validity or the veracity of your argument by the emotional response somebody has to an ultrasound. I also felt a certain type of way when my ex-girlfriend showed me that she was pregnant. But that doesn't mean that the urine on the strip is anything special either, right?
Your emotions can match.
Just
the
to be
reality,
clear, I still haven't got an answer to my coma question, which is like
I
fundamentally
still
like an
haven't
important.
gotten an answer to my question.
The reality.
What was your question?
So do you consider you're wrong? And you said
I have considered I'm wrong, but the problem is
on one end it would be genocide.
Just let her finish.
On one end it would be genocide, and on the other extreme, if I were wrong, I would have forced women to carry unwanted children, or in your word, fetuses or things.
Correct.
What do you think would be worse?
Well, in order to answer
genocide
that,
of hundreds of millions of
innocent
children
babies,
worldwide. Do you think that would be a little worse?
The thing is,
than inconveniencing a woman for 9 months if I were wrong?
In order to accurately answer the question, you have to assess the risk of being wrong on both ends. For instance, if I were to say, what would be worse? If I've got to choose between 50 people here or 100 people here to protect from some death event, what should I choose? The 50 people or the 100 people? Well, it doesn't make sense unless I have
What do you mean by death event?
As in, let's say that there's going to be something that has a chance of coming in and killing both people, but I can protect one group of people. Do I want to protect the 50 or the 100?
But that's not.
I need to finish the analogy. Hold on. If you can't understand any hypothetical, we can't get anywhere in this conversation.
But these hypotheticals don't match what we're discussing.
The hypothetical perfectly maps on. What I'm saying is, I wouldn't just say that I would protect the 100 people because 100 is greater than 50. What I would say is, what is the probability of the 100 people dying versus what is the probability of the 50 people dying? And then from there, you would start to weight the decision accurately.
So hundreds of millions of women haven't died.
When you ask me, what's the probability or what is the likelihood of being wrong, or what would be worse, being wrong here or being wrong here? What I have to think of is, what is the probability of being wrong on both ends? It's not just a 1-to-1, because I'm not going to sit here and pretend that everything is a 1-to-1, like there's an equal chance of being right or wrong here. I feel very strongly about my position about being pro-choice, so I'm not weighting this as a 50% chance of being right here and a 50% chance of being right here. So the question doesn't make sense. So I'm saying it's a meaningless question.
How do you feel very strongly about being pro-choice when you can't even tell us at what point you think a child has this extra special consciousness that deserves the right to life in the womb?
Why would that prohibit me from?
You don't know when consciousness exists, when it actually comes. You
won't
don't know
even say when
the baby has
I've given you the range of when different people develop at different rates. It's about 20 to 24 weeks.
So you want to create, so you believe that we should have a sliding scale of what it means to be a human person.
We already have that sliding scale. We do it at death. That's why when we go back to the, I'm going to ask again. No, I'm not answering the question until you answer this question.
Do you think it's okay to kill someone when they're unconscious?
No, because I said capacity to deploy consciousness.
What do you mean by capacity to deploy
consciousness? As in all of the parts in your brain are functioning and working and can deploy a conscious experience.
So an embryo who is developing their brain will absolutely have the capacity to deploy.
Will implies it doesn't yet.
Why are you being age discriminatory against that child for not having fully developed?
No, hold on, wait, you can't just ramble and ask me a question. You ask me a question. If you're going to ask me, I'm just going to keep talking. Okay. When you ask me, will a thing have a right? I will agree with you that it will. The pieces for a building are not the same thing as a building itself. A seed is not the same thing as a tree. An embryo is not the same thing as a person.
No, you're
so when you say,
hold on,
don't stop saying that every single. Okay, hold on. To be clear for the audience, when you're having a conversation with somebody, if you're having a conversation with me and they're not willing to engage with a single hypothetical, or they claim every hypothetical doesn't map on, unless you can clearly explain why, it's because you know that the hypothetical is testing the limits of your belief in a way that demonstrates the absurdity of what you're saying.
You're not.
First of all, whether or not pro or anti-life exists has nothing to do with science. It's not a scientific question. question. It's a question of moral philosophy. Okay, number one. So number two, going all the way back to this original question that I don't think you're going to answer me because I think that this does demonstrate the faultiness of your position.
I already answered you, and you
didn't answer.
No,
you said that's an absurd proposition to imagine a person could be in a coma.
I said you needed to provide more information. Was it a medically induced coma? How long was the coma? These questions matter, and they're actually.
Destiny, what is the
I can
question?
ask a very simple question.
Was there
What's the
injuries?
question?
A person is in a bed. This person is unconscious in a coma. The doctor has a machine and he pushes the button and the machine says this person will never wake up again. But the rest
There's
of their
no
body
button
works.
like that exists.
That's why it's called a hypothetical.
Then it's
hypothetical
a false
means
hypothetical,
that
Destiny, because it doesn't exist in the real world. You're inventing a false hypothetical that doesn't exist in the real world.
That is
So
ends
it-
in
it's-
human
it-
life dying.
Yeah, so
it's kind
and
of
you're
risky.
using it
If
to
you can't-
justify
if you
ending
can't-
the life
yeah.
of an embryo.
If you can't adjust this,
or a human being.
I win this debate de
that
facto.
doesn't- that doesn't
If you're
match.
incapable of dealing with hypothetical, then the conversation
we
is like...
can deal with hypotheticals.
You can't. A hypothetical, by definition, is something that is not happening. That's why it's called a
Destiny.
hypothetical.
Destiny.
So wait. Let me ask you a hypothetical.
what?
Since you love hypotheticals, let me ask you.
I
a
love
hypothetical.
hypotheticals.
So
Yes.
That's great.
Scientists are working on artificial wombs.
Okay.
All right. Would you agree with me that if they develop this artificial womb that can sustain human life, that there would be no legal reason, or there should be no legal justification for abortion? Because if you could remove a child from a woman's womb who says doesn't want to have a child, didn't want to get pregnant, and place that child in an artificial womb where the child will safely grow and develop until he or she's ready to be born, would you agree with me then, in that hypothetical situation, that there's no justification for abortion?
No.
Why not?
You're not even. There's 10 unanswered questions back and forth.
I just solved all the problems, right, with my hypotheticals.
You are making a dialogue tree argument against an argument for viability. I have never made that argument in my life. I've never argued that viability is what determines if a child gets to live or die. That's an absurd position. I would never have that. So if you're saying
you were making a viability
hold on.
argument.
What?
So-
wait,
so
no, wait, because you don't even understand the arguments you're making now. Hold on. You are making an argument for viability when you're saying if I could show you an artificial womb,
I love when men
should we
yell at
not
me.
say? Yeah, I know, I love yelling at women. Okay, could you not say?
I can tell.
Could you not say? Thank you. Could you not say that well, if I can show you that I can transplant this fetus from this womb at 1 week to an artificial womb, doesn't that give it the right to life? The implication there being the viability of a fetus to survive outside of a natural womb.
I thought we could find common ground on that.
Hold on. So
Yeah, the common ground I would
That's
say
why
is
I
that
was
has no,
asking.
there is no
Destiny.
common ground there. I would say 20 to 24 weeks.
So
The same answer I gave
Destiny,
before.
your entire position is based on is based on age. It's basically the development, the
It's not
maturity.
based on age. It's based on development of the
it's
consciousness.
ageist
Development
argument.
is age, Destiny.
It could develop
For
early
human-
or later, I guess, right?
A development is age. Age is a marker of development.
It can be, sure.
So your whole argument is that
Yeah.
if the development hasn't happened yet, then therefore they're not a human life worthy of protection.
And a person, yeah.
A person, okay?
Yes.
So are you saying that toddlers, because they're less developed than an adolescent, should have should not have the same rights as an adolescent?
Yes. You agree with the same
Fundamental
thing. Hold on,
human rights.
to be
They should
clear.
have different human
whoa,
rights because
okay,
of
now you're qualifying
development.
more, but the funny thing
Because
is
of
you
human
said
rights.
in your opening statement, you literally said
They have the
children
same
need
human
even
rights,
more
right?
protect. They don't have the same rights.
Do they
A child
set-
can't sign a contract. A child can't
But-
buy a
but
house. A
Destiny,
2-year-old
hold
can't go
for
to high
1 second.
school.
Do they have the same human rights?
What? No.
A toddler and an
They don't have the same
adolescent
human rights.
don't have the
Do you-
same
what-
human rights.
Do you know? Do you believe?
I
that
would
there are
argue
human
that I
rights?
have the human right to live in a house in the way that I want to. A 3-year-old
Okay,
does not have the
so
human
do you
right
not
to live.
agree
Hold on.
that- Okay,
no,
hold on.
wait,
Do you
wait,
not
wait,
agree
wait,
there are
wait.
fundamental human rights? Maybe that's
There might be
there's
some.
connection
If
there.
you want to get very fundamental in terms of do you have a right to not be killed?
Yes.
Then
Yes,
sure.
yeah, I think that's
hold on.
a very important
Sure,
point
you
to-
can
to-
say
to
that.
establish,
But earlier
for
you
sure.
stumbled onto something very funny that we all agree on: is that based on
No.
the level of development, you actually do grant different rights to people.
Well,
that is absolutely
so
true.
you're saying if you're not developed enough, you have the right to be. You actually, instead of being more protected as a child, you should be less protected as a child, and you have less rights as a child to not be killed, to not
a
be fed, to not be
child
cared
is
for.
generally defined as a human person, so
But-
you're begging the
but
question when you
Destiny
ask.
believes
I
in
believe
the-
all children should
he
have rights.
believes in
I
the
just don't agree that a
magical-
3-week-old
Are you still
fetus is a
believing
child.
in the magical vagina or
More than I
magical
believe in the
C-section?
magical zygote that
Because
becomes a
what
magical
about-
human
so what
when it's
about
2
the-
cells big.
What
Yeah, of
about
course.
the intern I mentioned,
hold-
the 21-week, 6-day intern?
What about it?
So when she was born, she and her twin sister were born. Now that's in
Okay.
your 24 weeks. Who knows what Destiny really believes about abortion at that point?
I told you between 20 and 24 weeks, yeah.
You got to be kind of specific when you're talking
Do you
about
think that
killing
puberty
people.
exists?
But
Wait. Do you think puberty? Wait. I need to know. Do you think puberty?
answer my question,
Okay.
Destiny. Remember?
I'm going to ask you this again. I'm
Yes,
coming
I
back to the
believe
coma
in
one too,
biology.
because you
We
still
can
haven't
come back
answered
to the coma all day long.
You still haven't answered the coma
But
question. But go
Answer-
ahead.
It's a false.
But what is
example.
the answer? So
The
at
answer is if you
at
want to take care of a
21
baby.
Excuse me.
You're
at-
excused. Go ahead.
At 21 weeks and 6 days,
Yeah.
a child is born,
Uh-huh.
and a child is surviving.
A thing
But
is, yeah, okay.
Is it a thing or is it a child?
Something, yeah, it must be something.
Do I have the right after the moments that
In
child
Destiny's
comes
world, you have
out?
the right to kill it, actually.
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out.
Yeah.
Moments after that child
Uh-huh.
exits my body via C-section or vaginal birth,
Okay.
does that child have the right to not be killed? Because that child is in that 20 to 24 weeks, and we don't know,
If the child has
according
your
to
level
your
of consciousness.
science, we don't know what type of consciousness this child has. So is there anything wrong with saying, well, you survived, we're not going to treat you, we're going to actually actively dismember you or
So,
inject a poison to your heart
if
to
you're
cause a heart
approaching
attack?
my position in good faith, if I'm saying that consciousness develops around 20 to 24 weeks,
But how
then
do
you
you
would
know?
probably draw, because that's when scientists
But
seem to think that.
how do
I'm
you
sorry.
know
I thought I
that
was
the
gonna- I'm so sorry.
child-
I was interrupting your question with my answer.
How do you
my
know
bad.
the
You were gonna ask
child
another
at
question.
21 weeks and 6 days has consciousness? How do you know? What's changed?
You don't know.
So that's what I'm saying.
No, that's what I was saying. I was going to answer, but you cut me off. You cut my answer to your
So I
question off
wanna
with another
know, is
question.
it
So
okay
you
to
don't want to
kill
know.
a
You're just trying to run
child
me down a dialogue here.
after the child is
okay
born?
to kill a child? Probably not.
Is
I
it
would imagine
okay-
it's probably never okay to kill a child, right? So my answer was that if the cutoff seems to be somewhere around 20 to 24 weeks, if you're drawing policy or legislation because we can't determine exactly when they're conscious, you'd probably be safe and say something like only first trimester abortion. Would probably be like a thing, or like before like the 20-week mark would probably be about where you'd go to. That'd be my guess.
Okay, but so the child who's born at 21 weeks and 6 days, or the fetus, or whatever it
That would
may-
be past the policy cutoff.
what-
So you'd probably say at that
what-
point
no,
it should
no,
probably
this
be.
is Destiny's hypothetical world. This is Destiny's hypothetical
Yeah.
world. If you're there at the delivery room,
Uh-huh.
are you saying that child can be killed because we don't know what that child's
In
conscious
Destiny's
level is?
hypothetical world, if
Is
we've
it-
drawn the line at
would you do
20
anything
weeks,
wrong?
if the child is born at 21 weeks, we probably say, okay, well, now that it's
So
born,
now
it's
you've
going to be
changed your
treated.
position in this debate. You went from 20 to 24 weeks, and now you're down to 20, right?
Do you understand the difference between a policy position versus like an epistemic statement or like a moral statement?
Yes,
on
I'm
what
not.
might be?
I'm not a moron. Thank you.
Okay.
I
well,
love how
then
you word
I don't.
these
Well,
questions.
I
Like,
don't know
do
why
you
you.
understand there's a difference between the color blue
I-
and the color purple?
Okay.
I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never talked to a misogynistic man like this before.
Okay. All right.
I still want to know if you think that
You
there's
don't want to know
something
anything. I can't
happens-
answer a question.
Something
I said in the very
magical
beginning of
happens
this.
at birth.
Yeah, I said in the very beginning of this that the cutoff would be 20 to 24 weeks.
And now
right?
you're down to 20. So we've actually we're winning. He's down to 20 now.
Well,
I
Wait,
think
hold
I was
on.
at
20.
So wait, just a question.
Yeah.
She's just accused you of being misogynistic. I mean, do you have a response to that?
I am.
I don't think he has one.
Well, no,
Just say
I
it
mean,
is.
come on, B.
I'm being honest.
You're not a
I am.
misogynist, Destiny.
I hate women. The more time I spend around them, the more contemptuous I feel about them.
Well,
in
I mean,
every avenue
you're
of life.
trolling, but
I've watched so many Just Pearly Things videos. I just
can we
can't
go
even.
back to the consciousness stuff with
Sure.
the,
Well,
with
can
the
I even have?
toddler
Apparently, my
versus the-
position doesn't even exist right now. So let me restate for.
No,
I'm
your
trying to.
position's good now. We know where you're at least at. You're at 20 weeks. We've got you moved from 24 to 20 weeks,
Yeah.
right?
So the question of policy is separate from the factual question of when does a conscious experience happen, right? What I stated initially was it seems like there's a conscious experience that starts at around 20 to 24 weeks.
Can
If
you
that's
name the
case-
biologist?
Google it.
That's what I told you. I actually researched this for several hours today on NIH's PubMed website, and I actually found a lot of pro-choice scientists who are saying children can
don't-
feel pain at 12 and a half
Feeling
weeks.
pain
Or they
is
don't
not
know.
consciousness.
Or they don't
Siblings
know.
can interact with each other at 14 weeks. So just using that data from the NIH's own website would tell you that now your 20-week limit on abortions, which is wrong and probably should be moved
Okay,
down
so
to
I
12
googled
to
this,
14
and the first
weeks.
thing that came up from scientificamerican.com, I'm not sure what research said, is consciousness requires a sophisticated network of highly interconnected components, nerve cells, its physical substrate, the thalamocortical complex that provides consciousness with its highly elaborate content, begins to be in place between the 24th and 28th week of gestation. Now, I googled that. That was the first thing that came up. So it's crazy to me that you read all these studies.
Destiny.
But however, I will finish. 24th to 28th, I've also seen stuff that says 20th to 24th week. So because I
And
don't want to
REM
murder baby, to
sleep
be
starts at
safe,
18
to be
weeks.
safe, I would probably say I would go with the earlier number because I generally don't want to kill children most of the time. So I would say that the policy position should probably say that on the 20th week, that should probably be the cutoff where we start treating it as a child, and then you give it all the same protections and rights that you would a third trimester pregnancy or a born child. So that's about what it said. No position has changed. I haven't moved at all. At the very beginning of this debate, I said 20 to
clarify.
24 weeks is about. I haven't even clarified. That was the policy position would probably just stop at 20 weeks.
I have a question for Destiny. Do you believe in human rights?
That's a what do you mean by that?
Do you believe in universal fundamental human rights that all human beings share?
Yes, I do believe there are some universal rights people should have.
Good.
Do they
Does that
objectively
include
exist?
the right to life? Does that include the right to not be killed?
Generally speaking, I would say so. Yeah.
Generally speaking, or yes?
That's a very difficult question. If two countries are at war with each other, does somebody have a right to kill an enemy combatant?
You can't answer this question.
Does somebody have a right to kill an enemy combatant in a war?
Yeah. So in a war,
I'm asking. Okay, yeah,
in
that's
a war,
what I'm saying.
There can be something called just war theory. There's different theories for what makes a war just or unjust.
Okay.
And yes, you can be tried for war crimes
for
unjustly killing a civilian.
Okay. I'm just trying to make you
because
understand
they have a right to life as a human being.
I'm just trying to make you understand that when you ask me a question of does everybody have a fundamental right to life? Depending on what you're asking, that could be a very difficult question.
I'll say it again and let me know if this is clear. Do you as a human being have a right to not be killed?
I would say, generally speaking,
without due process. How about we'll add that
generally
on?
speaking,
Without
if
due
we
process.
have any sort of construction of government, my imagination would be that a fundamental right would be a right to life, to not be killed. Yes, I would agree with that. In any given country,
in the United States, under the
Yes.
U.S. Constitution, the 14th Amendment says that we have a right to equal protection under the law, and no state has a right to deprive the life of anyone without due process. You've probably heard this before. Okay, so do you think that there is any due process for the human life right now? Where is the due process for the human life before your consciousness arbitrary
Well, I would
land?
say that person isn't protected by the Constitution because they're not a person yet.
Okay, and you're defining personhood based on
Somebody
this
that
20
has
to 24
capability
week
of having a conscious experience, yes.
So let's talk about that for a minute. If I'm under anesthetic and I'm unconscious and someone comes up to me and says, "Can I kill you?" and I'm unconscious, I can't say, "Don't kill me." Can they kill me?
No.
Tell me why.
Because you have the capacity to deploy a conscious
Just
experience.
like the fetus.
No, the fetus can't.
The fetus.
Destiny, if you don't kill that fetus, the fetus with a matter of time, because I'm under anesthetic, in a matter of time, I will come out from under anesthetic and I will have my consciousness. For the fetus, if you don't kill that fetus under a matter of time, the natural human development, you were once a tiny child in the womb, maybe 18 weeks before the consciousness that you say some biologists claim for.
Half of me was an
and
egg,
if no one killed you, then you would have your consciousness, just like I, coming out of an anesthetic, would have my consciousness.
Do
so
you
why
think
is it,
that-
why? So your position sounds like age discrimination, because you're saying that because the child is not doesn't have their consciousness yet, just like under anesthetic, I don't have my consciousness regained
Do you think
yet,
there are any 2-year-old
then-
human? Do you think there are any 200-year-old?
Then you're saying that then it's okay to kill them.
Do you think there are any 200-year-old humans that deserve to be protected by all the human rights that we have fundamentally?
Well, if someone lived to be 200, then yeah,
That'd
they
be
if they were-
pretty awesome.
what about
Pretty
right now?
amazing.
Are you
Who's
ageist?
actually alive?
What do you mean, am I ageist? If there was a 200-year-old, I'd say yes. If they're alive, that would be amazing.
Okay,
I'd
and
say,
if there
no
was a
one has the right to
1-week-old
kill you.
having a conscious experience, I would say it as well. I'm
But
not
if
being
the
ageist.
200-year-old is asleep and unconscious, I still don't have the right to kill them, Destiny.
Because if they're asleep, they can wake up.
Your line of consciousness, your
Hold on, I'm
reasoning
gonna
about
answer- hold on, wait,
consciousness
wait, wait,
is not
wait.
logical.
Is
It's
this-
simply
You just
not
stated
logical.
Okay,
the fundamental
so-
flaw of your entire position, because you keep saying
I understand.
if
So
they
real quick,
wake
I'm
up.
just going to talk now, okay? The
if
way
they
that
wake
this
up.
conversation works is because you two have organizations, because you two are bought in. You can never
Okay, you
even
can't keep
remotely
going to
consider.
that.
Wait,
I
hold
have
on.
to because
That's
I haven't gotten the
Just let him
ability to
finish.
even
Here comes
respond
the
to a point.
misogynist. Come on.
It's not misogynist, okay? Now I'm in my demon racial
Did a
energy
bunch of
because you're
men
both white
start
people. So now I'm
organizations
hitting
as
you because you're
well?
white, okay?
But you can't just throw that zinger in there like, oh, you're only
I
pro-life
have to
you
because
lead
the
pro-life
style of
organizations.
argumentation that you're both engaging
Come
in
on.
is like a gish
Is
gallop of 50
scientific.
million questions. Nothing is scientific about this conversation. It's 50 million questions about me being able to respond to or answer anything.
Well,
You
let's
can't
have a
even consider
scientific.
hypotheticals.
What is not
I've got a
scientific
question.
about the argument?
I've got a
That-
question.
This is a question of
got a
moral philosophy.
question.
It's not a scientific
I got a question here.
None of my
hold on,
questions have even been
hold on.
answered yet. Yeah, go ahead.
So
we can go back to your hypothetical, but if
when
you don't,
Just
if
ask
you
me.
don't answer my clarifying
so
questions about
Lila,
your
I have a
hypothetical,
question
then
for you, Lila.
we're
I got
not going to get very far.
I got a question for you, Lila.
Yes.
For everybody here at the table. Wow, it's very heated. Okay. When does life begin?
At the moment of conception, when
The moment of
sperm
fertilization.
and egg unite, when a unique, whole, living human being that never existed before and will never exist again comes into existence with a unique genetic code. And 96%.
Wait, so are twins not human?
Excuse me.
Hold on, just
No, they are.
96% of biologists in the University of Chicago study, majority of whom were pro-choice and liberal, confirm that fact, that there is no other point at your development can you say you became you than at the moment of conception when your DNA, your genetic code came into existence. That is a biological fact, and I'm sorry it's inconvenient to raise that, but
Well,
that is the fact.
And to clarify, I would agree with you, Destiny. If human life began at consciousness, I would say anything before that human life beginning at consciousness, I would say it doesn't matter. It's not a human life yet. But what's inconvenient for you is that human life doesn't begin at consciousness. Human life and
First
humans.
of all, none of this is inconvenient for me. I'm not a woman. At the end of the day, I'm not going to have a kid, so it's not inconvenient for me at all. Okay?
Wait, so Destiny,
I didn't give birth to him.
But he's your
when does life
I'm just saying, you're saying
it's
it's inconvenient to me, where it's like it's not an inconvenience to me to recognize.
I think you're representing the pro-abortion position here, and
surely
you're
you don't
saying
believe
that
in no
consciousness
uterus,
is
no
the line
opinion.
that
Sure, but I'm
decides
just saying that
whether
you
innocent
keep
people
saying
live or
like
die.
it's inconvenient. None of these facts are inconvenient. I'm totally
Well, they are
willing to
because
address.
they dispute your made up definition of when personhood begins.
There is the definition of when personhood begins is literally the subject of our debate. There's not a scientific answer to that question.
What I said
Unless
at
you
the
believe in
very
human
beginning
rights.
is
No,
when
that's
you
human rights are not science.
Excuse me.
That's-
If you separate when human beings come into
is that mechanical
existence-
engineering? When do you learn
Excuse
human
me.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, if you separate when human beings come into existence
Okay.
and personhood, and you make it two different lines, it's always bad. Bad things have always happened throughout human history when we tried to separate human beings from personhood. It's always a slippery slope, and bad things always happen, is what we're saying.
Destiny,
The
sorry,
reason,
go
one more comment.
Don't
The
interrupt
reason the reason science is very important for the
I
pro-life
agree, yeah.
debate is because, and the question of human rights is because human rights are about the humans that have rights that are universal. So all humans, if you're a member of the human family, you have these rights. And I think earlier you did, kind of.
keep saying that, but we don't. No. You have more qualifiers.
Can I just finish, Justin?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
You did kind of. It's all right. You did kind of agree. I think you agreed that we have the right as humans to not be killed, right?
No, there
but you
has to be
don't
more
believe in human rights.
qualifications.
But I think
There needs to be
But
more
he didn't even
qualifications. It's
fully
not just
agree
humans,
with
because we agree
all.
that corpses, for instance, don't
Well,
get protection.
So
there has to be more qualifiers than that.
I think Destiny. I think your position is not human rights; it's conscious rights. That you have to be you have to have consciousness, and not just have consciousness. You can have it taken away from you and it come back to it, but that is okay. But if the child hasn't developed yet, then that's okay. That's your line.
And Destiny,
that
do you want to
slippery
answer the
slope.
question? Just when does life begin?
When
If
does
you-
life begin, or when does it
Yes.
become a person?
When does human life begin, Destiny?
Whatever your sense of the question
the
is.
personhood thing that I'm looking at?
No, let's
When-
talk about science for a second. When does human life begin? I answer the question, you answer it.
If you're talking about when does a unique genetic code happen, it's
Yeah.
right at the union. It's right at the moment of conception.
When two parts become a whole.
Correct.
Excellent.
Finally, we agree on something.
That's
when human life comes into
hold on.
existence.
Yeah, that's called a scientific fact.
That's what we've been
Wonderful.
saying.
I
until
understand.
like
Let me catch you
Well,
up
there
to
are
the
a lot of pro-abortion
conversation.
people who don't
Sure,
agree with
I
that,
understand. Let me catch you up to
interestingly.
the conversation. We're not having a scientific discussion on when genomes are formed. We're having a moral philosophy discussion on when does something get the protections of being a person.
Correct.
Right?
And our position is simple. And what Kristan was saying earlier is that throughout human history, there have been many times when groups of humans, groups of humans were considered non-persons,
I
right?
don't
and
know
you're,
what this ha-
you're
Can
certainly,
I- am I
well,
gonna
you're
get to ask
certainly,
it?
you're certainly
Okay.
familiar with this, Destiny, and I know Kristan
gonna
is.
go
but
back to this
for
question.
example, under the Rwandan genocide or with slavery in our
Yeah,
country,
I understand.
the
That's-
Holocaust,
that's the
there,
next step.
there are groups of people who were seen as who were
It was
humans.
Roe v. Wade, KCV, Planned Parenthood, and
Who
then I
were-
think it was apartheid in
Just to
South
finish,
Africa.
there
no,
were
actually, I think
human
Roe versus Wade came from that.
There were
I think,
human
oh,
beings.
might have been.
There
Because they were
hum-
inspired by the Nazis, right?
Just
They
to
were
clarify,
like-
there are human
uh-huh.
beings that were seen as non-persons, and
True.
that opened the door to huge injustices.
Okay.
And similarly, today we see humans in the womb at this arbitrary line, and you're one among many. I mean, other people say, well, right before birth is when they become human, or viability is when they become human,
Haven't
or
made
heartbeat
either
is
of
when
those
they become
arguments.
human.
That's good,
There's
yeah.
there's a lot of different variations
I think
because
those are all really bad
Hold on,
arguments.
just let her finish.
well,
Just let her
I
finish.
agree,
So
and I
sorry,
think
my bad.
consciousness is a terrible argument too,
think it's a
because you
great
can't
argument.
because you can't assign
That's your opinion.
the development of
Obviously,
a human.
that's why I'm representing
And your
it.
opinion's wrong.
And back to the toddler and the adolescent, because you kind of you had a clever move there, Destiny. You were saying, well, an adolescent has rights like signing a contract that a toddler doesn't have. So therefore, I think your next conclusion of that was if you're preborn in the womb
I could
before
also tell
consciousness.
you my conclusion. You don't have to guess because I'm
Well,
here.
okay. I mean, feel free to give it. But it was an interesting position because what I was trying to get to in that conversation before I got a little bit derailed there is, do you think that your age or your development as a human means you are more or less entitled to equal protection under law for basic human rights, including the right to not be killed?
if that development, when you say including the rights to not be killed,
that fundamental right to life. Let's just talk
your
about only that right.
your
Only that
intuition
right.
pumping. So
Yeah, I don't know about intuition pumping. Let's just isolate it and just say just the right to not be killed, the right to not be the victim of homicide.
I don't know. I'm not sure. It depends on what kind of deaths we're talking about. So here's a question, for instance. A lot of women have miscarriages, like without even knowing in the first few weeks of getting pregnant. Do you think that those embryos should be rushed to the hospital?
Well, if the embryo is dead, no. I mean,
okay,
I think,
but do you think that like any woman, do you think we should start locking every single woman that has sex into some sort of facility to check for early miscarriages like that? Because if it is true, wouldn't that be the equivalent of a woman leaving a child starving to death on their floor?
No, absolutely not.
No.
How dare you?
Hold on, can you answer
First
the
of
question
all,
before she moral
no.
How dare you?
Because what you're talking about right now is essentially the real genocide of children is all the children being miscarried right now in the first few weeks of development. That's
miscarriage to not feeding my child.
Why? It should be the same thing.
No, it's not.
Why is it not?
Well, you obviously
it's not because.
Oh my gosh.
It's not because.
Well, hold on. You're telling
every
me.
woman
hold
in
on.
America
if you want to
who's
extend
just
human
had a
projections
has had a
all the
miscarriage
way
is
to
very
the
angry.
very
Hold on,
beginning,
one at
the
a
very
time,
moment
one
of
at a time,
conception,
please.
if you want to go all the way to the moment of conception, then that means that a woman who just whatever kind of miscarries in the first, second, or third week and doesn't realize it, that is the same as like, oops, somebody dropped their child down the stairs and they died.
No,
That
it's
is
not the same.
absolutely not the same. Do you understand science and what happens in a miscarriage?
Tell me.
An unattended miscarriage?
Unattended. That's why I'm saying we should lock them up after they have sex.
I don't think
Justin,
your argument doesn't make any sense.
My argument makes perfect sense.
no,
if you
it actually
truly
lock
a
believe,
woman up,
I'm
it's
gonna
actually
say,
very
I'll restate my
heinous.
argument.
Might be more
I'll
likely
restate
to
my argument.
miscarry
I
because of
understand
the
it's really.
stress.
I know it
Which
hurts
is why I
because
don't
it
think we
obviously
should jail
demonstrates
pregnant
another
women,
huge
quite
flaw.
frankly.
If you
Can I
believe that the
finish?
moment of
Can
no,
I-
you can't right now. If you believe that at the moment of conception you've created a unique human being, then that means that right now you should be in tears because at every moment women that are engaged. In fact,
Yes.
you could probably make the argument that sex without the intention of immediately going to a hospital is probably immoral because you're engaging in some activity that might result in the death of a child
think
in
you
2 or
understand.
3 or
I
4
don't
weeks
think-
because you don't know if you're going to have a
You don't
miscarriage.
think women
Every
can
single
gestate
time,
a human
every single
being?
time
I
a
don't
woman
like-
has sex,
Be
she's
productive.
probably
One at a
rushed
time,
to a
please,
hospital
please, please,
immediately
one at a time.
after
One
just
at a
to
time,
make
one
sure
at a time,
that whatever
please.
fetus might be there is absolutely
No,
protected.
I don't
Destiny,
think.
let me answer your question.
That is misogyny because what you're saying is
I'm back to my
women
misogynist
cannot
again, okay, yeah.
gestate human
Destiny loves
beings
his
in the
hypotheticals.
womb
Yeah.
and
Let me
be
answer.
productive citizens of our society.
They should.
That's exactly that is misogyny.
So, Destiny,
sir.
I don't
That's
know
exactly
that.
what.
Hold on,
I-
let's let Lila
Okay,
go.
I
Go
don't
ahead,
know.
Lila.
I think your question might betray perhaps a little ignorance about how pregnancy works.
Okay, inform me,
because
please.
because
Or
if
how
a woman
miscarriage
gets
happens.
pregnant, rushing her to the hospital is not going to magically prevent a miscarriage that she may or may not have. Miscarriages happen for a lot of different reasons, and I would argue, especially for imprisonment as an example, imprisoning a woman who's pregnant, which I'm opposed to, by the way, that additional stress could add to the miscarriage. So if you
right.
grabbed a woman after she had sex and might be pregnant and dragged her off to a hospital, that might actually induce stress in her. And
Yeah, but there's
create a
also
miscarriage.
potentially
So I'm not
things, there's
sure
behaviors a woman
where
can
you're
engage
going
in that
with
would increase the risk of miscarriage, especially if she doesn't know she's pregnant, right? Maybe
Say-
a woman
say-
drinks.
Say that one more time.
There might
Destiny.
be behaviors that a woman could engage in if she
Which
is
is
pregnant
why-
that would increase
which
the risk
is
of
why-
pregnant.
which is
However,
why-
that means that
Destiny,
you could have sex with a
Destiny.
condom and with birth control, and you might actually
Destiny.
get pregnant. So if
That's
a woman
right,
is
let me
having
in.
sex and she starts drinking or whatever, she
That's
could be
right.
murdering a child right then and there.
Destiny, let me answer that.
Yeah.
That's why we have recommendations, from the FDA that women who are pregnant should not drink alcohol.
No. You don't even know if you're pregnant
But see,
yet, though. That's the whole
wait a
that's the
minute,
whole
excuse
deal.
me.
That's different,
That's the
yeah.
difference between direct and indirect actions, though, right?
That's how. What is? It
So-
doesn't get much more direct than doing
No,
things to
if
your
a
body
woman
that
is
harms your
pregnant
child.
and does not know she's pregnant, say she just conceived and
Uh-huh.
she goes and celebrates her 20th birthday at a bar, 21st birthday at a bar, and she drinks a whole bunch, and she miscarries, no one would say
You murdered your child.
you murdered your child.
Of course
no one
you
would say
did.
that. That's not that was not the intent.
It doesn't matter what the
There's
intent
a
is. You think
whole
the kid cares what the
difference
intent
between
is?
the
You've murdered a
intent.
child.
Abortion. What is abortion? Abortion is the direct, intentional killing of an
Do
innocent
you think,
human
from the
being.
perspective of the fetus, do you think it cares if
That
it was
is
an accident
a
or intentional?
direct
That it was.
action. We're arguing about the morality of abortion, which you've informed me like 5 times because you don't want to talk about science.
Sure, but what I'm saying is that if you think that from
Abortion
the moment
is
of
a direct-
conception,
I will say, I'll give you this,
intentional
Destiny. If you're having sex, and this is actually goes to a related conversation to the abortion
New
conversation,
topic.
but that's very important. I think,
topic is you
anyways,
guys didn't answer any of my other questions.
sexual
I have a
ethics.
question, actually.
And I think your
after
question
Lila
kind of gets
goes
into
here.
the sexual ethics world,
Can-
which I think is important. So we could go there. 'Cause
Sure.
If you're
I
having
do have
Well,
am I allowed
heterosexual
to?
sex,
Am I allowed to ask any of my questions because none of them got answered?
well, I would
Do you want to
argue.
reiterate them?
sure. I had like 3 really basic
Can I
ones.
answer his little hypothetical though,
Yeah, answer
really
it.
quick? Okay.
Sure.
About the mass genocide of
Well,
accidental
no,
babies.
it was more about, if you're having sex,
like
should you be
carrying
heavily
semen.
drinking afterwards? I think was where you're going with that.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say no, you shouldn't actually. I don't think, and this is part of our society's problem today, post-sexual revolution, is we have separated sex from procreation and from relationship.
Okay.
And because of that, we have the abortion rate of 2,500 children killed every day by abortion. Because of that, we have mass unhappiness. We have breakdown among male-female relationships. People actually are having less sex in many ways than before. Pornography use is spiking, and it's all because we've forgotten what sex is designed for, which is intimacy and new life.
Okay.
So I would be against a culture, and I am against acts where people are just being promiscuous, having sex, not
Literally
really caring.
none of that has
And then-
anything to do with what I said, because everything that I described happened could literally happen within a marriage where a woman gets pregnant, doesn't realize it, has some alcohol.
hold on,
Well,
just let
well,
him
then,
finish.
then I'll
Let-
answer
let
to
Dustin-
that too.
hold on, just
Actually,
let-
let me answer that too, because I'm
I'm
married.
just saying that nothing what I gave had anything to do with the
Okay,
sex
well
culture or
then
anything else.
then thank you for the clarification.
Okay.
I can relate to your question. I'm married. We hope to have another baby, and yes, when I know if I might be fertile, I might be getting pregnant soon. Yeah, I'm not going to be drinking
drunk.
gin and tonics because I might be getting pregnant, and I want to have my body be as hospitable as possible for that baby. And I think that would be the prudent thing to do. And that's another reason, if as a woman and you're having
we weren't
sex, you
talking
might
about
get
what was
pregnant,
prudent or
to
not. We
be-
were talking about like moral rights or wrongs. But
Well, I think it would be morally irresponsible, yes, to be getting drunk when you may be getting pregnant, yes.
okay. On the same
'cause
level as like
creating-
murdering a child, right?
Creating a new human being is a
there's a
logical
bit of a
Hold on,
outcome
just one
of
microphone at a time,
heterosexual
please.
sex. And so that's what Lila is saying, is that if you're engaging in heterosexual sex, you have to be aware that one of the very biological outcomes of that behavior, of that choice you've made, is creating a unique, whole living human life. So therefore, you have consented to the fact that a unique, whole living life may come into an existence by engaging in that act knowingly.
Gotcha. Okay.
Destiny, did you have more?
I
know
said it
you had
very
a couple
slow
questions.
and
very
very
similar
clear.
questions.
Did
Do
you
we
have-
agree
okay.
that is puberty a real thing?
Absolutely, puberty is a real thing.
Okay. When does it happen?
It's a range.
Oh, hold on. I know
where he's going. I know he's
can
where
I,
he's going
can I
with
just
it.
make a
Go ahead,
comment here?
Lila.
But that's
There is-
fundamentally
hold on,
different
there's-
between.
Hold on,
hold on. Let
let's
me
let
just.
Lila go.
There's
Can I
an
answer this?
absolutely.
Can
There's
I answer this? Let's make my question.
sure. If you
Lila,
want to.
like, I love you, but you don't let me answer any questions.
Yeah, Lila.
All right,
Jesus.
So, I'm
So
just gonna,
rude.
like,
You're being misogynistic.
I mean, I
her.
think it's been pretty.
I've been
No.
trying to be.
I think they're
pretty-
both. I think they're
Sorry,
both
Kristan,
misogynistic.
We
Okay.
need hand signals. No. I understand where the question was. You brought this up earlier about puberty. Yes, absolutely, puberty is a real thing. I have 2 pre-teens right now.
Okay.
I'm reminded every day that puberty is a real thing. And absolutely, it onsets at different ages based on the environment, based on a child's experiences or stress that the child may be going through, or the genetic conditions that a child may have. But that's not an equivalent for saying, well, we don't know when human life begins, when we know it actually begins, and we've already proven as a scientific fact begins at the moment of conception. Therefore, we can kill a human being.
Okay. So
It
all
is
I'm
not
trying
the
to
same.
illustrate to you is that
Can I
you
answer
believe
now?
in.
No. Is that okay?
Yes,
Okay.
Lila, go
All right,
ahead.
add in
and
what
then
I
we'll
did
have you
too.
come in. We'll have you come in. Go
Thank
ahead,
you,
Lila.
Kristen.
Go ahead.
So I would just say, yes, there is a sliding time frame from when someone might undergo puberty. But if you are basing a decision about whether or not you can kill an innocent prepubescent or pubescent child, then I would say your standard of puberty shouldn't matter. Similarly to your standard, your unjust standard of consciousness, to demand that a baby that's not fully developed yet has to be developed in order to be protected. And I think that's age discrimination.
Gotcha. Okay. So all I'm trying to point out is
Do you agree you are age discriminatory, by the way? Do you agree? 'Cause
I
we've
am
said
age.
that.
Do you think? Are you age discriminatory?
So you're age discriminatory about when human beings should have
I'm
the
age
right to
discriminatory
live.
about a lot of different things.
So you believe that you are age discriminatory about
I'm
when human beings-
developmentally discriminatory.
Typically,
developmentally.
developmental discrimination is for the protection of the less developed person. It's
Or it
not
could
for
be
the
for
manipulation.
the protection of a mother that doesn't want to have a pregnancy
It's
too.
not
There
for
is
the,
another
it's
person
not
in the
for
equation
the
here, you know.
manipulation and the
There
harm
absolutely
of
is
the
another.
less
Manipulation or
developed
harm of the
person.
mother who's being forced to be a breeding factory for a child.
Do you know what an abortion
I can
is?
morally loathe
Wait,
this just
wait,
the other way if you want. If you want to
Jesse,
play that game, I can do that.
Do
all
you
day.
know, I
what
think your
happens
argument
when-
actually isn't consciousness. I think you are making a bodily autonomy argument.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. That's the
You
dumbest argument in the
absolutely
world.
are, because you said the mother has a pregnancy. No, the mother.
No, I'm just trying to show
mother
you that
has a
if you
human
want to
being
morally loathe things like
developing within her.
murder of a child, well, then I'm going to say, well, forcing a
Well,
mom
you
to be a
didn't agree
breeding
with
machine.
me about my analogy about artificial wombs.
What
either.
I
You
didn't
said
agree, I
abortion
rejected
would-
it because I said it was dumb because viability has no impact whatsoever on my feelings on whether or not a fetus is endowed
But
with
I
rights
think
for human life or not.
Kristen is correct in that you are sort of talking out of both sides of your mouth a little bit here.
Absolutely not.
On
Right
the
now, I'm
one
struggling
hand-
to talk out of one side of my mouth.
On the one hand, Destiny, you're saying that it shouldn't matter whether or not the mother wants the baby or doesn't want the baby if the baby is conscious. And on the other hand, you're saying actually the mother's desire to have or not have that baby, being forced to birth that baby, actually does matter. So that's a little bit of a contradiction.
So it's not a contradiction at all. Whether or not somebody wants to have a child or not is not the same as when does the child get moral protections. Those are two fundamentally separate questions.
You're saying you
However,
should not be,
I might want
forced to give birth. You are using that language.
No, well, because you're using the language of like killing a child.
No, you're ending the life of an innocent human being that is a child.
Thank you for illustrating my point. Yes, yes.
So if you're why are you so offended? Why are you so offended by the word child?
I'm not offended because when you say child, it's
Destiny.
not that it's triggering me.
It's absolutely triggering you because you've said it like 6 times.
Because you're begging the question.
Are you triggered, Destiny? Confirm or deny?
Are you triggered?
Okay.
So
I actually, you know what? I have.
The problem is that right now, the point of our debate, it's kind of like going to a self-defense trial and having the people that you killed being called victims.
Well, hold on,
right?
hold on. You're the one who's advocating for the positive right to kill a child in the womb.
Okay.
You're the one advocating for that.
Okay.
We're advocating to say you can't kill a child. So I'm
just trying to explain why calling it a child is.
But why does that bother you?
I'd actually like to understand.
It bothers me because the subject of the debate is whether or not it is a child. So if you call it a child, you're already presupposing the most difficult part of the conversation, which is begging the question.
But I think, that's a contradiction too, Destiny. Because
it's not a contradiction.
It is because you just said you said that you become a person. At consciousness, this arbitrary line that you've drawn that's not even clear.
Yeah.
And
no,
you're
it's
saying,
very clear.
But you never
Who
were
hasn't
upset.
named
you
any
never talked about
biologist,
when
by the way,
childhood
turns
began.
out.
So let's actually talk about that.
When is a
Does
what?
childhood begin at a different time than when personhood begins?
Childhood is whatever you want. Some childhood begins when you see your first Sesame Street episode. I don't know. What does childhood mean?
Okay, when does a child become a child? When is it okay
at
to
birth?
call a preborn life a child in your
I don't
view?
know. That's a semantic question. I'm not really
So why are you
interested
upset
in.
about us using the word if you don't really
Because
have an
we're not
opinion
just
on it?
having semantic disagreements. We're having like very discrete disagreements on
So
morality
where
over
do
when
you
somebody should
disagree
be.
then? When do you
My
think the
disagreement
life
is I don't
becomes a
think that
child?
it becomes a person at
But
conception
you
that's
just said
endowed
you
with
don't
human
like
rights.
us using the word child. When does the life become a child?
Because now you just asked me about childhood and now you're asking child. The reason
I'm
why we're
asking
arguing over
when you start having
Sure.
your childhood, when you start
Okay.
becoming a child.
Let me know
when
when I
is
can
that?
fully answer the question, okay?
Please tell me.
Okay. We're having a conversation right now about when something is endowed with like moral consideration. When
I'm
does
asking
something
you a pretty simple question, actually.
Are you a liar?
I'm just asking.
I asked you to if I could finish. You said I could, and now you cut
Let's-
me off.
let's let
you
Destiny
lied to me.
finish
Okay,
the,
let me finish the question.
for it.
Don't
Go
lie,
for it.
because you'll lose moral consideration. Okay. All right. No. If the subject of the debate is when does a fetus become a person? Okay, child is another word for person. So when you say,
Okay, that's
do
what I
you
was trying
think
to
it's
Hold on,
okay?
hold on.
When you say,
please let
do you think
Destiny
it's
finish.
okay to kill a child? Obviously, the answer is no. I don't think it's okay to kill a child. But that's not the
What do you
conversation
call
we're
it
having. The
before it's a
conversation we're
child?
having
Please,
is
just let them
when is
finish.
something considered a child? So that's why I'm obviously going to push when you say you're saying we should kill children
What do
at
you call
2
it?
weeks old. I don't know, a fetus, whatever you want to call it.
But do you know what the Latin word fetus means?
I don't care. I'm not Latin.
It means young one. It's another word for child.
That's great. There are young ones that are puppies. That doesn't
human
have any
child,
bearing
so-
on
Oh,
me.
that's
You're not
actually-
going to
that's a very
etymologically like
interesting
win the
question
debate
for
against
you.
me.
So just
do you
to
think
clarify,
puppies get consciousness at a certain point?
Not human
just to
consciousness,
clarify,
no.
we're only allowed to call
That would be an
a
interesting
human
question.
life a child at Destiny's arbitrary line of consciousness. Is
What
that
I'm
correct?
saying is that
Because you're very offended when we use this term, so I'm trying to understand when it is in your book correct to use
if
it.
anybody is triggered in this room, it is not me. Okay.
That's good.
So it's funny that you keep using the offended line. I'm used
Okay,
to the mad
you
bros.
disagree strongly.
No, I don't disagree. You're just like
don't disagree.
presupposing the argument. That's the
It's
issue.
pissing you off when we use the word child, is what we're saying.
Confirm or deny? Are you
Confirm or
pissed
deny?
off, Destiny?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
He
You know what?
doesn't
I
like
actually.
it.
Can I? Wait, no, hold on.
Wait,
It's the same
wait,
thing as you guys, because I know you guys, and I guess maybe this is just like in your brain, is how you approach these conversations. But I know you guys get frustrated when people argue with you, and you're like, you just want to take rights away from the mom. Oh, so you're trying to make moms
Well,
slaves?
I would-
You're turning moms into baby factories?
yeah.
That would be if I wanted to engage in the same style of conversation you're engaging in. I would just say that over and over again. Why do you
No,
want to make moms baby
I would-
factories?
I
Why do you
would
want to
ask
make
them
moms
to-
slaves? You know what is really problematic is when we take away rights from certain groups of people and we force them to do things with their bodies that they don't want to. A lot of eugenics was done that way. A lot of the Nazi concentration camps were that way. In Japan, Unit 343 did a lot of weird things like that, or whatever the fuck.
Except
right?
in the
So
cases
if
of
you're gonna
sex,
if you're gonna
use
make the argument that like,
engaged in
oh,
the
well,
behavior.
viewing people as people sometimes and not as really problematic, then I'll say, okay, well, restricting rights from people, especially women, has also been really problematic historically.
So-
Welcome to women's suffrage. Welcome to women being able to own property. Welcome to women having access to birth control.
Thank you
Welcome
for
to women
explaining
being able
women's
to
rights
do,
to
no
us.
problem. I'll
I
do it since
appreciate
you guys have the problem with the
So-
understanding.
thank you.
But I'm saying I'm not doing that because that's boring to me, because obviously if you guys thought that a fetus wasn't a human life, then you would obviously agree with me. And if I agreed that a fetus was a human life, I would obviously agree with you. So
wait,
when
wait,
you
you
use
don't believe a
normatively
fetus-
Hold on, let him
loaded terms,
finish, let him
This is an
finish.
important point.
when you use normatively loaded terms like murder a child or commit homicide, then all you're doing is you're begging the
You
question,
don't- no,
because
they're not-
obviously
okay.
nobody at this table and nobody in this room believes in killing children or committing homicide
Okay.
against children.
Except
the
that you-
question
I have
is,
a question
when
for
does it
Destiny.
become a child? That's
I
the
have a
whole
question
subject.
for you, though,
I-
because you just said when a fetus becomes a human being. When does the fetus become a human being, Destiny?
The personhood comes when the conscious experience starts, which
Okay.
is about
But
20
wait,
to
wait,
24
wait,
weeks.
wait,
Yeah.
Wait.
wait. Biology says moment of conception, life begins.
Biology does not tell you-
No,
hold on, wait,
stop,
I'm not-
stop. Excuse me.
Biology does
Excuse
not
me.
tell
I'm
you when
gonna start
human
talking
rights-
to you like I talk to my 4 boys. Excuse me.
Can we,
Human
hold
life
on,
comes
wait,
into
hold on,
existence at the
Kristen,
moment
Kristen,
of
Kristen,
conception.
one
I'll let her
sec,
do it.
Kristen,
Go
one
ahead.
sec, one sec.
Yeah.
If we can, and you know, there's been some comments about this. I would like everybody here at the table to have an opportunity to speak. So if we can
Everybody,
including Kiki, yes. So if we can try to limit the interruptions, let people finish their thought, and then go on. I'd like Destiny to have time to speak. I'd like Lila to have time to speak. Kristen, you as well. Go ahead, Kristen.
Fetus. When does the fetus become a human being? Because biology says, biologists confirm, 96% confirm, that the moment of conception, you became a human being. You became a member of our species. But you kept saying the word, it's not a human being. So when does the child or entity or whatever term you want to use, it doesn't trigger you in the womb, become a human being?
20 to 24 weeks.
So you're actually, wait a minute. This is very important because you didn't say this at the beginning of the debate. Beginning of the debate, you were making a moral argument, but you weren't saying that
He
it
just
wasn't a
changed
human
his
being.
position from person to human being.
This is what Lila and I were exactly. This is what I pointed out like 15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
That you are using an argument saying that it's consciousness, that consciousness gives that human being these special personhood rights not to be killed. But I made the argument a while back that you aren't really making that argument, because when I presented a couple other scenarios to you, you wouldn't agree with me. But the argument, what you just said.
What was the scenario where I
stop.
didn't agree?
The argument you just said was it wasn't a human being. You just said, for everybody here, that it becomes a human being at 20, 24 weeks.
Okay.
That is scientifically unsound, because what we've already proven to you is that the moment of conception, a unique human being comes into existence. Do you agree with me that a human being is present in a mother's womb at the moment of conception?
If you want to define human being as unique genetic code that appears, then we can call that a human being. But the conversation that we're having right now is not about what a human being is. The conversation we're having is, when does something get granted rights or moral consideration?
So I think you
And
need
I
to be
would
careful
say
with your terms then. Because
Hold
you
on.
kept saying
you're the
human
one that's
being.
mixing everything up. I've been pretty clear, and I'll continue to be clear, because you're trying to ask me, yes or no, when does it become a human being? And if you're defining human beings as the thing that gets rights, then I'll say it 20 to 24 weeks. The thing that I've said over and over again, and if you want, I can write this word down. What I am talking about, and I've used this term before, is person or personhood.
Right.
And I think that a person is not a collection of cells. A person is not some body parts. A person is not something that responds to pain or heart pumping blood. When we think of people or persons, we think of people that are having subjective conscious experiences like we have now.
So I have a
when we
question.
think
What
of when somebody
experiences?
dies, we think of that subjective conscious experience ending. That's why earlier the question that I asked that I will never get an answer to, and I understand why you won't answer it. I asked you,
Which
if a
we
person
already
is going to be in a coma for the rest of their life, will never wake up, can you kill them? The answer is obviously yes, but the reason why you won't say that that's okay is
No.
because a comatose person possesses every
I will
single
answer the
thing
question
that
for
the
you.
pre-conscious fetus has.
Let me answer the
So if
question.
you can kill that comatose person, you can probably kill the
No,
pre-conscious
you're
fetus.
not killing.
But the problem
I think it's
is
wrong
that you
to
won't
take a
answer that
gun
question
and
because of
kill
that. Yeah.
the person in a coma. I think it would be wrong to take sofa clamp and dismember that person
100%.
limb from limb who's in a coma. I think it's wrong to take a needle and insert digoxin into that person's heart who's in a coma and cause a cardiac arrest. All things that happen during abortion, by the way. We would never argue that a person who's in a coma, whether we know they're brain dead or they're not brain dead, we don't know because we don't have an actual scenario we're talking about here, but we would never say you actively kill a person who's in a coma. What Lila said, what
I agree
have
with
said,
that. I agree.
is you can actually remove care. you can remove the
I've already
breathing
demonstrated that
apparatus
you don't
to
agree with
see
this
if
argument.
the person.
This is not an argument that you agree
No,
with.
you just said we didn't answer the argument in your question, but we did.
Yeah,
well, what
okay.
happened was there was a bit of filibustering where
Sure.
I was
if
trying
you want,
to
we
get
can very
clarification.
clearly
You
get
don't
to
like
the bottom
our
of this, or we
answer,
can ramble
Destiny.
on to irrelevant things. Do you
You
want to
just
get to the
don't.
bottom
You
of this?
don't like our answer, so
Okay.
you say we didn't
So
answer your
what you're
question.
doing is you're pointing out a difference. So sometimes in moral philosophy, people want to point to the difference between doing and allowing harm, and there might be a fundamental moral difference between doing harm to somebody versus allowing harm to somebody.
It
And you're
depends what you mean by
you're-
those actions.
Sure, you're trying to draw some difference here between doing and allowing harm. However, none of us here believe that that matters in this case, right? Because if you look at a child, none of us here would say that that one is morally okay to allow harm versus one is morally okay to do harm. For
Destiny,
instance, if you had a child that was connected to an insulin tube or a feeding pump because they had issues with digestion or feeding, you wouldn't say that, like, okay, actively killing the child is wrong, but if you just disconnected their insulin pump, that would be okay because you're passively killing the child. We would say no, they have a fundamental right to survive and be alive, and you would say the same thing to a person connected to a machine, because if a person was in a coma or not in a coma, let's say they were just unconscious, okay, and we knew they were going to wake up in 2 weeks, or there was a high likelihood of it, we would say it's probably unethical to unattach that person to the machine, even if all they did was sit there and starve to death.
Destiny,
So this weird description that you're trying to, or this weird dichotomy you're trying to make between doing versus allowing harm doesn't apply here when we talk about moral consideration
It
of different
absolutely
kinds of
I
applies
think you're
when
making.
it talks
I think
to
you're.
abortion.
I think
Don't
there's
say
a
false analogy
there's
again.
I think there's an oversimplification here when you're talking about moral philosophy, because
Yeah.
a lot of it goes into who has the responsibility, what my responsibilities and duties are to you.
right.
So if I am a doctor and my responsibility and duty is to my patient, and I have a child who's getting an insulin treatment, yes, it would be homicidal of me to rip the treatment away from the child.
Yes.
If I am a parent and my duty and responsibility as a parent is to provide nourishment for my child, and I rip that nourishment away from my child, then yes, that would be a potentially a homicidal act. It could lead to death, and it certainly would be a case of neglect and perhaps abuse. So similarly, if I as a parent have these responsibilities to my children, then it would be morally wrong for me to not live out those responsibilities. And every child is dependent on his or her mother. I do not suddenly become a child or a person at consciousness. We don't even have a clear line of when that is. We haven't been able to nail that down.
You still can't tell us.
And in addition, consciousness, you can go in and out of consciousness.
Sure. So
and
here's
in
the-
addition, a child
Okay.
before developing consciousness only needs time to
Sure.
develop that
So here's
consciousness.
wait. This is
So
the most
you're-
important question.
One
The
thing,
most
one thing,
important
one thing,
question.
one thing. No, I'll let you make your point, but after you make your point, allow me to just come in, and I have
Okay.
a couple questions I need
Most
to ask.
important
Go ahead.
question then.
Well,
When
can
you
you
have a
respond
person,
to what I said, though? I'm curious your thoughts on what I just said.
it-
Do you
I don't
disagree
even
with
know
what I
there's
said?
anything to respond to. There's something.
Do you agree with it? Disagree?
When you start saying things like you should take care of children, you can't pull away care from children. Obviously, I agree, but
Okay.
that's all begging the question. We all agree on that. The question is, when do they become children? So there's nothing.
No,
to respond
but
to.
what do you think about the distinction of I have the potential, I have the capacity for consciousness, I only need time for that to be realized. Similar, I'm under an anesthetic, I can have the capacity
Okay.
for consciousness. It's not realized because I'm under anesthetic.
re-
In both cases, it's still wrong to kill.
There's a difference. You're
Why?
not developing the conscious.
Why does that difference matter, Destiny?
Because there's a difference between a thing
I
and
know
a thing.
there's a
Something.
difference, but why does
Hold
the
on,
difference
let him
matter?
finish. Let him
Oh,
finish.
I am getting triggered. You're right. I'm getting triggered. Okay.
I know.
Hold on.
We all know Destiny.
By
Okay.
what?
Let me.
The arguments
floor
or
is
the
yours.
interruptions?
Because she knows her argument is bad, and that's why she won't let me finish her point. So
Incorrect.
it's triggering the fuck out of me. Okay.
Well, let's just let Destiny respond. Go ahead, Destiny. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So the key money question that I'm going to ask is if you have a person connected at end of life care, when does it become ethical to disconnect them?
You didn't answer. I'll answer that.
Lila's question.
But why does your difference matter?
Why does what difference matter?
The difference of the
difference,
child
You're not even going to let me
who-
finish, but I'll tell you the difference. The difference is there's a difference between a thing and a thing that something will become. Those are two fundamentally different things. So when you say, what's the difference between a fetus that hasn't developed the parts to have consciousness yet versus what's the difference
Excuse
between
me,
me?
the fetus-
I told you
Wait.
she wouldn't let me finish. Versus what's the difference between
just
me
let him
who's
finish,
currently
let him finish.
unconscious and will become conscious later after anesthesia will wake up. The difference is you're not developing the capacity to have consciousness. There's a continuation of a prior conscious experience. All the parts are there to create a conscious experience. They're just temporarily
That's the fetus,
alleviated.
Destiny.
They're just no, it's not, because
Hold
the
on,
fetus
let
has
him
never
finish, let him
been
finish.
conscious and doesn't have the parts to deploy
Let
the
him finish.
conscious experience. So there's fundamentally a difference. Was that 2 or 3 interruptions that I said were going to happen, right? There's fundamentally a difference between a thing doesn't even have the capability to have a conscious experience versus somebody else's is temporarily abated by a drug. That is the difference.
Thank you for that.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. Why
No
does
problem.
the continuation of consciousness matter?
The continuation matters because the thing I'm valuing is the underlying machinery that has the capacity to deploy a conscious
Why?
experience. Why? Because in all the intuition of when we talk about other people and things,
Intuition?
it seems like, well, ultimately that's kind of where our morals come from, don't they? Right? And at the end of the day, at the end of the day, the thing that we seem to be valuing in other people seems to be the subjective experience that we're all having with each other.
Okay.
That seems to be the case.
Under your logic, Destiny.
Yes, tell me.
A newborn child whose consciousness, their memories, they won't even have memories as a newborn.
Who's talking about memories?
Because
Hold on, just
your
let her finish.
consciousness as a newborn child and even your consciousness as a 1-year-old is very different than your consciousness as a Destiny, however old you are.
Okay.
Are you less of a human, less of a person, excuse me, because that's the word you're using here. Are you less of a person because you have less consciousness?
Yeah, you might be.
Okay, interesting. That's an
But just because
interesting
you're less of a
acknowledgement.
person doesn't necessarily
So-
mean that you have like not that fundamental
So
right to be protected as a life.
If you are less of a person,
Just like a person who's prepubescent is less of a person in terms of like being like endowed with all the rights of society.
Sure, so
but
if
they
a-
still have the right to life, to not be murdered.
So
Yeah.
let's walk this forward. Then
Okay.
if you're a 1-year-old and
Slowly.
you're a little bit less of a person than a 20-year-old, say, should you have less? Are your human rights less as a 1-year-old than your human rights as a 20-year-old? Where does that
Your
distinction
human rights
matter when
are
it comes
less
to
as a
rights?
1-year-old, yes. But in
Your
terms of like
human
right
rights.
to be killed,
Wait. Human rights are universal and inalienable. They're for everyone. We're not talking about rights when you turn 18 to vote. We're talking about your universal inalienable rights. The idea of a human right is we all share them, and they can't be taken away from us.
Because we're human.
okay,
Maybe
but
we-
you,
maybe we should have defined that at
recognize
the
that there's a
beginning.
fundamentally different set of like rights for children than there are
Well,
for
I
adults.
think-
Now, if you want to talk about like right to not be killed, that's why
Well,
I keep
you-
clarifying. That's why I keep specifying right to not be killed. Yeah, I think
It's
you
a
have that
human
right
right,
to
no?
not be killed. Yeah,
It's
that is a human right.
Okay,
Yeah.
so just to clarify, the amount of how much of a person you are, is what you just said, does not change your human rights, because my human rights as a 1-year-old, even though I'm less of a person because I'm less conscious than
Sure.
a 20-year-old, I still share the same human rights, no?
If you want to, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Okay.
So why would you deprive a child in the womb weeks before developing this uncertain amount of consciousness that's still very limited compared to even the consciousness of a newborn? Why would you deprive them the right to life?
Because they haven't become a person yet, because they haven't developed that
But that's a
subjective
circular
experience.
argument. You
It's
just went back to this.
absolutely not
You went back
circular.
to the
Hold
same.
on, I'm
When
so sorry.
did a
Wait, wait.
fetus
To be
become a
clear,
person?
you're trying to say that, let's say that a person is 100.
You're saying
hold on, whoa.
consciousness
You're saying,
okay.
let's say a person is 50% a person at 1-year-old and 100% a person at 5 years old. And let's say you're saying that a second trimester baby is 20% a person. Well, what about somebody that's 0% a person? Well, I would say that's not a person yet. That's very clear, very easy, very obvious.
You're basing that off of, though, development.
Yeah, the developing of a conscious experience.
So-
Just like
so-
death is based
so
off the development of the lack of a conscious
So that's
experience.
age discrimination. It's maturity discrimination.
If you want to call it age discrimination, you can call it what you want.
Okay.
You're trying to like
Okay.
dress it up to intuition.
You still
pump like
didn't answer
other
my
things.
well,
question.
you're
from
using intuition for your
Hold on,
argument.
no. When I say your
Interestingly.
intuition pumping, what I mean is you're trying to draw on all of the negative things of age discrimination
still
to make it
didn't
sound
answer-
bad.
Well,
But you're
I
not
think
addressing
that's
the fundamental point I'm making, which is that the conscious experience seems to be. And I'll go back to my one question: is when can we decide to
So-
pull the plug on somebody who's in the hospital? What is the defining factor for okay?
Tell me
we
more
can pull
about
the
this
plug.
person in the hospital.
Sure,
because-
they're in a coma. They're in a hospital. They're in a
Okay,
bed.
are they they're on life support?
Yeah,
I'm gonna guess, and they're not medically induced coma.
correct.
Okay, so I would want to better understand, or did they just have a car
Okay,
accident?
talk to me. Yeah, they had a car accident.
Okay,
I
and
know
are
everything.
they brain dead?
They might be. Should we test for that? Do you think that's important?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that is
that's very important.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you say
So-
brain dead, what do you mean by brain dead?
I mean, they can't detect any brain waves on the person. Are they flatlining? Is there any heart?
So, are we going to go by detection of brainwaves? Is what we choose as the
Because
end of life?
what you're getting to, it is ethical, I believe,
Okay.
to remove life support when there's no more hope for the person.
Do you think it's ethical to dismember the person when you remove the life support?
I mean, like,
Would
that
you
gets
do
into
anything
a
wrong
weird-
if you like said,
I
I'm
think
a
that
sadistic
people
person
have,
who wants to
I think
dismember
that people have.
the difference, though, is
Hold on,
life support is an
just let them answer.
but-
Let them answer the question, and
Okay,
then
okay.
and then we'll
There's
have you go.
it's not a proper analogy. Is the
It's
problem?
such
but-
a good analogy because
You
what
enjoy
you're
it, I know,
getting
but
at-
it's not a
no,
proper
no,
one.
no,
For
no,
the
no.
child
It's
and the womb, it's not a
important because
proper
you're
one.
asking the very human questions I would expect you to ask, which are the questions everybody asks: is there brain activity?
Well, they're the ethical questions to ask when you're
Is
a
there-
medical personnel
is there-
making a decision
sure.
about whether or not to remove
Yeah,
life
and
support.
we don't go
actually.
by heartbeat. We don't go by response to external stimuli. We don't
Those
go by
those are often those are evaluated
They're-
when you're determining making life and death decisions in a hospital.
brain
Are-
death is usually what we're looking at. to
Yes,
figure
that
out
is
this.
that is absolutely
That is
considered
the
as well.
defining aspect
All right,
of when
I
we consider somebody
understand.
dead.
So hold
I-
on, can I just ask one question then? You are making an equivalence between a person on life support and a child in the womb, as if the child in the womb is on some form of life support.
The life
That
support's
is
not the
not
important part.
that is not correct, though. That's not correct, because when I'm a child in the womb, when you're a child in the womb, you're not on an extraordinary medical measure to keep you alive. You're in your natural habitat where we all start
because
our
wait,
life.
can I get into this?
And the only, let me just say one last thing, and I'd love to get in. And the only thing that's going to kill you when you're in the womb, if not a miscarriage, would be an abortion.
Okay.
You may,
so it doesn't match.
You still haven't answered the question about the 21-week and 6-day-old human being.
I said it's fine. You could do, if they would be past my 20-week cutoff, so they'd probably be treated like a child.
Probably.
Assuming that's the law, it would be treated like a child, yes.
So you're saying that the law is 20 weeks, and that is exactly where you're at?
Yes.
What about the child who's 18 weeks in the womb, who has spina bifida, and the doctors get anesthetic to correct spina bifida and put the child back in the womb?
Oh, in the womb, if the parents want to. That's their choice. It's a medical procedure.
But this is my question before you made your farting noise.
Yeah.
Does that child at 18 weeks, or the fetus, or the thing that you want to call it, does that child have any rights?
No.
At all?
Nope.
But see, what's interesting is you were conflating parts with wholes. Because
no, I'm not.
No, yeah, you were, because you keep saying that earlier, and we can rewind the tapes or whatever, that the child doesn't have the capacity for consciousness, but the child does have the capacity to have consciousness. At the moment of conception, at the moment of conception, I told you I'm gonna start treating you like a child.
Okay.
At the moment of conception, all of the parts are there, right? The genetic code is there.
That's not the parts. A blueprint is not a part.
Wait, can we pause?
Okay, so wait, let me finish let me finish my question.
Yes, ma'am.
So what part gets added in the womb at between 0 days and 20 weeks?
There's the heart,
excuse
there's
me.
the spine.
Where does that part come from, Destiny?
From the blueprints. Do you think blueprints to a car are the same thing as a car?
You just said it doesn't matter. I said the child in the womb.
A blueprint isn't going to magically become a car.
Well, but a one cell thing is not a thing with many cells.
Excuse me. You're acting as if. Can you sit up? Oh my gosh. Wait here.
If you're going to treat me like a kid, I'm going to act like a kid.
Destiny, please sit up and have good manners.
Treat me like an adult.
No.
Let's go back to the coma.
Let's go back to the coma. I think
that's
my question about the parts and the holes, because I think this is really interesting.
Is this a birds and the
bees
bees
talk? You just said that the child at 20 weeks has the right to life, but the child at 18 weeks has zero rights.
That is correct. That was my cutoff.
Absolutely all.
Absolutely.
But what you were saying in your arguments with Lila earlier is that the child doesn't have the capacity for consciousness. And I said that's absolutely incorrect, because at the moment of conception, all of the genetic material needed for that child to obtain consciousness is there. And what Lila had already said, this is very articulately, all the child needs is time to grow and time to develop. It's not as if a child in my womb at 12 weeks, I take a needle and insert this like little part into my womb and say, bam, fetus, now you have the capacity for consciousness. No, all the parts are already there.
Sure. Let's say that I walk by.
Would you agree with me on that fact that all the parts are there?
Just one thing. Destiny, you respond.
Okay.
And then I do have to jump in. So Destiny, go, and then I'll go ahead.
If I walked outside and there was 100 steel beams and there was a ton of nails and all this shit laying on the ground and it was organized, and I walk over and I push over the steel beams, nobody would say, oh my God, you just destroyed a building. All the parts for the building are there. The blueprint might be there to build the building.
It would still be vandalism.
Yeah, but it's not a building.
And
I agree that killing a fetus is killing a fetus, but it's not killing a human.
If I'm a home builder,
the argument here is not whether or not a thing is being terminated. We agree it's whether or not that thing is the thing you're claiming it is.
It's part of a building.
You're claiming that a thing has a blueprint or can develop the parts in the future or has the capacity
Hold on,
to
let him
become a
finish.
thing.
Let Destiny
That
finish.
argument right there betrays your whole point, because you're conceding that it is not the thing itself. If I walk by a construction site and I start knocking stuff over, I haven't destroyed a building. The pieces of a thing are not the thing itself.
I think that
when does the fetus get the?
I'll just answer that really quick. If you go in and start burning the building before it's built, that would be a problem, and it would be vandalism, and it would hurt the future building.
It would be vandalism, and it would hurt a future building, but it hasn't destroyed a building, has it?
It definitely destroyed what you were building, for sure.
Yes, but it didn't destroy a building, right?
Yeah, but this is the difference here.
No, this is the whole subject of the debate. If you've destroyed all the materials for a building, have you destroyed a building?
A building is a thing. A human being is a person.
I think it doesn't match to what our conversation is on a life, because an embryo is a whole unique individual
Yeah,
human
in part-
life.
Let's come back to that.
But
Can
we go to the coma back really quick? Because I actually want to address that. Is
Well,
that okay?
let's
Or
come
no?
back to that
Okay.
in a little bit. We do have a couple chats to
Okay.
get through here. We're going to read through a couple of these chats. If you want, give a quick response, please, and then we'll continue on with the conversation. We have about, I think, 10 or so different chats. Gredneck, thank you for the 50. Appreciate it. I'm pro-life. First of all, woman, let the man speak. Damn it. Second, Destiny a hypothetical is something that is a scientific. You guys should probably spell check these before sending it. Things that are unrealistic, like a button saying not going to wake up, is unrealistic and impossible. Gredneck, thank you there for the donation. We have Stir the Sauce 09. Thank you, man. HR 1074, if the perpetrator commits the predicate offense with the intent to kill the unborn child, the punishment for that offense is the same as the punishment provided under federal law for intentionally killing or attempting to kill a human being. Explain? By the way, if you want, you can read them on the screen here.
Can we go to the coma? Or because it got
Let's do a few more.
Okay,
we got a few more.
You
Did anybody want to respond to Stir the Sauces? He's saying that
He's trying to make an argument from legality, but it's a dumb argument because nobody here believes in that. Because if the law right now said that killing a fetus incurred no penalty, obviously they would disagree with the law. If the law says that killing a fetus incurs a penalty of homicide, I would probably disagree with that law. But I mean, like,
Okay.
it's just none of us here are arguing for what's legal or not.
All right, next chat. We have Mickey. Hey, thank you for the $69 donation. Thank you. Take turns talking. It's the woman couple choice. Why is it anyone's business who is not going to raise and finance the child have a say? All that is needed to do is provide a safe space for them in order to prevent unnecessary casualty due to self-abortion. Can anybody parse that?
That's a stupid argument. People that say that it's just a decision between a man and a woman is dumb because what's being debated here is the life of a child. If you believe it's a child, then it's not just two people that have a say over it. The life of the child ought to be provided some personal negative rights as well. Right?
All right, we have Alvin Sam here. If abortion is murder, should the woman be charged with that and go to jail? Credit to Rolla for this. Lila or Kristan, do you have a response to Alvin's chat here?
I believe that those who commit murder, so the abortionists, those who would be assisting in the abortion, could be tried with a crime. And actually, we've written laws at Students for Life Action that do make committing abortion a criminal offense. We do not believe that a woman should go to jail for abortion because sadly for 50 years in our country, we have told women that it's not murder and it's not killing. It's simply a removal of meaningless blobs of tissue that don't have any consciousness yet, which we know is false. And so we actually see her very much as a second victim of the abortion industry that tells her that she can't, that she isn't capable enough, as you know, the argument that Destiny was making earlier, that women somehow aren't capable enough of walking around this earth pregnant without, you know, being locked up or whatever for potential miscarriage. We believe that she absolutely has the capacity to achieve her career goals and her educational goals. But sadly, Planned Parenthood, the nation's largest abortion vendor and the abortion lobby, has told her something different for the past 50 years.
Hold on, real quick. That's the worst answer ever. If you believe that abortion
Thank
is
you very
murder,
much.
then a woman should be held morally responsible for a conspiracy to commit murder if she goes to an abortion clinic. Full stop. End of discussion. If you think abortion is murder, a woman going to get an abortion would be the same as a woman going to get her 1-year-old child killed. If abortion is murder, it's murder for everybody involved, including the woman. Yeah.
And I'm more of that position, which is that there's obviously, when it comes to homicide, there's a lot of potentially mitigating factors, full intent, full knowledge, coercion. But I think, yes, if you're willfully and intentionally taking the life of your child, there should be criminal penalties.
Got it. All right, we have Rams here with the Canadian 69. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Maybe we should take policy back to the age-old normal. To the age-old normal equals babies coming from marriage in society is the norm, and therefore out-of-marriage births will be the exception, and overall less births to consider for the mystery of when a fetus is a human. Okay, Rams, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Did anyone have a response to that? Or David Sina, can you each describe what happens during an abortion, starting with Destiny?
I think it depends on where the development of the fetus is, but I think normally don't they start putting in tools, cutting it up, sucking it out? I think it depends on how far along the development is. So.
Would you like to go in detail? Because like if you are advocating for abortion, I think you should be able to tell us what abortion really is.
My understanding is
don't just
prior
be like,
to
oh, whatever.
Yeah. So I think generally there's like this whole slew of I would call them like gore porn films, like Saw and stuff that they have doctors watching beforehand, so that when they go in, I think the goal is to inflict the maximum amount of gore and pain on the fetus before they take it out. So the first thing you do is you open the vagina up as much as possible, dilate the cervix.
Here, give us a serious answer.
I think they start with little razors. It depends on how sensitive the baby is to pain, and they start to flay it alive in the womb, and then they pump like oxygen so the baby can start crying and everything.
Why don't you give a serious answer to
no,
a serious
because
question?
the argument of like what happens on some emotional level, you're totally conceding any
It's not
logical point.
emotional, it's
It
just the
absolutely is.
reality
of what
You're
it
conceding because you're trying to win on some like emotionally driven
No,
point.
it's
If you
about
want to
the
morally
reality.
grandstand on it, it's fine. But I'm not here to like mince words over like, oh well, this is what happens to the other boys.
Well, if you support abortion, I think you should have the balls.
I support
to at
cremation
least
as well,
tell
and cremation
you
would be
what
pretty
happens
bad if
in
I
an
thought that a
abortion.
corpse was a living
person's
person.
dead.
I also support embalming too, and that would also be really brutal.
But
if
that's
it was a living
not a
person.
living human
Yeah, and I don't
being
agree that a
anymore.
fetus is a living human. Welcome to my
wait,
argument
okay,
from like 2 hours
see,
ago.
Destiny, are they
goes
dead?
back to the argument that we
If
keep
they're not
saying.
wait, hold on.
You
hold
keep
on.
saying
If
it's
they're not-
consciousness, but you
if
just
they're
said
not
it's
living,
not
are
a
they-
living human
yeah.
being.
Are they dead, Destiny?
Is
It's
a
not a
fetus-
person. It's not
is
a
a fetus
person.
in a womb
That's not
who's
what you
12
said, though.
weeks dead, or is it alive?
It's not a person.
Is it? Wait,
That's
you
not what
just
he said,
said.
though. He
You
said-
just said it wasn't a living human being. So answer
In the sense that
question.
it's not a person. You can try to trap me on semantics, but everybody in the audience knows what I'm saying.
But-
Your
but-
heart is living, but it's
I-
not a person. A
So
fetus
it's
is living, but it's not a
alive?
person.
Will
Yeah,
you
of course
admit-
it's something. Yeah, of course.
Well, I mean,
But you were saying abortion.
Mitosis occurs. There's metabolism happening.
Just-
It's getting external nutrients.
Just
yeah,
to
it's alive,
clarify,
it's inside, yeah.
just to make sure I'm understanding,
Yes, ma'am.
you were saying that abortion isn't gory the way, or it doesn't matter that abortion is gory the way embalming or cremation might be, because it's not taking the life of a living person. Something, okay? You said human being, but then you changed it to person because you realized
Yeah.
that was bad to say human being because you already agreed that humans start at fertilization. So, but abortion does end the life of something, no?
Yeah.
Does it?
It's terminating some process, metabolistic thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
so
does
it
abortion
ends life.
Yeah. It's-
it
if you
ends life.
consider, yeah, it's a living thing. Yeah.
So is abortion killing?
A thing, something. Yeah.
What does abortion kill?
A fetus.
What is a fetus?
However you want to define it.
a
Something
fetus
that
a human?
contains a
There's a
human gene.
scientific
It's probably on the
definition of
total
fetus.
development of like a human. You start as a zygote, you begin mitosis, and you develop into a fetus, and there's different fetal
So a
stages
fetus
or
is
whatever.
a human.
Aren't you considered a fetus all the way up to like delivery? Technically,
Yeah.
It's like an 8
So
month old.
so a fetus is a human.
Sure, it could be.
So
yeah.
it's correct, not emotionally, but it's correct
You're not- I'm-
literally
I'm
to
telling
say.
you, you're
I'm
not
just gonna
gonna win.
Just ask the question: is it correct literally to say then that abortion kills a human?
No, because you're intuition pumping. Because when you say human,
But
the
you
word you're
disagree
trying
with
to
all
draw.
those terms.
Why is
If
she
you
incorrect in
disagree
that
to those
The
statement?
terms.
ultimate example of somebody not being confident in their position is to try to win the debate through etymology. You're not going to
No,
win this debate by
Destiny.
trying to redefine
You-
words in a
you-
clever
you
manner away
literally
from
just
me.
agreed
If you
that
want
it
to
was-
pretend that, that's
Yeah.
fine. But like,
Destiny.
you're not making any actual like arguments here. What you're trying to say is like, well, do you consider a fetus a human? Sure. Do you consider a baby human? Yeah. Oh, so you want to protect some humans but not others? I guess.
I'm
So what
actually
about
trying
white
to
humans and black
understand-
humans?
I'm
right?
trying to
No, you're
understand
not
your
trying to
position.
understand. My point has been crystal
I'm-
clear the entire time. I'll restate it for like the 5th time. My point is the conscious experience,
seems like-
whatever you want to call that. If you want to call that when it becomes a human, and before that it's just a fetus. If you want to call that a person or give a person whatever, 20 to 24 weeks. At that 20-week mark is when you get the protections that you're endowed with as a human person under the Constitution of the United States. At 20 weeks. If you want to call the thing before a fetus or a human fetus or a human thing or whatever you want to call it, you can call it whatever you want.
So-
but my position is crystal clear. I've elucidated on it multiple times.
So
If you guys want to respond, go ahead, and then I'm going to get some
Okay.
more chats.
Does abortion
Just-
kill a human being?
a human being, I probably wouldn't agree to those terms, no.
Well,
but
you
if you
just-
want me to
you
say yes
just
to make
did
you
a
feel
minute
better,
ago.
sure.
So it's a little
I-
confusing.
Also,
you're
hold
like
on.
all over the map.
I'm
in
not
your
all over the
definition.
map. I'm crystal
we could
clear,
have
but
a
you're trying to
whiteboard
semantically win on a
your
point instead of
circles
having the
you're
actual
drawing.
argument. However,
Yeah.
I'll say this. I can shortcut that whole question. The question is stupid, and their point of like saying like, well, look at how bloody it actually is stupid, because I can ask you this question and I don't know the answer. If there was a way to do an abortion on a fetus that was 100% humane, that was 100% pain-free, they just went in and sucked out and instantly deleted it, would you think that that's okay?
No.
No,
Absolutely
it doesn't
not.
change your argument
Because
at all.
still
So
it-
why
it's
bring up
still-
how gory or whatever,
it's
right? There's
still
no
an
bearing on your
innocent
argument
human-
whatsoever.
I'm answering your question. It's still an innocent human being.
Sure.
Where
I know. I agree.
the
I agree with everything you're saying. I
stronger
understand.
person.
But I'm just saying that, like, so the process of the abortion has nothing to do with the veracity of the argument. So the only reason you bring it up is to win
No,
emotional
I actually
points.
think, I
That was the
actually
whole
think
point of my initial point.
It's actually very important to the abortion argument because
Okay.
as someone who's talked to women who've gone into abortion facilities
Mm-hmm.
or who've been considering abortion, they are actually not fully consented as to what an abortion actually entails. And one of the big challenges that we face in the pro-life movement is actually educating Americans about what an abortion procedure really is. Is it simply a removal of a couple of cells? Is it like removing your appendix or a tooth? Or is it actively ending a human life that has unique genetic unique genetic code.
So
that's a lie.
This is where it kind of falls apart, Destiny, in my view. And tell me where I'm wrong here.
Okay.
Help me understand this. So
help me fall
we
apart,
were talking about consciousness, and you were saying that consciousness, the reason that the development of consciousness matters for personhood, and you referenced moral intuition, okay? But you're very uncomfortable with the moral intuition that might also arise when you consider that abortion is the direct killing, dismemberment, poisoning of a preborn life, human. And so why are you uncomfortable with the moral intuition against killing an innocent preborn life pre-consciousness, but you're comfortable with the moral intuition around consciousness?
Okay, just to clarify, it is innocent, right? Because you said it like 3 times. Hasn't committed any crimes.
Correct.
Okay, just making sure. Okay. I'm not uncomfortable with any intuitions.
That's good.
That's why I've answered every question, every hypothetical. We
Except
can talk
what happens during abortion. You didn't answer that.
You can talk about that if you want.
You said you answered every question, but you wouldn't actually answer the question.
I don't know the exact procedure. I described as much as I know about abortion. I'm sure you know every single gory detail. So why don't you share with us?
I was simply going down
I would like to really hear about what happens during abortion.
We were going down a path where you said that abortion is killing, and yes, it's a human. But then I said, so you're okay with abortion, an act that kills a human, and you didn't like that. I think your moral intuition told you that doesn't sound right. Because
what doesn't sound right?
That you would support an act that kills an human. That
obviously.
But that's what an abortion is, Destiny. That's what an abortion is.
We're talking about different types of intuition
cognitive
here. Moral
dissonance
intuition
is raging right now, Destiny. It's raging.
Not at all.
It's raging.
My position has been crystal clear the entire time. There's a reason why I'll contend with every hypothetical. I'll answer every question, and why you guys are running like crazy for my very simple questions.
Well, let's do a couple more chats.
Coma. Can we do? Oh, go ahead. Sorry,
let's do the chats, and then we will come back to that. We have Juggernaut here. Just a heads up, Juggernaut. Thank you for the super chat. It's a little iffy, so unfortunately we're not going to read it.
Wait, what is it about?
He's being a bit insulting, he's being a bit rude. So
to who?
To the
fuck him, misogyny.
So
tell him thanks for the $50, though, loser.
I'm not going to say that.
Thanks for the $50, fucking loser.
Juggernaut, we will read your other super chat, though, so thank you. Scott Servini, hey, thank you for the 50 super chat. Thank you so much, man. This is a seriously heavy topic for a dating podcast. Didn't know what I was getting into tonight. I'm going to stay tuned, though. Can't turn away. Hey, Scott, thank you so much for the super chat, and thank you for tuning in. Yeah, it's a little different than what we normally do, but
it's kind of important when you talk about dating.
Well, I suppose abortion is somewhat related to dating, and it's
in the red pill space. I don't think it's that relevant a topic.
It doesn't.
Like 90% of the audience are virgins. So.
Well, I mean,
I'm just kidding.
Well, just related to dating, I think it's related, seeing as people have sex, and then the consequences of sex can be pregnancy. So
sometimes.
Scott, thank you. Jonathan D, thank you for the Canadian 50. Appreciate it. Molar pregnancy occurs after fertilization when replication of cells becomes abnormal. The embryo becomes a trophoblastic tumor, which is cancer. It is an embryo before it becomes cancer, is alive per Kristan. I'm a doctor. This is fact. Please explain. I'm not sure what Jonathan is saying.
That definitely
here
supports my argument.
Yeah, he's talking about a genetic circumstance where something's happened that's gone wrong at the moment of conception, and the child doesn't actually fully become a child. It's like a that's why they call it. I keep trying to describe it as it's a molar pregnancy. It's a pregnancy, but it's not a human being.
Is that like a stillbirth or?
No.
Wait, it's a pregnancy, but it's not a human being. Wait, but doesn't it have unique genetic code?
It leads to a miscarriage.
It's a miscarriage.
Yeah, but it is a human being, right? Like children can have genetic abnormalities that lead to them dying.
Yeah, and a lot of when we talked about miscarriages earlier, when you kind of callously made it out like it was nothing. A lot of miscarriages happen because of a genetic abnormality.
Sure, but to be clear, those are children.
Destiny, I think we can find agreement on your coma question.
Oh my God!
We have.
We'll get there. I'm excited for that one. Stay tuned for the agreement on the coma.
We have Nobunaga here. Hey, thank you, man. Good to see you back in the chat. Definition of a child: a young human being below the age of puberty or below the age of majority. If human life begins at conception, like Destiny agreed with, then factually Destiny is wrong. Your response, Destiny?
I didn't consider to check dictionary.com before doing moral philosophy. Fuck me. Thank you, Nobunaga.
Gredneck, hey,
what a genius.
I'll read this one while it's up. Gredneck, hey, thank you for the 50. Sorry for the bad text. What I get from this is Destiny agrees with you on that. It is killing, deleting after conception, but the right to life begins with personhood at 20 weeks. And before that, it doesn't matter to him. By the way, love your podcast, Brian Gredneck. Thank you. Destiny, do you have a response to?
Yeah, that's probably what I agree. You're killing something, right?
All right. Okay, and then we have here, I think we had Nobunaga's, oh wait, hold on. Oh, this is the second one. Nobunaga, hey, thank you.
Can I read this one?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Definition of a person, quote, a human being regarded as an individual, end quote. Since Destiny agreed that the unique human DNA begins at conception, then he is also wrong again. Words have meaning, and Destiny is looking like a fool by trying to move the goalpost. Thank you for the $49.99.
Okay, Nobunaga, thank you. Do you have a response to him, or is that sufficient for you?
If he's going to bring out Merriam-Webster, who am I to contradict him?
Okay, there you go, Nobunaga. Here's another. Do you want to read this one too?
Another one. Destiny is wrong again on consciousness. Alzheimer's is a thing. There are cases of people who get concussions, go into a coma, and don't remember or suffer from memory loss. His arguments are a bunch of BS, and I bet he doesn't mean Bachelor of Science.
Probably not.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, Nobunaga.
I didn't know that Alzheimer's patients didn't have consciousness. That's wild.
They lose their consciousness, yeah.
That's crazy.
Okay,
but they're just as much a person.
Was Terry Shivo or
because consciousness does not give you your humanity or your personhood.
But it seems like that's when we decide it's gone, right?
We have,
what does that mean?
Was Terry Shivo worthy of life?
Thank you for the big 200 super chat. Wow. Who's Terry Shivo?
Terry Shivo is a woman who, they're not sure how she had the accident, but she ended up in a severely disabled state. Some called her a vegetable, but her family said she's not a vegetable. She's interacting with us, and she's a human being. Human beings aren't vegetables. And her husband, in a very famous court case, he had a mistress, and he was actively separated from Terry because he was her guardian, euthanized her, chose to kill her in the state of Florida. And
when
it was
actually
actually starved her.
Was
It was a horrific.
Was in the 90s?
And the way he euthanized her was that they refused food and water.
She died of dehydration.
She didn't die of her condition. She died of dehydration.
Okay.
That's back to the. Tell me when we can do COVID.
Yeah. Almost. We're about halfway through some of these chats. All right, we have Henry N. Pleasure is never as pleasant as we expected it to be, and pain is always more painful. The pain in the world always outweighs the pleasure. If you don't believe it, compare the respective feelings of two animals, one of which is eating the other. Hey Henry N., thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. We have Christopher Fisher here. Thank you for the super chat. According to the NIH, several conditions may mimic brain death: locked-in syndrome, hypothermia, drug intoxication, Guillain-Barré, how do you pronounce that? Guillain-Barré syndrome, delayed paralytic clearance, all mimic brain death, but all have recoverable with due time. Okay, Christopher Fisher, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. We have Dr. Ocho. Thank you. Destiny, you need to start asking them to restate your position back to you. It's becoming exceedingly obvious that they are either not listening or responding in bad faith. Lila seems like she's kind of trying, though. So shout out to Lila. Dr. Ocho, thank you there.
I'll try to do better. I'm truly.
And then we have Jonathan D here. Merci beaucoup for the Canadian 50. Did we...
Yeah,
Wait, did we read this one, or is this a different? Molar pregnancy does not result in miscarriage. Google invasive molar pregnancy. It can, in fact, spread the abnormal cells.
It's miscarriage in the sense that the child is no longer alive, so that there's no child. That's what.
Okay.
But yes, it may.
Just as a quick thing.
Here, I just Googled molar pregnancy for everyone who's confused.
Sure.
A tumor that develops in the uterus as a result of a non-viable pregnancy. There may or may not be an embryo or placental tissue in some cases of molar pregnancy. If there is an embryo, it's not properly formed and it cannot survive. It's very rare, fewer than 20,000 cases a year in the United States. And a routine blood test can, just for anyone who's concerned, a routine blood test can determine whether or not you are having a molar pregnancy.
Okay.
Also, just to clarify earlier, because these guys wildly misrepresented the Terry Shivo case, and I just wanted to look up the facts real quick before I corrected them. One is Terry Shivo had made several statements to family members that if she were to ever be alive in some persistent vegetative state, she would not want to be kept alive indefinitely on machines like that.
Did she say she wanted
Number
to be
one,
starved?
she had said that to multiple family members. These are in court records. And secondly, she was absolutely in a persistent vegetative state that autopsies afterwards confirmed she was likely never to wake up from. Her brain literally was half the weight of where it was supposed to be for somebody.
That's actually not true.
That's fine if you disagree with that, but you're disagreeing with. Now we're not arguing normative beliefs. Now we're arguing scientific fact. The autopsy reports and the people that analyzed her brain agreed just as much. Her brain was in a worse state than another woman prior to her who had been unplugged because of similar issues.
She was disabled, But being disabled.
She was not disabled.
Let me
met a
finish.
disabled
She
person
was.
before?
She had a severe intellectual disability.
No.
Due to the accident.
no,
but
no,
that doesn't
no,
justify
no.
starving her.
Absolutely
And
Do you think
it doesn't justify?
No.
Can I
I'm
just
sorry.
can I just finish? It doesn't justify.
Hold on.
Destiny,
you
can
are
I finish my statement?
wildly out of
Can I
pocket.
finish my
No, I'll
statement?
cut you off this
That
time.
doesn't
to compare
justify
somebody in a
dehydrating her to
persistent
death.
vegetative state
That
to
was-
somebody with severe intellectual disabilities is a wild statement.
and-
she was not severely intellectually disabled. She was a vegetable.
That's
she
not
was
correct.
a brain
That's
dead
actually not
that
true.
did not respond to external
not correct.
stimuli, and the autopsy confirmed just as
There
much.
have been people who doctors have said are in persistent vegetative
not what
state.
we're talking
who-
about here.
Yeah, but that's what we're talking about here, because there are
Okay.
people who doctors have said are in persistent vegetative state who went on to fully wake up and recover. Did you know that?
That's fine,
So
but
it is
the
always
autopsy on this
wrong
concluded,
to
they
deny-
concluded from the medical records and consultations with medical experts that the scope and weight of the medical information within the file concerning Terry Shivo consists of competent, well-documented information that she is in a persistent vegetative state with no likelihood
Her
of
husband
improvement,
wanted her
and that the
dead.
neurological and speech pathology evidence in the file support the contention that she cannot take oral nutrition or
those-
hydration and cannot
yeah.
consciously interact with her environment.
Destiny,
she
those-
was super brain dead. I don't
those
care
were-
what the husband said.
those
The
were-
statements that were used to verify whether she could be
you
unplugged
think
were
that
statements that she had been made to family.
justified
Those were doctors.
She had made statements to her family saying, I don't
Yeah.
want to be
Did
kept
she
alive in this
say,
state.
I want to be starved
She
and
said, I
denied
don't want to be
water?
kept alive forever on machines. That's what she said. Sorry, those were her statements. That was what is legally entered, and scientifically, the evidence does not exist that she was ever going to wake up from that persistent vegetative state.
The part you're not
End of discussion.
The part you're not referencing is that the doctors that looked at her were paid for by her husband, who wanted her dead.
Okay,
That's a
well,
very
all the
important
courts
point.
disagree with you, and all the autopsies disagree with you. So
Well, I think
sorry.
her
It's a very
family would
important
actually
point.
disagree with you as
So-
well, Bobby Schindler and her
I don't
entire
care.
family.
I'm not here to ask the
Who-
questions of the family. What
Well,
I'm
they
asking
were
is what's
there
entered.
interacting with
What's
her.
entered on the. Why would I care what a family member has to say?
Because they were the ones interacting with her.
Yeah, but do you think they're going to be the least biased interpreters of what's happening medically in some event?
Do you think that their experience and their interactions with her, their conscious experiences with her, didn't matter?
Yes, I don't think they mattered.
Well, one question for Lila, or I mean, you two, I guess. Is this Terry Shivo thing? Does it come up
It was it's
frequently
it's an
in
older
abortion
person thing. Wait, how old are
discourse?
you?
It doesn't.
Not
no.
frequently, but it was a big case a
It was
couple
a very big
decades ago.
case.
Okay.
Oh, they were like the same age.
It was particularly tragic.
The name
yeah.
is.
It was maybe because I lived in a Republican household. It was a really big deal
Yeah.
because of all the. I've heard their arguments a million times. Where the argument that people present is that she was there and she was communicating with family members in the hospital room, and her evil, horrible husband, who was fucking a mistress on the side, just wanted to terminate her life to get away from everything. That's usually the arguments provided.
And they
But
dehydrated.
when
It took
you
her
look
10
at-
days to die,
When you look
slowly
at
and
all of the
painfully.
medical evidence in that case, overwhelmingly,
Do you think that was
she was brain
just-
fucked. That's why all they can say is like, doesn't the family member in the room matter?
Well, no. Do you think the way they
It still
killed
doesn't
Terry
justify
Shivo
what
was
they
an
did.
ethical way of killing her?
No. At that point, I don't give much ethical consideration because I don't think it's even a person at that point.
All
So
right.
are you less of a person if you have dementia?
You can argue, but you're not a person.
When do you not become a person?
When you no longer can deploy a conscious
well, then
experience.
if you're asleep, then or if you're
Guess what
under
the difference is
anesthetic,
between somebody
then
who's
you're not
asleep-
deploying your
what's the difference
conscious
between somebody who's
experience.
asleep or
when
somebody
I'm
that's
under
dead?
when I'm under anesthetic,
You can wake up. Why do you keep using
Okay.
this as an example?
Because with an embryo you can develop.
you can't
will-
wake an embryo up. They don't have the
No,
parts
if
yet.
you give it time, it takes time to
Give
wake
it
up,
time
and it takes
implies
time
it's
to
gonna
develop your
transform into
mind.
something different. It's
enters
it's
the
changing.
womb that
It's
gives
not
the
the same
child
thing.
consciousness.
So-
Is that what you believe, that there's something that like happens that comes down
Yes.
from the sky?
No, it
and
actually-
enters,
Hold
excuse
on,
me,
hold on.
Do you
Just
think
let
that
her
something
finish.
magically
Let her
comes
finish.
I
down
don't want
from
to
the
interrupt the
sky?
sky theory
okay,
argument.
okay.
My bad.
Well, hey, you're the one who liked these
Well,
situations.
I know I
Go
like
ahead,
embryos
Do you
developed,
think
so I don't
that
believe the
something
sky theory.
comes
Yeah.
down from the sky and inserts into the woman's womb after the child is already alive
Mm-hmm.
and developing, which you've already agreed to as a human being? Do you think that's how a child develops consciousness? Some other part has to get added, like she goes to the OBGYN's office.
That
and
is
goes,
what I thought.
Hold
Is that the
on,
wrong answer?
Hold on, we have to insert
shit.
the consciousness part.
Yeah. I thought, because when women go for ultrasounds, don't they have like the long amniocentesis? Isn't that like when they put the consciousness in the baby?
I'm asking you because you're the one making
you wanted me
this
to actually
ridiculous
answer? Let's see if
argument.
I can actually
No,
get to this
I want you to
answer.
actually
no,
answer.
Okay. Oh, okay. Let's see if I
Because
get the
because
answer.
the argument that
Two,
you
that's
keep
my prediction for my interruptions when I answer.
the
stuff. Okay,
argument
ready?
that you keep
Two.
making,
Uh-huh.
Destiny.
Does this count as an interruption? Because you asked me, because I'm not even answering.
Jesus.
Oh, can I
The
answer? Hard to keep
argument
track. Counts as
that
one.
you
Hard to keep
keep
track.
making
Yeah.
is that the child doesn't have the capacity.
I could
for,
just tell you the
Would you
argument I'm
stop
making.
for a second?
Okay, I'm so sorry.
The argument you're making is that the child in the womb doesn't have the capacity for consciousness
Yeah.
because a child isn't 20 weeks old yet. And what
Ageist.
we've said multiple times is that the moment of conception, which you agreed, all those genetic components are already there.
What is a genetic component?
Because the genetic code comes into existence.
Genetic component is another word for
egg
blueprint. A
unite.
blueprint is not the thing itself.
How do you think a child gets consciousness? Do you honestly think that there's like a part that's inserted into the uterus that then gives the child consciousness?
Do you think I honestly think that? Why do you ask it that way? Do you honestly think? Do you really think I honestly think that?
Because I don't think you're that stupid. Is why I'm saying that.
Okay.
Because you
let's
keep
play a
asking
game.
this.
Where do you
this
think
question.
I would say? What do you think my answer would be? Where does consciousness come from? How does it happen? Tell me what you think I would say. I'm so curious.
I actually don't know because you keep saying that the child in the womb.
Yeah.
Because when you have the argument with Lila about coma that you've talked about like ad nauseum at this point.
Okay.
I'm getting sick of the same argument over and over again.
True. Let's talk about viability.
Would you
some
stop
more.
interrupting
the argument
me
that
and
nobody's
acting
even
like
made.
a child, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You just like literally keep talking while I'm talking.
Does this all count as one interruption? Remember,
No,
she
this
asked me the
just is
question like 20
the
minutes
same-
ago. Yeah.
No, but when you keep arguing that the child in the womb has no rights, that can be terminated, killed, brutally dismembered.
Brutally.
Yes, actually, brutally. You admitted that earlier.
The only types of abortions I'm in favor of. Yes. Sorry, keep going.
Abortions are very gruesome. So you said that the child has no rights, and that because the child hasn't developed consciousness, it doesn't have the capacity. And what the argument that Lila and I have made multiple times today is that the child just needs time to grow because the child has everything the child needs
No, it doesn't.
to develop.
If you don't kill
This
it,
is the
it does.
point.
It needs
The
nutrients from the
child-
mom.
it
By
needs
definition,
The
it doesn't
child
have.
has everything it
But
needs
that's
at the
not
moment
good
of
faith. That's not good
conception
faith.
to.
Because the person under anesthetic needs nutrients to live.
How
all need
does
It
a
depends on
child?
how long you're under anesthesia
Okay,
for. But
if you're
it's,
the
We all
one
need-
making
you
this
need air.
argument,
You need to breathe
if
when
you're
you're
the
under
one making the
anesthesia.
argument that
It's not good
personhood
faith.
doesn't begin until consciousness, tell me how the child in the womb develops consciousness. Explain it for me, because I don't think you understand what happens at the moment of conception.
okay. You probably know the process better than me, okay? So I'm going to try my best, okay? And then correct me if I'm wrong, okay? So the egg sees a bunch of sperm guys around. They let one in, usually, not always. Usually one comes in, and then the egg and the sperm come together. And when they come together, the cells begin to grow and divide. Now, over time, once you've gotten to hundreds or thousands of cells,
Billions.
different billions of cells. Probably not interested. There's like 100,000, 10,000, then eventually billions of cells, right? I think that you have little things called stem cells that go to different parts of the body and begin to grow and develop based on the genetic code you have and how things are being directed, right, during that process, okay? I'm sure there's a more complicated way to explain it. That's about as well I understand it. So what I would say is, when does the baby get consciousness? It's not magical. What happens is there are parts of your brain that stem cells are hanging out in that are slowly growing out and developing. It's getting nutrients from the mom. It's developing along some normal path. And at some point, it develops the parts, and then those parts begin to metabolize things and function, and then you have that conscious
So
experience.
you just said
So it
it
develops.
develops the parts.
It develops parts.
Yeah.
You just admitted it. Thank you. You just admitted it. That at the moment of conception,
It doesn't have
everything
no.
the child
What I'm
needs
admitting
to form
what I'm
consciousness
admitting,
is present.
what
Wait,
I'm
Destiny,
admitting.
can we have you sitting straight up?
He's in his child.
Do I really? Is that like a rule?
Well, it's just like
It wasn't on the release I signed. You have to sit up. That wasn't on any of the parts. Wait, look at the camera.
That-
Show it on me. Am I that out of frame? I'm
It's
fine.
just
Because you keep
you're
arguing
midway
that
down the,
if
down the
Lila
thing,
is
and the
in a
focus,
coma,
if you're
but she has the ability to
Why do you
potentially.
why can't I answer a question? Why do you keep like talking? Can I answer the question?
You did, and
I didn't get the answer.
You actually just proved
You were
yourself wrong.
making the point that you said it develops, so you proved my point. Wrong. Develops implies you didn't have it. That's why you develop it. You don't develop.
Where did
things
it
you
come
have.
from? Did the magic conscious fairy deliver it in my vagina?
The
Yes.
reason the child got consciousness is because the child, the human, developed its consciousness
Yes.
naturally. Just
Correct.
like you will
Yeah.
develop as you get
Correct.
older,
Yes.
age, you'll have
Yep.
an aging process. The toddler
That's
will
right.
develop
Yep.
age into an adolescent.
And until you've developed the parts necessary to have a conscious experience, you're not having
And
one.
we're saying that's illogical and
It's
unjust.
not illogical.
And you're-
It's perfectly logical.
Well, you said
just like
earl-
if I give you the blueprints and the parts and I show you something,
not a
the
blueprint,
parts in the
though.
blueprint don't go vroom vroom. But when I put the car together and I turn the key on, it does go vroom vroom.
child is
I wouldn't
conscious
say
of
that just
nothing.
because I've
But-
got the parts and I've got the blueprint, I've got the vroom vroom. I would say after it's all put together, then it has the
But
vroom vroom.
Destiny,
Yes.
unlike a car and parts and someone putting in a key,
Uh-huh.
an embryo that's developing is self-developing and self-actualizing with nourishment
From within.
and time, with
Okay,
nourishment and time. It's you
Okay.
could say a self-building car that's building
Sure.
as it goes.
I'll say if you want to use it,
So-
a self-building car. A self-building car with all the parts in the blueprint that can
So
disassemble
if
itself
we
is
want
still not a car until it's put together itself.
Hold on.
Holding.
If we want to use your car analogy,
Okay, gotcha. Let's
if
use
I
it.
go buy a baby Tesla because it's a tiny self-building baby Tesla, and if I
Yeah.
leave it in a room with oxygen and put a couple gasoline things along the wall,
Few posters
baby
of Elon
Tesla
Musk, yeah.
will develop into this mega beautiful Tesla, okay? I would be very angry with anyone who came into my garage where baby Tesla was and killed baby Tesla and said, well, it wasn't a Tesla yet because it wasn't big and all the way developed yet. I would say it would have been if you didn't kill it, if you didn't destroy my
It
Tesla.
would have been.
But
Oh,
it was
hold
still
on.
a Tesla.
Destiny wife
It would have.
Melina
It's still a
donated
Tesla. Do you see that? But
$199. Have my abortion destiny.
That was very rude. Why did that one get to play?
but
That,
offended.
it was the. The TTS trigger is 199 and up.
Okay. So they can just sell me for $199.
Destiny, a blueprint.
I see how it is.
Destiny,
Well, any
a
side.
blueprint will never become a car. An embryo will become a newborn if you don't kill it or
Sure.
it's not miscarried.
I
Do you
agree.
see the difference in why your analogy doesn't work?
The point
Do
of
you
the
see that?
analogy, I know that a car and a child are not the same thing. Okay?
Well, but your analogy also doesn't work. Your application of the two
point-
things to
an
compare
analogy-
doesn't work.
The
Do you
reason
understand
why
that?
you make analogies is to show some part of the argument that's similar. Not
And
to
I'm
say
showing
that
you your argument is wrong
No.
and faulty because your analogy doesn't work. Do you see that? Because a blueprint doesn't develop into a car without somebody else going in
So
there,
do you think
getting
that
other
the
pieces
thing
and building
developing
it together.
itself is like the thing that makes it a human? The fact that it develops itself?
That's one of the qualities of being a unique individual human is that you can grow. Yes, and you can develop.
Okay, I disagree. I don't think that makes you
So
a...
you're saying that it's not an aspect of a human
It is an
specimen.
aspect of...
It's
but
not core to being an organism that an organism grows.
It's core to a
Isn't
ton of
that
different
part
types
of
of
the
work.
nature of being-
Cancer, you just described, okay? Cancers
okay.
are things that grow on their
Well,
own and develop and pass cell death
but
and all
but
of
are
that, right?
are you equating a cancer to a unique human organism?
Cancers can be pretty unique.
So are you
think-
But no,
equating
I'm not
cancer to a
equating.
human?
You keep doing this thing where when I make a comparison,
I'm-
like,
I'm
are you saying this
applying-
thing is
yeah.
the same thing?
Because-
No, that's the point of a comparison, is to just show you the fault of your argument.
No, Destiny, the point of
Yeah.
a comparison is to expose where there is logic or a lack of
Yes.
logic.
And
I'm
exposing
using
of
your
the lack of
comparisons
logic. What I'm trying to
show
get you
that there's actually a
what I'm
lack of
trying to
logic
get
on
you
your
to
side.
understand is that a thing that is developing into another thing is not the
But
thing
you're
itself.
not understanding because it's not developing into another thing. It's developing
It's
itself into its
self-directed.
full potential.
There's a woman's
it's
body.
developing-
Let me ask you a question. It's a biology question. Do you believe a woman's body tells the child how to develop? Is that where you think how babies develop? Do you think the woman's body tells the embryo how to develop?
I mean, it depends on how philosophical you want to get that. You could argue, yes, it provides half the instructions during insemination. That is how that works, yes.
But so after
So technically, yeah,
After
the
the
woman's
genetic
body is
code-
contributing half the DNA. Now, if you want to cut it off at the conception mark, which obviously you
Yeah,
do, but for a variety of reasons, teleologically, we could
after
theoretically go to
human
force
life
and
has
logic.
been created, after unique
Okay,
human
yeah.
life
Oh,
has
well,
been created.
well, if we assume all the hard parts away, well, then yeah, at that point it is an independent thing that I don't think. My guess is no. At that point, the mother probably doesn't dictate the growth.
That's
of the
right,
child that
because the
much.
child, as Lila has pointed out, is self-directed. The child tells itself
growth is self-directed while
how
taking
to
nutrients from the
grow.
mom, yeah.
Absolutely, the child.
As any human being
the
does, we
child
take
is in
nutrients.
its
Not
natural
any-
state.
I don't think any human being past gestation is connected to other human beings taking
Every
nutrients.
human being
have
past
you-
gestation needs
Not
nutrients
other,
to live.
and no other human
And,
being is connected unless you don't.
Why does
my infants needed my breast to survive because I was producing milk.
Why
Are
does
there infants over there?
wait, but Destiny, now you're
No,
using
though they're not connected.
now
I don't know why you
but-
use that as
but
an
I-
example.
I
Go
why
ahead.
have
are we
babies
saying
now.
that connection,
Yeah.
your connectedness, the degree to which you're dependent or connected to your parent determines your personhood? That seems to be where you're going with that
That
argument,
is
no?
not at all where I've gone.
Where are
with
you
any
going
part
with
of
That's
that?
what you
then?
just said.
Where are you going
Well,
with that?
here's what I would say, okay? This is what I would guess, okay? What I would say is, broadly speaking, 20 to 24 weeks is about when you develop a conscious experience. So at about 20 weeks, I would probably cut it off because when consciousness forms, that's when the subjective experience, the person, the who, begins to...
Why? Why does that matter?
Because that seems to be the thing that we care about when we're talking
You
about...
care
fertility.
about
That's
it.
what
a
you
great
care
deal,
about
but
a
why
lot.
does it matter?
Everybody cares about it.
No,
That's why
that's
when we
not
talk
true.
about
not
Terry Shivo, notice what your defensive...
Majority of Americans
Because-
actually
because-
oppose
because-
abortion.
Wait, hold on. What?
$200.
What?
The different. Oh, does someone-
Notice how when you guys
The
were talking
difference-
about Terry Shivo... Notice how when you guys were talking about Terry
Yeah, it's
Shivo,
fine, it's fine,
the
it's
thing that you were trying to say was, hold on, Terry Shivo wasn't totally brain dead. She had an intellectual disability. That shows that you yourself were trying to grab at that idea that she still had some conscious experience. Because at the end of the day, we all know that's the only thing that matters.
No, Sherry Shivo was alive. There's no doubt about that.
There's
Her
first-
body was alive.
There's
alive.
but was she a
first-person
person?
accounts of her
Okay,
being
here's
people
the
in the
question.
room
Let's say
saying
that,
she's
let's say that
alive.
you take a person, and let's say that you chop off their arm and you replace it with a bionic arm. Is that still a person? Okay, let's say you
Yes,
chop off a leg and replace it with a
absolutely.
leg. Is it still a person?
Yes.
What if you get rid of the heart and replace it with a bionic heart? Is that still a person?
Yes, and then at some point,
What
you're
if you
gonna
replace,
run out
now
of
let's say
parts.
we've got a full human. What if you just replace the brain? Is that still the same person?
Yeah, if that's possible. I mean, if you get to that point,
Okay.
it's ever been done successfully.
Okay.
I mean, it'd be an interesting question, but it still would be wrong to kill that person, Destiny.
I
Are
have
you
a
saying-
question.
Are you saying if brain implants are possible, it's okay to kill someone who
Yes.
successfully has a brain implant? Is
That's
that
what
what you're
he's
saying?
No.
Okay, because then
Why do you ask that
why
question?
do you ask that question? Why is it relevant to whether or not you can kill the embryo?
My mind is so blown. I need a second to recover.
I
Can you
still-
repeat
Okay,
the
I
I've
still
question?
got a
need you to
question.
tell me where
I didn't know we were gonna
your
fight.
thoughts
I have never met anybody that bit the bullet on the brain transplant makes you the same person thing.
Well,
before. didn't know that,
I
so.
think it's gonna. I mean, people say if you have a heart transplant.
Nobody
are you the
says
same?
that.
Well,
No.
there's people say I feel a little bit different. There's
That
something about the other person in
the
me.
subject I
Yes.
hasn't changed. You might have different feelings,
but I don't think you are your brain destiny. So this is also a question.
Really,
of
what
you,
am I?
You are a human being, which is made up of many parts.
Okay,
but you're
let's say that you could cut my body,
Right.
cut my neck off, right? You cut
Right.
dismember the neck. Let's say you can choose to keep one thing alive, my head, and put it on another body, or the whole rest of my body and put another head on. What would you choose to make it me?
Well, it's less about which one is you, and it's more about do I have the right to kill you?
No,
That's what
I'm
we're
just-
debating here
I'm just
today.
trying to get at
no,
what-
Destiny,
which one
no,
makes
no,
me.
you're being
But
pretty
you wanna get
squirrely
to
here.
hypothetical again.
No.
This is a story of Wolfenstein 2. Did you play that game?
Destiny,
They
this
did a
is a
whole
very
head
important
transplant,
point.
so it's real, it can happen.
No,
That was in World War II.
Destiny, this is a very important point.
I agree,
Because
but you
whether
totally don't
or
wanna
not-
answer it.
No, I am answering it because whether or not we had the technology to put a new brain in someone else's brain, right? Or we had the technology to cut off your head, put it on somebody else, and then put a different head on that other body. I mean, the question of is that person still destiny or is that a new person? Those are questions to explore. But
Still
in
person.
both cases, it would be wrong to kill destiny with the new body that maybe is part destiny or destiny with the new brain that's maybe part destiny. In
I don't know if
both
that's
cases.
true. I don't think I believe that.
Well, that's an interesting position that
No,
you're taking
I think you
then.
agree.
No,
if I cut a
it's an
person,
interesting
let's say if I
position that you're
cut a
taking
person,
then.
I cut a person's head off, okay? Let's say that I stick the head on a bionic body, and then let's say that I take a body and I put a bionic head on.
Well,
I don't
but-
think people would look and go, oh my God, there's two Stevens. They would go, wow, Steven has a bionic body. They wouldn't go, wow, there's Steven with a bionic head. They would say, this is Steven, because we are our brains.
Yeah,
Because we
I-
are the conscious experience we have. We are
I mean,
the conscious
just like
our
how
brains
the
are very
fetus in the womb
But to
has the
clarify,
capacity to
our
develop
brains are very,
that
very
consciousness
important.
and does have
They
that.
are
But
very
just to
important.
clarify, our brains are very
I
important.
agree.
But your
have
lack
seven
of
donated
we have-
$200. 777 777 777
He just wants to-
777
I think he just wants to stop the fighting.
777 777 777 777 777
Okay.
I was just
Ziz,
gonna say
thank you
our
for that.
our brains are very important. Clearly,
I agree.
But there's also a mystery there, right? About
I agree.
about what makes a human as in terms of the soul and the body connection, because you can have a lobotomy, you can have a part of your brain removed. There's the story of a baby like Jackson who's born missing a large portion of their brain
Anencephaly?
because of hydrocephaly or anencephaly. And in those cases, you still have a person, and it would still be wrong to kill the person. Destiny.
Do you
Didn't they
think-
kill Jackson?
No,
No,
Jackson's
Jackson
alive.
lived
Which
to
one
be-
was the
he lived
oh
to
to
be
like
4
6
years
or
old. I
whatever,
met
right?
him,
That
actually.
wasn't
He's
even like
amazing. No, I did
it
not.
wasn't amazing. It was tragic.
I have a
Wait,
question
so do
for
you
for
believe
people.
that baby Jackson should have been
Baby,
murdered?
who's
Yes.
Baby Jackson?
Well, not murder.
So
killed
he
because
was
I
a
wouldn't trust the
child
person.
born, and he lived for about 4 years with part of his brain. And it's actually a common justification for late-term abortion when children are diagnosed in utero with hydrocephaly or anencephaly when their brain hasn't fully developed or their brain is
I mean,
the
it's
skull hasn't fully
it's,
developed.
It's ableist
But-
to say that because you lack some brain function, because your brain
I'm not talking about
is-
lacking some
Let me
brain
finish
function.
it for a moment. It's ableist to say that because you lack some brain function, or you have dementia, or your brain is less developed, or you're missing a part of your brain, that you are less human, and it's okay for someone to kill you.
it goes back to my slippery slope argument early, like at the beginning
'cause
of
next
this.
to slavery.
No, because you make a slippery slope. You've separated out personhood from being human.
Gotcha.
And
so
the pro-life
issue with
movement,
some babies like Jackson is some children, hydrocephalus was an issue with Jackson. I believe it was also a really famous case in the United Kingdom where parents were trying to fly around their hydrocephalus kid's brain, or they were trying to fly this kid's body around to get him treated by doctors or whatever. But the issue is you can have some very basic human function. I think you can respond. I was talking to you, not them. I didn't want them to hear, okay? But I'll talk to them. Okay. The problem is the brainstem allows you to have some really basic human function, like response to stimulus. I think you can respond to light. You might be able to respond to hot things, I think, but there is no conscious experience there. I don't even know if you would argue the
baby Jackson was having conscious experiences.
No, he wasn't.
I've met him.
No, that's great that you met him.
You can talk to his family.
Yeah,
There's
I'm sure
videos.
You can, and I would probably feel the same way if I had a
Are you
kid like
the expert in determining who's everyone's consciousness?
Yes.
And what
I
conscious
am.
experiences everyone has.
I am.
Yes.
I
That
am.
is the problem with your whole argument. Is your argument?
I know
is,
the appeal to science. I know it hurts.
No, you're putting a moral quality on consciousness. That's
So now we're talking about morals and not science.
You're putting a moral quality on it. That's not fair.
Stephen / Destiny
True.
are trying to say that you get to be this determinant of as to what types of experiences people have to have in consciousness in order to be persons and deserve not the right not to be killed. Because I brought up to you earlier about the situation of children in the womb from a pro-choice and a pro-life biologist who agree that at 12 and a half weeks a child can feel pain. A lot of folks would say that would mean there's consciousness there if the child has the ability to feel pain.
Nobody would say
or
that.
About the child, these biologists would.
Then bring them next time. That nobody agrees with that.
Or the
basic response to external stimulus doesn't even require processing in the brain sometimes.
Who are interacting with each other. Okay. A lot of people would say, well, that obviously proves consciousness.
Bacteria
you have this
react
arbitrary
with each other.
definition of consciousness.
No, I don't.
That is really a slippery slope because you already admitted early in the conversation, Lila got you on this
I feel like
point,
some people in this conversation may be lacking consciousness. I understand.
No, I think some people don't actually actively listen and just wait to talk.
Gotcha.
But I would say Lila got you at one
based
point.
On total speaking time, or?
At one point, Lila was asking you about the conscious experiences of a toddler versus what was an adolescent or a 20-year-old. And I would even ask you about the newborn. And you then admitted that those conscious experiences are different, and therefore there should be varying degrees of personhood, which I go back to the fundamental principle. That's a bad argument.
If you're a human, you're a person. Argument. If you put intellectual abilities or development as a qualifier for whether or not you are protected from lethal acts, from homicide, you're opening the door to tremendous injustice, and that's what's happened with abortion. Yeah.
Tremendous.
I have a question for Lila and Kristan here.
Where are you? It's been 2 hours.
So if you guys had to steel man the other side and be charitable, what is the best argument that you come up against from the other side, the most compelling argument the other side makes? And Lila, let's have you go first. Go ahead.
So I would say it's not the consciousness argument, because I do think that is pretty it's pretty arbitrary, and it's also the moral intuition that's sort of guiding destiny. You could easily apply that before consciousness. So I don't think consciousness, and also you can be unconscious when you're sleeping or under anesthetic, and a toddler has less consciousness than an adult, etc. So it doesn't really work. I think the most effective pro-choice, pro-abortion arguments are the appeals to extreme emotion in very tragic cases.
Oh my
and
God.
those are I think what win the most people over, because they say, oh my gosh, I can't imagine forcing a rape survivor to give birth to the rapist baby. So you hear these really tragic cases that are horrific, that are heartbreaking, and they tug on a lot of people's heartstrings. And the pro-life response to that, of course, to hearing of this horrifically tragic case of this very young girl who's the victim of incest or rape, and she's pregnant, is to acknowledge that it's horrific, because it is, and it should never have happened.
Sure.
And that girl deserves justice, and that perpetrator needs to be held accountable. And then you have to ask the question, okay, what next, right? What is the next thing to do here? And the girl needs medical care, she needs counseling, she needs to be removed from that dangerous situation. But is the answer to commit an act of violence against this new, now third party in this scenario, this preborn life that is not the perpetrator of the crime?
This is my steelman position. It has
I'm responding to
not necessarily
I'm responding
your
to
position,
the
but just the steelman position, generally speaking.
And in this country, we give the death penalty. We actually are forbidden by federal law to give the death penalty to rapists in the United States. But in an abortion, you would be giving the death penalty to that preborn life. And when you're doing that too, you know, it's done in the name of protecting that girl or that woman, but that act of abortion isn't going to unrape her. It's not going to take away the trauma that she endured by the rape. It's only going to levy another unjust act against her, that child, that developing life that deserves life just like you and me. So while it's a horrifically tragic case, unfortunately, when it's represented without any counterpoint in media, I think it is effective in winning people to the pro-choice side.
Yeah, we had second-class citizenship for a long time in our country, and throughout human history, we've tried second-class citizenship, and it's, you know, saying that children who were conceived out of wedlock, for example, used to be considered bastards and not be allowed to own property or obtain certain, you know, levels of positions in their professional lives. And we said, no, that's actually wrong. Like, a child is not at fault for what happens the night of his or her conception or the state of marriage of his or her parents, that the child is unique, whole living human life that deserves fundamentally the right to not be killed, that right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. So yeah, my answer would be the same as Lila's.
Same as hers? Okay, got it. And Destiny, what would you say is the best argument that you come
why
up
would
against?
They didn't stand by my position at all. Why the fuck would I give them any leeway whatsoever? That was insane. Holy shit.
Well, don't necessarily steel man, but what is the best argument you come up against from the pro-life side? As someone who's pro-choice.
The emotional ones, when they bring out the tools and they're like, this is what it's like to kill a baby in the womb.
Or just saying child.
Obviously, the issue is that all pro-lifers are fucking unhinged lunatics, and the only way they can ever win any argument is with charts and graphs of this is what a fetus looks like when you're cutting it apart and terminating
showing
it.
People
and
what
when you're
actually
vacuuming
happens.
it out, and the baby cries. You can hear the baby go, woo! As it's getting sucked into the vacuum. Those are the best arguments. They're so good, and they're so hard to argue against, because how can you argue against crying people?
I debated a pro-choice scholar one time, and I actually asked her, we had a really great conversation. She was actually being intellectually honest at the end of the conversation. And she and
to be clear, their skill man in my position was be emotional.
She and I exchanged a lot of emails back and forth, and we were going back of what we thought each other's best arguments were. And I thought it was very interesting that you didn't really want to answer the question earlier.
You didn't answer these questions at all.
About what if I'm wrong versus what are you
I did
wrong?
answer that question.
Because I actually think your position's extreme. It's a very reckless position.
Yeah, so was yours.
To start
especially
saying,
when you talk about women's rights.
No, because your recklessness results in tens of millions of children being put to death. That's the result of your recklessness.
There's already like tens of millions of children dying every day to accidental miscarriages anyway, so it's not like that much worse. If I buy into your position, right?
So because children die from car accidents, it's okay to run them over with a car?
No, I'm saying that it
That's
wouldn't
what
be
you
less. It wouldn't be
said,
as
the logical
tragic if
conclusion of what you said.
20,000 children died from car accidents. If there were already like a million
You're saying
children
because there's accidental
dying.
deaths,
No, what
intentional
I'm saying
deaths
is that
are
if you're
okay.
trying to make some appeal to a broader tragedy, the
No, we're
tragedy
saying
loses a
that-
lot of
No,
gravity.
so you
No,
still
we're
won't answer
saying
the
that-
question I posed earlier.
What is the question I'm not answering?
Because what if you're wrong?
I already answered. If I'm wrong, it's pretty bad.
It's pretty bad.
Who are you, Catholic or religious?
That's actually
wait.
that's
What
actually
is your
the hardest
denomination?
argument for the pro-choice
What is your
side of it.
denomination?
Why does that matter?
Well, what if you're wrong?
I am Catholic. I converted to
Okay,
Catholicism.
well, what if you're wrong?
I've considered that a lot.
Well, what if you're wrong? You're really wrong.
I've considered
like,
that.
That's
yeah.
like the worst type of
Yeah,
wrong.
I've
Because
absolutely-
not only
if
not
someone-
like forget everything that happens on Earth, you're like eternally fucked, right? If you're wrong
Destiny,
on that.
if
So
For
like,
what? For being
'cause
Catholic?
you'll
Why?
go to some other hell or some other dimension of, I don't know. Wouldn't that be like the worst thing in the world to be wrong about? Probably more important than the abortion thing. Is who the big man in the
If
sky
someone-
is.
I
This is
guess-
why this is why I referenced earlier. It's called Pascal's wager. This is why it's stupid to think like, well, what if I'm wrong about this particular thing? Because you have to assign probabilities.
Because you don't, but what you're doing is you just like, you're making these judgments of, well, it's consciousness somewhere 20, 24 weeks. If you're driving and it's a dark road at the end of the night and you're tired and you see a shadow in the middle of the road and you're like, that could be a small child, or it could just be a shadow coming off the tree.
Yep, and
Do
in
you
your world,
speed up?
running over the shadow is the same thing as running over the
No,
child.
in our
No.
world,
Yes,
you
it is.
avoid
No.
running it over.
Well, because
in
if you
our
wait a minute,
world,
won't the child
you
run across the
slow
road and the
down
shadow will
you
become the
stop
child?
And you investigate to make sure you're not running a child. In your world, and the view you're taking is, screw it, I'm going to speed up and I'm going to go through the shadow and just hope to God it's a shadow and it's not a child.
What
That's
if
it.
you're
That's
wrong?
why,
What if-
that's
wait,
why
what
I
if-
mean it's
what
a
if-
reckless decision.
Yeah, what if you're wrong?
What if I am
If someone,
wrong?
Yeah.
if someone
What if
can
you're
prove,
wrong?
hey Destiny, if you
Hi.
or someone can prove me wrong, I will happily
Well, no, you will
learn.
never. But
No,
like,
I
what if
would.
you what if
I
you were
would.
wrong?
No.
If someone can prove to me that
well, no, I'm
this is not
curious
a human
because you
life,
made me deal with the gruesome details
Yeah.
of the tens of
If-
millions
if-
of babies
if-
being murdered. So what if you're
If
right?
I am wrong, if
Uh-huh.
I am wrong about abortion, and
Yeah.
abortion is nothing but removing a clump of cells
Yep.
that has no meaning whatsoever. It's
Yep.
just like removing your appendix,
Yep.
which, by the way, majority of people would disagree
Yeah.
with because we
So
all
much
seen
normative
ultrasounds.
loading. I love how qualifying
Okay,
you're
well, no, I'm
getting.
just
Yeah, go ahead.
showing
That's all good.
science,
No,
right?
it's a bad
So if
tactic.
I
Go
am
ahead.
wrong and it's
Yep.
nothing, and every vaginal canal is suddenly magical and
Yep,
turns
the magic,
nothing
and
into
the magic
a baby.
conscious fairy too.
Yeah,
Go
that's
along.
right,
Yeah.
because you
Keep going.
believe in a lot of
Yep.
magic to justify
I'm helping
your
her
position.
steel man her. Yeah, go ahead.
No, if I am wrong,
Yep.
and this is really magical,
Yep,
what
very.
I have done in my life's work in advocating against abortion
Uh-huh.
is saying that women who may not want to gestate another human being in their womb for 9 months had to be inconvenienced. That's what if I
Inconvenienced.
am wrong.
Okay.
That's absolutely. But if you're wrong, you've just said
60 million
60
people are
plus
dead in the United
million
States
people
alone.
were killed.
Do you think if an 11-year-old is raped, should she be forced to carry that child to term?
Now we've moved on to the
Well,
coma
let's
question.
address that because I actually
Yeah,
was addressing that earlier.
Yeah, I want to hear that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's talk about.
I think it's a horrific situation, and we both agree, which is why it's such a loaded question because it's just horrific that she's raped and that she's no 11-year-old should be pregnant in the first place.
Okay.
So start with that, and
Sure.
she needs support and care, and the rapist needs to be held accountable, and she needs to be taken out of the vicinity of whoever's abusing her.
Yep, true. We all know this. I don't know why we're talking about it, but go ahead.
But the solution in that, what is the next step in that, right? What is the next step in that
I know, I'm
very
asking you.
tragic situation?
Yes.
It's not to take the life of this innocent, now conceived third party. It's not to
Okay.
end that life. That's not going to unrape the 11-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to untraumatize the 11-year-old.
That's right.
In fact, it might traumatize her even more.
True.
And it's forcing the birth. She's still going to have to birth that life. That life doesn't magically
Be a
come out of her.
C-section.
She's going to have to, if she had an abortion, and usually by the time with a young rape survivor, it's usually into the second trimester, that's going to be a very traumatic act that now kills her baby, and she's still having a birth process just of a dead child.
Sure. So then if
So
the
it's
11-year-old
horrific.
gets raped, is pregnant, and is scared, and then she goes to a doctor looking for an abortion, should you charge her with murder?
Wait, do you believe? Wait,
No,
do you
I don't
agree
think
with
so,
us,
'cause
though?
she's a
Because
victim.
If the
She's a victim
so
in that
Lila
case.
just said that in a lot of these cases where we see these very tragic circumstances where there's been rape or incest of young children who become pregnant,
Uh-huh.
the pregnancy is not often discovered until well into the second trimester, well
Yeah.
beyond 20 weeks.
Beyond consciousness.
Do you
yeah.
well beyond
That's a good point.
consciousness?
Yeah.
So do you agree with us that a child who becomes pregnant because of rape or incest with another child who's pregnant with a human being
Uh-huh.
who, as you have said, has consciousness as like, I don't know, 24 weeks. Do you think abortion's justified in that case?
No, but just because I hate the woman. So let's say
No,
you
no,
have
no,
the
no.
11-year-old, and the
Answer the
11-year-old
question
goes to.
seriously.
Let's say that the 11-year-old goes to
I've been
Planned
very
Parenthood to have an
serious in
abortion.
my answers
You think
to
the
you.
11-year-old should be charged with murder if she
No,
tries to abort
because
the child?
no, because in that case, she's an 11-year-old who's
Well,
the
yeah, you
victim.
can still charge adolescents with. You don't have to try him as an adult. You can try him as a
well,
child.
in any-
Put him in
You
juvie
need
for like
to-
6 or
you
7
need
years.
to answer
No,
the
the answer's
question.
no
Do
to
you
that.
agree with us, though?
That's the easiest question in the world. No, you shouldn't be allowed to have an abortion.
You should
Wow.
not what?
No, of course not. If it's already a baby, why the fuck would you have an abortion? Just because somebody's younger is going to be dramatically inconvenienced for 7-8 months or whatever.
well, we
doesn't mean
agree
you kill
on
a baby.
something. It sounds like that's
that's
great.
actually
Yeah, but the difference is
That's
my
good.
position is coherent, and I'm able to
No,
buy
it's
bullets
very
on that.
incoherent. I actually want to go back to your position, if that's okay, back to the coma and the consciousness,
Yeah.
and explore more. You were
Sure.
saying.
Wait. I just want
so-
to clarify.
Yeah.
Because what I was trying to demonstrate is because you were saying that in your world, if you're wrong, it's the biggest genocide in the history of the fucking universe.
It is.
And then you were saying, in my world where I'm wrong, some women have been minorly inconvenienced
For 9
and
months.
For 9 months, big whoop. But that's not true. In your world, if you're wrong, 11-year-old girls are being convicted of murder
No,
or
no one
conspiracies
supports
to commit
that,
murder.
Destiny. No one supports that.
Yes,
What?
if you're an
She's
11-year-old
11 years
girl.
old.
So,
What
wait, hold on. I'm sorry. You can't convict.
11-year-old girl in America is being convicted of murder?
Hold on. I said in your world. In your world where it's illegal to have an abortion and you get punished for it. That's what
She's
you
a
wanted.
traumatized rape survivor.
Who
in
cares?
that
Wait, hold on. So
situation.
a
I
11-year-old
actually
can
said,
kill a sibling?
First of all, I
Hold on, wait. If your 11-year-old is
I love when you
traumatized,
tell me what I think.
could
Thank
your
you.
11-year-old
Please tell me
kill
what I
their
think.
younger brother?
I mean, theoretically, since you like hypotheticals, if there's
I
a
do
case,
like hypotheticals
okay. If
because,
there's a case
by the way, it's
where-
not hypothetical that
All right,
children get raped by
let me-
adults in the
let me
United
finish.
States and then get
Yeah,
pregnant.
well,
But go
it's
ahead.
not hypothetical that late-term abortions happen on rape survivors all the time because society says, oh, you should just
And I
have
would
an
say that's
abortion.
wrong.
And
But
by
notice
the
how
way,
I can very
and
easily.
by the
That's
way,
like less than 1%
Destiny,
but
the
I can
only
very
two
easily. Any
studies,
hypothetical
hold on,
you give me,
the
I love
only two
hypotheticals.
studies, the only two studies that have been done on rape survivors and abortion show that over 80% of women choose life for their child, and 90% say that they are glad that they did, and over 80% of women say that they
Yeah, but
regretted the
you don't care
abortion.
about. But you don't
for
care.
the ones that had abortion,
Yeah,
they
but
regretted their abortion.
You don't care about those numbers, so why bring them up?
What are you talking about?
If those studies showed the exact
No, I'm-
opposite, that would have zero impact
but
whatsoever on your
that's
on your
correct
position.
on my position, but it should
you're
impact
selectively bringing up pieces of
Destiny.
information that might support you,
Destiny.
but like, who cares? You don't care about
Destiny.
that. That's
I want you to
irrelevant.
go back to
Destiny,
the claim
it
you
should-
made
hold on one
about
second,
women
hold on
going
one
to
second.
jail.
It should impact your position because you just said you cared so much about this rape survivor that they should have an abortion, and I was just giving you data to show you that rape survivors actually regret their abortions when they have abortions, and when they don't have abortions, they actually are happy that they didn't, and you didn't seem to care about that data.
I don't care. That's not relevant to me. I don't
But
care.
you were just arguing from
No,
a
no,
position
no,
of
hold on, wait.
emotion.
I'm
You
saying
were
that
just
no,
arguing
no,
from
no,
a
no, no,
position
no,
of
no,
emotion for why we should have an
whoa,
abortion
whoa.
on a rape survivor.
I'm not arguing from any position of emotion. I am crystal clear, logically considered the entire way. If you go out to get an abortion on a third trimester baby because you were raped as an 11-year-old, then you should be held responsible for a conspiracy to commit murder, whatever the punishment would be.
I think we even disagree there, and this is
That's
why.
fine that you
And I can
do,
share
but
that
I
with
would
the-
compare. I would consistently uphold the law the same way I would if an 11-year-old killed her younger sibling, or if the 11-year-old killed somebody else. Now there might be other aggravating
Well,
or mitigating
aggravating
circumstances that would
factors
change.
is key.
Sure, that
Aggravating
might be
factors
the
is key.
case, but I'm saying
Yeah.
in general, that's where I would start. Much the
Yeah.
same if anybody
No,
kills
that's
anybody, you'd
fair.
probably start with,
No.
bro, that was a murder. Like, let's see what's going on.
And we
Of course.
typically
Sure,
start
that's fine.
there. Yes.
But I'm saying that.
Yes.
Hold on, but
We
don't
just
accuse
in
me.
a criminal trial we look
Sure.
at
That's
mitigating
fine. I
factors.
understand,
We look
but
at
don't
intent.
accuse me
We look at all of these
of
things.
being wishy-washy. I'm crystal clear on all of this.
Can we go to
okay?
the coma?
Except
back to
for
the
when
coma
life
consciousness
begins. You're
because
crystal
because
clear,
we've
except
Just
been
like,
kind of
oh wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Do
You're
you
not
believe in
letting-
puberty?
Can we-
You're not
Do you know when
clear
does
on
puberty begin?
When does human life begin?
When does puberty begin?
Okay, guys.
is a
let's
very
go back
I want to know. I want to
Different.
know because she says apparently I don't believe in conscience because I can't give you the precise moment it forms. I'm curious if you believe in puberty.
No, that's not the
that's
reason why
fundamentally
consciousness is a
different.
bad argument.
It's not fundamentally
Destiny.
different. It's
The
a thing that
reason-
develops in a range of
No.
time. It's
No.
yeah. It absolutely is.
No, because when you develop puberty, or when you start puberty, doesn't change whether or not you have the fundamental.
I never
right to
said it
life, or
did. I'm
people
just
can
pointing to a
violently
developmental
end your
process
life.
that has some period
So
of
hold
time.
on, Destiny. You were
Yeah.
saying consciousness is everything to you, and if you have you're temporarily unconscious, then that's because we're trying to understand
I've
your
already
position.
answered this question
I'm
a million times.
well,
I'll answer it for the seventh
well,
time.
I want to
There's a
get
different-
into the moral intuition thing because
Okay, go for it.
where it seemed to land for you, if I'm understanding you correctly, so please correct me if I'm wrong, okay? I really want to understand this.
Yes.
Where it seemed to land with you is I was trying to really pinpoint why consciousness equals humanity or personhood for you. Especially when consciousness is unpredictable. People have differing degrees of it. Some people haven't developed it yet, and they're, I believe, still people. But nevertheless, you say that at this 20 to 24 mark is consciousness, and that's humanity or personhood for the human. All right. So what I want to understand is why. Tell me more why. You mentioned moral intuition earlier. Explain that more.
Sure. When I think of all the ways that I could test for life or all the ways that I could destroy life, everything to me seems to revolve around a person having a conscious
But you
experience.
know that it's a life before consciousness, no?
You admitted that.
You admitted
earlier.
that earlier.
What do you think I mean when I say a life?
You mean a biological human life, no? We all agreed on that.
Do you think that's what I mean?
I do.
Okay.
What did
what
you
you
mean?
In that case,
Clarify.
I just realized my whole position is wrong because I said a fetus was a biological human life. You won.
Excellent.
You won on definitions.
We know
Like-
we won.
Okay.
We didn't even need you to tell us.
I mean, I think our argument is pretty airtight. And
It's not
I don't-
airtight.
So then
That's why
explain
the
yourself.
reason why
Explain
I've
yourself
already
then,
explained it a
please.
million times.
All
But
right.
the reason why you're trying to play
But
tricky words with the definitions
not
is because
tricky
it
words.
is
It's-
tricky
it's
words.
alive or it's
Let me
dead,
repeat
and it's
for
alive in the
I should
womb.
have a tally mark every time I repeat
Are
this.
you conceding
did
the
you-
I
Hold on,
consider a
but
person
let
to
him
have
talk, let him talk,
personhood
let him
at
talk.
20 to 24
Okay.
weeks. That's when consciousness develops,
Correct.
right? So my policy cutoff would be at about 20 weeks. Okay.
Why
I
does
don't
that
care.
matter is what I'm asking.
The reason why, and I said why it matters is because when I think of one, how do we consider when the end of life is? The end of life seems to be the cessation of a
Why do
conscious
you have to
experience.
measure
Hold on,
life?
let him
Can I
finish. Let
answer
him
a
finish.
single
Let him
fucking
finish.
question
Sorry,
before-
excuse me. Sorry, go
3
ahead.
more interruptions.
Good
That's my
point.
guess.
Okay.
No, that's
So
a good
Have you
point. I
been
should have
keeping
listened.
just let him
I should have
finish.
listened.
Let him
Yeah.
finish.
So
Go ahead.
the cessation of a conscious experience seems to be the point at which we say that person is dead. And then when I think of like all the ways that I could replace parts of the body, if I replace the heart, that's probably still a person. The arms, every single thing. But when you start replacing the brain, something unique seems to be happening there. It seems like we are our brains, the experiences, the memories, the subjective conscious interpretation of the world. That seems to be the thing that's really important to defend. So when I think of like when I'm instructive on like how could I end a life and what is the end of life, none of it revolves around reception to pain, heartbeat, unique DNA. All of it seems to revolve around this conscious experience. And then when I think of like let's even be more abstract. If I try to think of like what does it mean to create a life? We're talking about AI now, right? When we talk about AI and we talk about creating a life, we're not talking about creating bodies. We're not talking about creating hearts. We're not talking about even creating DNA. What we're really talking about is creating or emulating a conscious experience in a machine. That seems to be the thing that we're defending. When we think about vegans and why vegans defend animals, they're not defending animal bodies, animal hearts, whatever. They're defending the animal's conscious, the sentient conscious experience of the animal. That's why I say if life all ends that way and can be ended that way, that's probably when life begins.
Okay.
I can't believe I answered the whole thing. Thank you to both of you.
Thank
I
you.
love
And
you.
I think perhaps I may be able to answer your question in terms of where the disagreement is here. Because just like a person under anesthetic or a person asleep or a person in a temporary coma that is going to wake up, it would be wrong in all those cases to kill the person, right?
I agree.
Okay, excellent. So similarly, for a child, a few weeks before potential consciousness first can be measured 20 to 24 weeks. In a few weeks, it's a matter of time duration, that child will have consciousness. So in that way, they are very similar. They are not experiencing consciousness, but in a matter of time, they will experience consciousness. So in both cases, it's wrong to kill.
The
Do you
child
agree?
has the
Oh, let's just say-
capacity to develop consciousness. Do
Well,
you
but
agree
but
with
I want to
that?
understand. Yeah. Do you agree?
Do you agree?
No.
Okay. Why? Why does the development process matter so much to you?
The development process matters because there is a thing that I am valuing. The thing that I value is the human conscious experience.
No, it's not.
Hold on,
Destiny, I don't think that's correct.
It's
Because
the
you
thing
don't-
that I'm
yeah.
valuing is, or more precisely, as I said before, it's the capacity, the underlying structure to deploy that conscious experience.
Yes, and
now, when you talk about a person undergoing anesthesia, okay, they have the underlying mechanism. They have the capacity to develop a conscious experience.
But why does the
Hold
capacity
on.
matter to you so much?
It abates for a while because they might be asleep or in a medically induced coma, whatever,
Sure.
and then it comes back. But there is a thing, even when it's temporarily ceasing, there's a thing that we can speak of. There was a conscious experience. There was a person that knew what it was like to be a thing, to be a person. That subjective experience existed. It might be temporarily abated, but all the machinery is still there to deploy the exact same one, and then they'll come back and deploy the same conscious experience. If I were to create a human, okay, up until the moment that first conscious experience happens, there is no prior experience to speak of. That's why when you guys
that's
keep,
actually not
that's
true,
why when
though.
you
Hold on.
guys keep saying
That's
things,
actually
Let me
not
just
that
ask-
when
I
you
wanna
guys keep saying
get to the
things,
bottom of
when
his
you guys
position
keep
here.
Let him finish
saying
and then-
things like the fetus will develop the capacity, it will develop it, but it hasn't developed it yet, so there is no such experience to speak of. For a sleeping person, when you go to sleep tonight, you have had a whole subjective experience right now. When you wake up, that experience will resume, but a baby hasn't even
But
begun
Destiny,
to exist
what if
yet.
I have amnesia and I don't remember anything? I'm like a brand new first moment of consciousness human being. And during
When you say
during my
amnesia,
coma,
yeah.
I lose all memory. I lose all sense of my personhood. And when I emerge from my coma, I am like a brand new baby. Would it have been okay during that coma to kill me?
Oof, I would have to think a lot about that question. So the issue...
Have you thought about it before?
No, I've thought about it a great deal, but the question is way more complicated than you seem to think it is, okay? But that's not an easy question.
Well,
The
it's not an
direct
easy
analog-
question.
I think
The direct analog is when somebody takes a teleporter in Star Trek, are you killing one person and creating a new person every single time?
No, I don't agree that that's the direct analogy.
It is the direct analogy.
I
because
think
when you
it's
start
more-
talking about, because now you're getting away from just conscious experience, and now you want to dig into the parts of conscious experience. And I'm not going to sit here and lie and tell you that I can tell you precisely, because there are a lot of things that make up our conscious experience. One of those things is memory. If you erase a person's memory, and if you give them whole new personality traits, and then you wake them up the next day, is that even the same person that woke up before?
Well, it's a great question.
I don't know. That's a really difficult question.
Destiny,
Yeah.
a newborn, or certainly a 26-week-old preborn fetus, doesn't have memory, has a very nascent
I didn't say
personality.
memory was a necessary
Okay,
part
but
to have your consciousness.
you're trying to define consciousness.
But
and
what is
you
consciousness,
brought up
then?
memory a few
Consciousness
times.
is the subjective experience that we have, knowing what it's like to be a
But their
thing.
subjective
Yeah?
experience, they're not even going to remember it, Destiny.
Just because you don't remember it doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Okay,
I'm
so-
still a human
so
being when
why
I'm
does it
blackout
matter?
drunk.
So
So why
babies
does that
in the
matter
womb
so
have a
much to you?
capacity to develop consciousness.
Develop, but they haven't developed it yet.
But
wait,
why
wait,
does
stop.
that matter so
stop.
much
But
to
the,
you?
Because it's not the thing
person
itself.
who is brain dead,
Yeah.
who you're saying has no longer has the ability to have consciousness.
Yeah.
So that's not the same. You have somebody who is brain dead, who you're saying does not have the ability to have consciousness.
The conscious
ever
experience
again.
is over,
You
yes.
have your
Yep.
magic button, right? And
Yep.
you've already determined through your magic button that this person can never have consciousness again. That is fundamentally different than the child in the womb who has the capacity still yet to develop consciousness. The child in the womb who has the capacity to still develop consciousness is completely different from the person who's lived their life, something tragic has happened to them, and now no longer ever has that capacity.
Yeah, obviously
That's
they're different.
fundamentally
Yes.
different.
What is it like to be a two-celled organism?
What is it like to be a newborn? You don't remember it.
I don't remember, but I can probably guess what it's like.
But you can guess away what it's like to be a 10-week-old embryo then.
I
you don't remember either.
No. I
So
can't
that
guess
doesn't
what
mean you can kill the 10-week-old
I
embryo.
can't guess what it's like to not have a conscious experience. Guess what it's like to have a dreamless sleep.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
but
so fetus
Guess
is
what
in-
it's like to be dead.
the fetus
No.
is in our
Denise,
conditions.
I can guess what it's like to be a baby. There's probably a lot of new sensations. You're probably having crazy temperature adjustments. You're probably seeing a whole bunch of stuff and really squinting away from it. I can guess what it's like. I don't know exactly. I can't guess what it's like to be a thing without a brain. I
Do you
can't
think
guess. I don't know what it's like to be
do
a
you think
rock
fetuses
or
in
what
the
it's like to
womb
be a tree.
dream?
Sure.
Do you think
Yeah.
fetuses in the womb dream?
I mean, once the necessary brain parts are there, I imagine at some point
Scientists
they
say
probably
it
do.
can be as early as 16 weeks that
I don't
child
probably- I
has
don't know if
rapid
I-
eye movement REM sleep.
I don't know if I believe that, but
Okay, I know science is hard to believe.
That's
Sometimes.
I
fine.
mean, the reality is what we're keeping.
Do you
coming,
think they
what-
actually dream though if they're having REM sleep? What do you think they're dreaming about?
I have no
Lila,
idea.
you wanted to
Sounds
say
and
something. Lila, you
colors.
go ahead,
What
and
we
then
keep
I have
coming
something
back
to add.
to is there's all these qualifications on what consciousness even means, and when we take and isolate them and we kind of make an argument or ask Destiny a question about them, he says, "Oh, that specific aspect of consciousness doesn't matter." Destiny has trouble defining consciousness. He has trouble defining exactly when it begins, and yet
To be
this is
clear,
the qualifying
I didn't have
line
trouble
to be-
defining it. I literally
but-
told you exactly what it.
But
No,
you
you
said
didn't.
it
You said
involves these
subjective.
different things. It's a subjective
It's
experience.
subjective.
It's
Hold on,
memory.
wait. Does subjective experience not count as a definition?
Okay, but my point
Subjective
is
changes
but
with the
Hold on,
person.
Destiny.
Yes. So does your
and
conscious
listen, my-
experience change with a person?
but-
Welcome
but
to
my-
humanity. Yeah.
but my
That's why
point
your
is-
slippery slope fails.
That's not
hold
a
on,
slippery
hold
slope
on.
to say that everybody has a different
Destiny,
subjective
but
experience.
absolutely.
It's not a slippery slope.
The point here is your definition of what even consciousness is, the aspects of consciousness, when you isolate them and describe is this a reason to assign personhood or not, it falls apart.
It doesn't fall apart at all.
Because some people don't experience, when you're a newborn, you don't experience your consciousness. You don't remember it later.
Just because you don't
You
remember it doesn't mean you're not conscious.
And
Again,
when
if
you're,
I get
and when
blackouts,
you're
I'm-
unconscious, you're unconscious.
No,
but
but
you're
you're
still
gonna
human.
wake up.
And when you're an embryo pre-consciousness, you're going to develop it if someone doesn't
Develop
tell you.
it. You're not waking up because there's no experience to speak of.
But
Nobody
why does
speaks.
the development matter
you
so
can
much?
actually say the
Because
child.
you have to
Excuse me, the
question.
child is sleeping in the womb, so the child
It's not
actually
sleeping.
does
Sleeping
wake up.
implies you were awake at one point. That's
No,
what
the
sleeping
child
means.
actually-
Things aren't
in
sleeping
the
from the moment of their
medical articles,
inception.
They refer to
It's
two
age
different
discrimination.
sleeps
Why does
that happen
development
in the
matter so
womb.
much?
The
Why
child
does
actually
development
is
Why does the
asleep
DNA
in
matter
the
so
womb.
much?
Just
It all matters. That's what we're saying.
Well, no, it doesn't all matter because you wouldn't say a sperm is a baby, right?
No, because a sperm
There's
is a part,
parts.
not a whole. Do you
Remember
know
the parts in the whole
Okay,
conversation?
but a sperm at some point will, when
No.
combined with an egg, will develop into something else, right?
And when it develops into a whole,
Yeah.
a unique single cell embryo, that is a human life that is
Wait,
worthy
why
of
should the
protection.
uniqueness of the embryo matter more than the uniqueness of the sperm or the egg?
Because it's a whole individual
It's
human
not,
life.
hold on, what do you
No,
mean?
no,
it's
no,
a
because a
wait,
unique
what do
genetic
you mean it's a
code
whole? A
comes
sperm
into
is a whole
existence.
thing. An
No.
egg is a whole thing. They're
A
both
sperm
human
is
things.
not
right?
part
It's not a
of the
whole
father.
human organism.
An egg
It's
is a
not.
part of the
What do
mother.
you mean?
Part.
Hold on. So sperm. So
It's not.
Hold on. So
It's a-
semen and
like,
eggs are
my
not part of a
skin
human
cells-
organism.
My skin cells
Percent
are
egg.
part of me. My egg cells are part of me. They're not in them of themselves an individual human life.
They don't carry unique genetic code.
Why does
And they're
the
never
unique
going to be,
but
and they're
hold on,
never going to
sperms
develop into
do
a unique
carry
human
unique
life.
genetic code.
And the
number one.
cells in my body, my egg cells, I'm not going to magically get pregnant without having my egg cells inseminated, obviously.
Sure, but why should that be the defining point for how you consider
Because
life? Is once you have the
biologists
unique.
all agree,
No,
we all know.
Whoa. Biologists aren't answering this question. It's a question more philosophy.
Science. I know science. is
Because-
hard.
Science.
because-
No. Why do you value the zygote and not the moment before conception?
Because we all acknowledge that a human life begins at fertilization. That's something very special happens.
If
at
you called
sperm
my
egg
definition
fusion.
circular by saying a human life begins when we've agreed a human life begins, I'm asking you why you consider
Because
that
at
to be
the
human
moment
life.
of
Because
conception, I'll repeat this slower this time. At the moment of conception,
Repeating it slower doesn't make any less dumb.
Excuse me. Two parts, apart from the mother,
Uh-huh.
the egg, the part from the father, sperm,
Okay.
unite and create a unique whole with genetic code. Unique genetic code.
Why do you keep
that's
saying
never
unique?
Because it's unrepeatable.
That's
It's a
not
human
true.
being. It's a unique genetic
If two
code.
twins meet with
that's
two other
never,
twins, they can both have children that are theoretically-
Twinning happens later, by the way.
What?
Twinning happens later, by the way.
Not necessarily. Sometimes
So
two
unique
sperms can get in.
genetic
sometimes-
code comes into existence that's never existed before.
Why do you value the unique genetic code?
Because that is when you became you. All the components
Okay.
about you, Stephen,
Is killing a
became
two-celled
you
organism, is that
at the
just as
moment of
immoral as
conception.
killing a baby?
What do you mean by what kind of organism? If it's a human
A
organism,
two-cell, yeah.
yes.
So is killing a fetus when it's two cells, does that have the moral equivalence to killing
Yes.
a baby?
Yeah.
It's a human
That's
life.
Okay, if you're in
Just like killing a baby has the moral equivalence, even though you have less consciousness
I understand.
than
Okay.
killing an adult.
Let's say that
consciousness
Yep.
and development, your age, your maturity as a human life doesn't define your worth or your
Gotcha.
personhood.
So
and back to the zygote, a zygote has the capacity for consciousness.
No, it doesn't.
It has
It
all
still
the
has to develop
machinery.
it.
Has all the machinery needed for consciousness. If
No, it
you
doesn't
give it
have the machinery. It has the blueprint. That's all it has.
If you give it time, just like the
If
coma
you give
patient,
it time and if you give it nutrients.
just like the coma patient,
But it doesn't
if
have
you
the machinery.
give it time to wake up from the coma, will regain its consciousness.
It's not regaining it. It
It
never
will
had
gain
it.
its consciousness.
It never
But-
had
but
it.
you-
It's not
gain its
regaining.
consciousness.
Do you acknowledge there is
No.
a difference between the person who had the ability to have consciousness,
Uh-huh.
who now in your magic button no longer has the ability to have consciousness, versus a child, a human,
Yeah.
a fetus, whatever name you want to give it that doesn't
pretty
trigger
important,
you,
but go ahead.
in the womb,
Yeah.
that has the ability to have consciousness. Do you understand the difference between someone who no longer has the capacity to form consciousness versus someone who has the capacity to form consciousness but just needs a little bit more time? Do you see how there's a difference there?
Is there a difference between a dead person and a fetus? Man, I don't know. It's a real
I mean,
mind
you
bender.
already
Let me
said
think. I'm not
earlier-
sure. I don't know. I'd have to think about that one. Maybe we can do a
Okay,
second
think
debate
about
and
it.
I'll come
Let me.
back.
I got a
Okay.
couple things here.
Okay.
This is for the entire panel. So, and I know this is kind of a unique question to ask. Do you think this could potentially be a good middle ground, a good compromise? And I know there's some potential existential risks involved with the development of something like this. What do you all think about an artificial womb? Now, obviously, there's some considerations of, well, what are the impacts on humanity, because we could use these as,
That's right.
breeding grounds, and but let's say just within the confines of the abortion discussion, do you think an artificial womb could be a compromise between both sides, or would you be ignoring some of the potential downfalls of an artificial womb? Would you be in favor of?
Yeah, I think it's a technology it's a very fascinating question, and I think that especially if there's like a problem with that the woman is experiencing and the baby is experiencing, and somehow it could be like a medical device to support them. It sounds like it could be potentially used for good, but I think the potential of the use for bad and the fact that it's breaking the natural bond that
That's right.
baby deserves to have with his or her mother. This is why surrogacy is so problematic, because you're severing that child often from the genetic mother and from the gestational mother, and then usually the social mother is sometimes even a third different mother, and so the child has a right, I think, to their mother.
A child has a right to a mother, and so
And
that's
to be
why we would
gestated naturally
say
in their mother.
That's why we would say that would be the number one goal, is that child has a relationship and is gestated within his or her mother. However, I ask this question a lot. I'm really glad you brought this up, because I ask this question a lot on campuses, because often we hear the argument. We didn't get to it today because Stephen doesn't care about the bodily autonomy arguments, but we often hear the bodily autonomy arguments of, it's my body, I have the choice to decide whatever happens to my body, whether or not I want to give permission to this another human being to grow inside of me that will change my body. And as someone who's been pregnant 4 times, I can testify to that. So I actually do think that the artificial womb technology would actually, it will, when it is developed, will decimate the bodily autonomy argument, that you will not actually be able to use that argument to justify legal abortion any longer, when a woman simply can choose to take the child out from her womb and implant it into an artificial womb to grow. That way, she doesn't have to pay someone to end the life of her child. Now, do I think that's the best situation? No, because a child deserves to have a relationship with his or her mother. And I think there'll be a lot of bad things that come out of children who are born in artificial wombs who don't know who their mothers are. And so there's a lot of other situations and societal questions we'll have about foster care and adoption and things like that. But I do think that will actually decimate this whole argument of the, quote, need for legal abortion in our country.
Sure. And I guess one question, and again, ignoring some of the, I suppose, societal impacts of if we were to introduce a artificial womb, because there's definitely considerations of if people started farming
That's right.
children, for
Gattaca.
example. But within the confines of the abortion argument, do you think that, because a woman could end the pregnancy, but the life could persist. So do you think that would be, if an artificial womb came along, do you think that would in effect, put an end to the whole abortion debate.
I would think it would, but I asked Stephen this earlier about artificial womb, and he didn't. I mean, Stephen, you're representing the pro-abortion side here. Would you think that those who advocate for legal abortion would say? I still think they will argue no. And from the conversations I've had on campuses, which are in the thousands now, I've yet to have someone who agrees with me that the development of it, who's pro-choice, that the development of an artificial womb would eliminate the need for abortion, as in their words, because they would still say that, well, that's still inconvenient to a mother to have to, I don't know, maybe the artificial womb only works at 13 weeks, so she would still have to undergo 12 weeks of possible morning sickness, and so they would say it doesn't matter if there's artificial wombs, she still has agency over her body, therefore she can just destroy it.
There's also a kind of a weird genetic ownership argument that emerges, even though this is not, I think, a fully conscious thing by a lot of pro-choice advocates, but there's this argument of, I don't want my kid out there in the world. You know, I want basically control over my kid. So I think in that case, it's sort of a property argument. They make this child as my property, and even if it can be survive in an artificial room, it's my right to
that's
end
what
the life of
happens
this
with
child.
people with IVF, with couples where they split up and they've already created human beings who are frozen in IVF clinics. There was a very famous case of a Hollywood actress who this was the situation, and Nick Loeb, the former partner, sued because he didn't want the mother to destroy these children that they had frozen, and the court ruled that the embryos were her property. These human beings were her property to do with what as she saw fit. And that's a broader question of why are we treating human beings as if they're our property? Say, well, I don't want to get pregnant. This isn't the best time for me. I wasn't intending to get pregnant. This baby is inconvenient to me. Therefore, I have the right to kill it. We act as in our country as if human beings are, these children are our property. Yet then we also claim that we have a right to be a parent, and that right allows us to own other human beings, which is wrong.
Wait, how old are those embryos when they're frozen?
A few weeks.
Yeah.
A few weeks?
They're not very old.
You were in a burning hospital.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Here we
yes.
go.
Please give me the...
Yeah, and there are two children crying on the bed. They're like, please carry me out. But next to them, there's a tray of 10 frozen embryos. You're grabbing the tray of frozen embryos?
Answer this question. Are those my frozen embryos?
They're random people's children.
So I think that
I
actually think that makes a difference because...
Okay, well, I just told you it doesn't matter. So
no. Actually, I'm saying I need to know more information.
I gave you all the information. It's two random babies. They're very Asian. And then it's 10 frozen embryos. They're all also very Asian.
None of the babies, neither the born toddlers or the frozen embryos are mine in this situation. Because I think first you have to ask that question. Because
I already answered it.
Well, no, I would say some people, when you would ask them...
Why are you always getting so hard? Just answer the hypothetical.
You're
like arguing with you're like boxing demons.
It's a loaded question, Stephen. I'm trying to answer.
It's the same as saying, would you press the red button and kill 10,000 people over here, or would you press the red button and kill your entire family over here? And you had to pick one. Which would you pick?
But I'm not asking that question.
But it's the same question, Destiny.
But it's not the one I'm asking. You have no relation to any of the children. Yeah.
I don't know. The question would be, I don't know. I don't know what.
You don't know?
Okay. I don't know what the situation is. I don't know. Can I reach those children? Can I reach those?
Okay, let me
I
give
think
you
the
the
majority.
answer.
Listen to me. Can you let me answer the question?
No, you're not.
The majority of people would say they would reach.
The
majority of people would say they're going to reach for the toddlers.
I'm not asking
but that
what the majority of people
doesn't
say.
Saying that you reach for the toddlers. Can I answer the question?
You're not answering the question.
I absolutely.
I'll answer.
Can I answer my question?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So the majority of people would say that they would reach for the human toddlers versus the human embryos because they recognize themselves in those toddlers. Those toddlers can also feel pain. Those toddlers are crying out to them versus the embryos who are absolutely silent. But that analogy doesn't change the fact that a tragedy is unfolding and human life will be ended.
It's the same, Destiny, just to remove familiarity because I mentioned your family.
To be clear, you did not answer the question.
Just to be clear, to remove familiarity because I know in one hand it's your family and it's 10,000 individuals on the other that you don't know. But let's make it a little different. Let's say it's 2 toddlers and 5 elderly people. in their nursing home. There's 2 toddlers crying in the lobby. There's 5 elderly people in their beds. Who do you save?
Grabbing the toddlers every time.
If you grab the toddlers,
I hate old people.
Right, but if you grab the toddlers, that doesn't mean you think it's good that the old people died. It doesn't mean that you
I was
don't-
glad when COVID happened.
Come on, Destiny. It doesn't mean that you think old people don't have value. It doesn't mean that old people aren't persons. It just means that you're going to go towards the ones that you feel most emotionally in that moment connected and you feel you can save.
Gotcha.
Similarly with the burning building, it doesn't mean that those embryos, they're not persons, they're not humans. It's just that, no, just like with the elderly people, I'm going to run and try to save those toddlers.
Okay, so I'm going to try this
answer.
again, okay?
And
babies.
just after you respond, I do have to get through a couple chats, but go ahead, Dustin.
Okay, I would love to hear an answer, okay? 2 babies are right here, okay? Crying, help me, okay? They're both 1-year-old, okay? They can't run out of the building or anything, okay? And then here is a tray. There's a tray of 10 perfectly in vitro fertilized, perfectly preserved specimens. If you just pop them into a fake uterus or a real one, they'll grow into people, right? What's the morally correct choice? The 2 crying babies or the 10 perfectly preserved embryos?
There isn't a morally correct choice in the sense that you are arguing that then if we choose the children, the toddlers, that somehow means the embryos don't have value. Well, of course we're going to choose the toddlers. They're just like I would choose the toddlers over the 5 elderly people in their beds. That doesn't mean the embryos or the elderly people aren't humans.
Okay, let's say you had a choice between 2.
Do you understand that though? Do you understand our
I don't know. I'm
position?
trying to understand. I'm asking another question. Let's see if it's
But do you understand that?
I don't understand any of that. So I'm
What
asking a
don't you
question.
understand?
That's why I'm asking a
What
question.
don't you
okay?
understand?
I don't understand any of that. That's why I'm
What
asking a
don't you
question.
understand,
I'm going
Destiny?
to ask, and you can tell me.
Destiny, this is
say
not
you
good
have-
faith. You have to say what
you
you
don't
don't
understand.
This is
I'm
not
asking a
good
question to
faith.
elucidate.
This
You
is
can-
not- you're not
I don't understand
explaining-
the difference between the toddlers and the old people. That's what I'm asking. So let's say
you don't
let's say-
understand the difference between what?
between like why the toddlers and the old people matter. But that's why I'm
Okay.
going to ask another question.
Can I
So let's
answer
say-
that
no,
question
No,
for
no,
you
no,
then?
because I can ask another question. It'll perfectly elucidate.
But hold on. Let's slow this process down because we go super fast here, which is fun.
We're
but
not going fast. It's a bunch of rambling. We're not engaging with the
well,
No, we just keep going in
no,
circles over and over
we're
again
going in
with
circles a
this
bit. But
slippery slope.
the
That's what we
reason
keep
what I
doing.
said I would like a response to it, Destiny, is because in my statement, what I was explaining was that the elderly people in the nursing home or the elderly people in the building are humans, are persons, and me choosing to save the toddlers doesn't mean that those elderly people aren't humans, aren't persons, or don't deserve the right to life. Similarly, me choosing to save the toddlers doesn't mean that me not choosing to save the embryos means that they are not persons, not humans, and don't have the right to life. Does that make sense to you? Or
No, that's
what
why I
doesn't
wanna
make
ask
sense?
another question.
Okay, can you explain
What
what
doesn't
I-
make sense about that?
I don't. The age thing. Okay.
Oh,
So
why?
so,
Why?
Wait. So are you saying that the elderly people in the burning building in your scenario are more worthy of life than the toddlers because they've had more consciousness and lived experiences?
Well, let him say it. Let's
that your
not
argument?
put words in his mouth. What do you think?
Well, I'm
Destiny?
Oh
trying
my
to
God! You want to
answer
know what
the
I want to?
I want to know what you think.
Oh my
Seriously.
God. Okay, yeah, let me tell you.
Tell me.
The guess that most people probably do, me included,
Yeah.
you'd probably be weighing like roughly amount of life left about, right? Like if we go on the hyper most extreme example, you can choose either a 1-day-old baby or somebody 1 day away from death. You'd probably save the 1-day-old baby because they've got so much more life to live.
But that doesn't
If you
negate
had to
that
choose,
person's alive.
Hold on,
and has
one more.
value,
Let's
right?
fix. Hold on.
I thought that meant you could murder the old person.
Hold on. Let
Thank
me
you.
fix that. So let's
Yes.
to solve that problem for you. Let's say the 2 toddlers. You knew because you are a psychic or something. You know,
I
you
am.
had this. You fortune teller. You knew that they would both die in 5 days.
Yeah.
Would you still save them, or would you try to go in and save the 5 elderly people in their beds?
5 elderly people.
Okay. Well, then there you go. That's you chose to make the decision. I probably still, even though if I knew in the back of my mind they're going to die in a car accident later and they're crying right there, I'd probably still grab them
Emotionally.
and
You think
drag
it's
them
more,
out.
we're not talking about you think morally it's more correct to save the children that are going to die
I
in
think
5
in that
days than the
case,
older people you could wheel
I
out?
don't think you can
I don't
actually
think-
morally say whether or not children are going to die in 5 days.
Well,
so you're
but
like
in my-
making a
Well,
lot
that's
of
why it's called a
assumptions.
hypothetical.
But I think the bottom line is,
Jesus Christ.
whoa, loud noise. I think
Got a
in my-
truck.
Oh, he's got an.
coming
The thing
through.
is, he's got an air mattress upstairs, and I think his mom just jumped on the bed.
I think what I'm trying to say here is that in that
Wait, can I just
scenario-
ask my one question?
Well, we're getting to the bottom.
What's your-
We're not getting to the
Go
bottom.
ask
We
your
are getting to
question.
the bottom,
I'm so sick of
Destiny.
the
Here,
same
wait,
question.
let's-
Destiny
let's,
just likes to ask the questions to try to.
Here, let's
Well, no,
do.
because-
No, because he
wait.
doesn't actively
No,
answer.
Well, let's let him
answered
say.
every
Let's let him
question.
say. Let's let him say.
Order in the podcast studio. Let me do a couple chats here, and then we can, if you guys want to pick up again, we can. So we have Doc Venablis here, Mr. Density. Terry S. was not in persistent vegetative state. She was severely brain damaged. She was still able to interact with others. The videos are still available for you to view. By definition,
Thank you.
that interaction excludes PVS.
So
what is PVS?
persistent vegetative state.
Okay.
So they're saying
That's what I
thank you.
tried to prove to
Yep.
Destiny, but he said it didn't matter what the family and the video said.
Yep,
That's
true.
just
And I'll
the
explain
Catholic
why that's wrong
conversation.
scientifically. They don't like the medical explanation, but I'll give the medical explanation.
Give us
The
a
medical
quick.
Yeah, very quick is people with a brain stem can still respond to incredibly basic visual stimuli, and they can do so in ways. That's why when you watch the video of like Jackson the baby, he does it.
I think you're talking about Alfie, not Jackson.
That's it, or Alfie, or whoever, or Terry Shivo. It's the same thing. So the videos you see are that. Now, obviously, the families are like, oh my God, she's alive. She's communicating with everything. But like the doctors all say this chick is super dead. The brain analysis afterwards showed this brain was super dead. She was never waking up. There was never going to be any improvement. It wasn't just severe mental disability. Half her fucking brain was gone, and she wasn't even probably having a conscious experience. What you're seeing is the very rudimentary expressions of things your body can do to very basic stimuli that the brain.
But what does that have to do with abortion? This is like we've talked about
I was
death
just answering the question about Terry
and
Shivo.
coma so much today. But what I've already explained to you, when you're talking about someone in persistent vegetative state or somebody who is severely brain damaged and we're not sure has the capacity to have consciousness, what does that say? Well, how does that change the fundamental question, which is, does the human in the womb have value, who definitely has the ability to have consciousness, who's unlike the person
If it doesn't
Your
have
who is in a
response, and then we
persistent
have to
Yes, if
continue.
it doesn't have
state.
the parts yet, it doesn't have the ability to have
does
consciousness.
have the parts.
It has the
The
ability
parts-
to
the
develop the
parts are
parts.
already
I know what two-cell organism. Where are the parts? Where are they in the two-cell organism?
The code is
That's a
already
blueprint.
in
A
place.
blueprint is not the thing itself.
But it's
In
a-
2 cells, where are the parts?
But
Where is the brain in 2 cells?
It's not
So
just
you're
a
back to the
blueprint, though.
fairy.
It's
You're back to the
actualizing
life
itself.
It's
A blueprint, if you put a blueprint alone in a room, okay, and you put the wood, line up all the wood around the room,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
the blueprint doesn't magically
correct. So
direct
what
the
you do
pieces
is
of
you
wood
have
to
a
build the
blueprint,
home.
and then you give it other things. That's what the umbilical
No,
cord of the mother's womb
but
is
that's
for. Yes.
nutrients. That's different because
It's
the
not
embryo
different.
cell
Nutrition.
that-
It's a self-assembling machine, but it still
but-
needs. But the self-assembling,
but
the blueprint, genes. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Is there a brain?
in my
is there a
analogy-
brain? Is there a brain in your DNA?
Is
Is there a
brain?
heartbeat in a DNA?
Your
No,
DNA
it can develop into it if it's the
Is a
has the-
blueprint.
if
Yes.
it's part of the
Thank you.
genetic
for
True.
you to develop a brain
Yes.
and a heartbeat.
Develop, because it's not there yet. True, I agree.
So let's continue
But-
on with some of
okay,
the chats
you're-
here.
you're like the fairy
We
guy.
have Davon Jackson here. Thank you for the
Davon
donation.
Jackson, yes.
He's simply saying the potential for consciousness is not the same thing as having consciousness. Non-existence is probably better than being born to parents who don't want you. I'm anti-abortion as contraception, though.
I don't.
Okay, Davon Jackson, good to see you in the chat, man. Thank you much. Thank you very much. We have Carmen here with the $69 super chat. Thank you very much.
Oh, the sex number.
Yeah, that one. All right, Destiny, your arguments are as
baseless as they are stupid. Human life is the most precious gift God can give a man and a woman. In my opinion, if you are in favor of abortion, what did that say?
I'll read the rest.
Yeah.
Then I'll bet you are in favor of legalized murder. Hashtag abortion is murder. Hashtag abortion is murder.
Absolutely
It's a hashtag.
based.
Hashtag, by the way. Okay, thank you, Carmen, for that donation. Appreciate it. We have Carmen here again. Destiny, your arguments are as baseless as they are stupid. Human life is the most precious gift God
You're
can
literally reading the same.
give him.
He
Oh, it's
donated
the same
a
one?
second. Oh no, he donated.
Oh, they
$60
sent
for
it
that one.
twice. They sent it
Oh.
twice. Okay, well, Carmen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Carmen.
Appreciate it. Double time on that one. We have Sweet Tooth here. Sweet Tooth, thank you for the $69 donation. Why is it when Destiny would use science, you females attack him for it, but you can use it later in the convo? And why you get mad when Destiny, when he interrupt, but you have been doing it the whole time since it started? You girls are just too missing an O there. Are just too emotional. Sweet Tooth, thank you for the. Do you guys? Anyone have a
Thanks for
response
the misogyny,
to?
I guess.
Okay.
I just wish Destiny had another person here because I do agree it's a bit imbalanced
Yeah.
to have two pro.
Nope, this was
lifers
better
and
if there was a
one
second
I
pro-
person
actually
here,
feel
would've been
bad
even
for
more of a
people
shit show.
listening because I feel like the people listening probably wanted to have more of a discussion about other arguments you hear about abortion, like bodily autonomy.
No, those
like,
are dog shit arguments. Why would I have those arguments?
Excuse me, I'm still talking. Like the person who just brought up the question about, a person being born having a bad life. I feel like people who probably tuned into this debate probably wanted to talk about other circumstances beyond persistent vegetative state and people in a coma, because we just
Gotcha.
literally had the same argument.
If you want to
for
see
like
really good arguments in
2.5
favor of
hours.
pro-life, go watch my YouTube videos from like 6 or 7 years ago when I was pro-life, because my arguments for pro-life were really good.
Well, you should watch mine.
Way
Mine are
better
pretty
than
awesome.
whatever.
What changed for
We-
you, Destiny?
Yeah,
Oh,
actually,
go ahead.
we never got to that.
Yeah,
Why
what
did you
changed for
become
you?
pro-abortion?
Because I did a greater analysis of when death happens, and then I realized that saying that life begins at the moment of conception doesn't make sense unless you say death begins the moment all of your body disappears. It doesn't make sense.
Why do the markers for life and death have to be the same thing? Or the beginnings
well, because
of
generally
life?
when we talk about why a thing exists, if we're trying to figure out like when a thing starts, sometimes we can look at when a
But
thing
we know
ends.
but we agreed earlier when human life begins. You just assigned person to it at consciousness.
Yeah.
So we do
just
know when
like we
life
know
begins.
that like human life continues past death, but we wouldn't really assign that any type of moral weight. Like things still happen. There's some metabolizing and shit that happens to the body after you die, but like
The
we don't
body's
assign
not.
that.
If there's actual true death, the body's not acting in a coordinated fashion anymore. Unlike
Yeah, maybe
what
not in a coordinated
happens-
fashion, but there's still
That's
stuff going
what
on. But we would
happens
say that
with
like it's
human
dead
life in
because
the
the brain
womb.
has ceased
But
to
you
function.
but you usually give a little window of time. Like there's a woman as an example who you probably
Yeah,
heard.
but you're not giving
She was
that
in
window
Well,
of-
just to clarify, she was in her coffin and she actually was tapping on the coffin because they declared death too soon
Sure,
for her.
we're not
right?
giving a
So-
window of time because we want to extend it past when death has happened.
But
in that case, we
Destiny,
missed when death
Destiny,
happened.
there's a
Yeah.
window of time before consciousness where the child, the life, the human is alive and will develop consciousness very soon.
But if it doesn't have that consciousness, I don't care.
But when you're dead and you're really dead, you're not going to become alive again.
Yeah, but if you're dead and you're really dead, then you're dead. Then we say you're dead.
So why? So back to my original question: why is having the definition of death that's medical so important to you for a marker for personhood in the womb, even though before consciousness the human is still alive?
Because there's a lot at stake in the conversation. So yeah, I
Okay.
think it does
Tell me
well to
more.
analyze both sides of like what exactly is happening.
What do you
so
mean by
figure
that? A lot at stake.
As in you've got on one end you're balancing potential lives that are being lost, and on the other end you're threatening the autonomy of a woman to control her body.
Okay, so you do care about bodily autonomy just up
Right.
until
He
your
just admitted
marker
that.
of consciousness. So this is about autonomy in the end.
If we're just talking about a surgery, yeah, it is just about autonomy. Yes.
Okay, that's a good thing.
But
to
your
acknowledge.
bodily autonomy doesn't give
So
you
my
the right
bo-
to kill somebody. But if you're not killing a person, then
But you were
absolutely
just
your
saying
bodily.
the reason that this consciousness definition matters so much to you is because of bodily autonomy and because of competing
No, I'm saying the
goods.
reason why the whole abortion argument and figuring out when conscious starts or stops, if we care about that, the reason why
Yeah.
it's important is because in the realm of abortion, that's what's at stake. You're weighing the potential loss of a woman's autonomy for no reason, if you're wrong, versus the weight of murdering children, if you're wrong. That's why it's
And
important.
I would
So
say if you're
even though-
weighing those two things, murdering 60 million children would probably be higher up on the moral wrong.
It depends on the probability
So
of you
to
being right or
clarify-
wrong on any
so
given
to clarify,
argument.
if I am an embryo who's going to develop this consciousness in just a couple
You
weeks,
are not an
just
embryo.
a couple
Yeah,
weeks,
you were never an
hypothetical.
embryo.
You love these, okay?
I
Stay
do.
with me here.
Okay, I'm here.
In this hypothetical,
Yeah.
there is an embryo who's going to develop consciousness in just a couple days.
Yeah, that's not even
you would
hypothetical,
make
yeah. Uh-huh.
it's not a hypothetical.
'Cause it
There you
happens,
go.
yeah.
It happens.
True.
Yeah. So in that case, though,
Uh-huh.
you would say the bodily autonomy of the woman is more important those 2 days prior to consciousness than that child's, that human's, excuse me, you don't like the word child, that human's
Thank
right
you.
to live.
True, yes.
Why?
Because it doesn't have the conscious experience yet.
Why
There's
does that
nothing
matter?
Because that's the thing I think that we protect when we're talking about endowing
What if
people
it's-
with
Even though
moral
that
consideration.
consciousness is I mean, I guess we're going to go back in the circles.
You're
Let's
talking
go back-
about,
let's go back to
fundamentally,
your-
the most
can I ask
fundamental
a
thing, the most
question
fundamental
of-
thing is you're talking about protecting a thing that I don't believe exists yet.
What
so you're
about
saying like
at
we have to protect this
19
person.
weeks?
exist.
What?
What if because
it
medical,
didn't exist, you wouldn't have to kill
medical
it, so-
technology keeps improving, right? So we all acknowledge that it used to be 28 weeks.
Oh
you
my
had to be
God, you're
born-
making another
No,
viability argument? I don't care.
No, but I'm just asking you this question. So at 19 weeks and
If you could,
Wait,
if you
excuse
could
me, can I
viably
ask
take,
my
no,
question?
I'm
Can
not,
I
I
ask
don't
my
argue
question?
for viability.
No,
Why am I
at
answering
19
viability
weeks, if we
hypotheticals?
have, excuse me, if we have medical technology that allows a child who's 19 weeks and 6 days to be born and survive.
Yep. Then you should be able to take it out at 19 weeks, 6 days, and use it as target practice.
So that child who's born in the hospital,
Yep.
who NICU is
Goes
helping
right to
sustain
the
life,
range.
can be totally
200
thrown away in the
yards.
garbage.
Yep.
And
Magnifying
that-
scope
I mean,
and everything.
That is the
Yep.
problem with the consciousness argument.
That's not
is
a
it's
problem at all.
logical.
It's wholly consistent.
No,
Just
I
like
know.
how it is immoral. If a
No,
person,
it's-
if a
no,
person
you
is
have
going
a
to die,
very
if a
consistent
person,
argument.
if a
It's
person is going to die, if a
consistent.
person
It's
is going
not
to die,
logical,
if a
though.
person is going to die in one day, is it ethical to kill them?
No, it's not. Of
I
course
actually-
Because they're conscious,
I-
right?
your
argument-
so,
but-
so, yeah.
but
wait,
if
wait,
I'm
wait, wait,
unconscious-
wait,
but Destiny, if I'm
Hold on, no, let me ask a
unconscious
single question.
and I'm
okay,
gonna
I'm
die
okay,
the
I'm
next
standing
day,
over a
it
person.
still isn't right to
I'm
kill
standing
me.
over a person. Wait, what?
If I'm unconscious,
we're not talking
and
about
when I
unconscious.
you
Let's
are
say there's a-
because you care so much about
I'm talking
consciousness.
about lack of consciousness.
I'm
Completely,
un-
not just being
I'm-
temporarily unconscious.
No,
Let's say
but
there's a
that is
person.
lacking
I got a person right here.
consciousness.
Person's
It's
whole body.
lacking
Okay?
consciousness when
I'm
you're
getting ready to stab this guy.
unconscious.
Is there a difference
Destiny,
between stabbing
when you're
him?
unconscious, you're lacking
Is
consciousness.
there a difference between stabbing him 5 minutes before and 5 minutes after he dies?
Yes, of course, because death is the important marker.
Then you
Yes.
asking me, is there a difference between killing a child 5 minutes before it has consciousness versus 5 minutes after? I'm going to give you the same answer. Do you see
No,
how both
because
of these
that's
things
you
work
still didn't
exactly in
listen
tandem
to
with
what
each
I
other?
already said like
you
a
don't have
half
to
an
kill,
hour ago.
Hold on, you don't have to kill a dead person, Destiny, as we both know. You do have to kill a
person is-
pre-conscious
You don't.
baby.
Obviously, we're not killing the thing I care about. That's the whole point of
In
the
an
conversation.
abortion, you
you
kill
are
a
acknowledged
pre-conscious
that the
baby.
child in the womb is alive. So if you're killing a child in the womb 5 minutes before the child in the womb,
The question we're talking
develops
about isn't whether there's a
consciousness-
living thing; it's whether that thing is a person. Why do we keep going back to this?
So it is
because
living.
when you
Of
said
course it's
because
living.
you
What do you think
asked
it's dead?
Well,
excuse
earlier
me,
you weren't- you
you
were
asked
kind of
Lila
quiet.
about
You think
somebody
a
who
fetus
is
a
dead.
dead thing that becomes alive with the magical fairy
Someone
wand?
who is dead
Yeah.
is not alive. Do you agree
I
with that?
totally
fact?
agree with that. Yes.
So stabbing a person who is
Dead,
dead,
yeah.
is not the same as stabbing a 19-week, 6-day-old fetus in the womb, hours away from turning 20 weeks when your like little magic conscious fairy
Yep.
invades my uterus and suddenly implants a
The
conscious in that baby.
similarities is that stabbing a dead person isn't harming anyone because there is no one of which to speak. Stabbing a fetus that hasn't developed a conscious experience yet
And
is not harming anybody
Destiny,
because
by
there
your
is
logic-
because there is
Reckless.
no one of there to
By
speak.
your logic-
there is nobody to speak of.
That's
There is not a
definitely
person
reckless.
By
to
your
speak of.
logic, stabbing an unconscious person has no moral problem because they are unconscious and
Only if
there's not a
they're never
person
gonna
of which to
become-
speak.
we've
The
returned.
child
We've
is going to
returned.
become
We've
conscious,
returned back-
Destiny.
But they were never conscious.
I just
Why
like to
does that
point out
matter?
that
If
Destiny
you
and
can't
become
Nick-
explain why
hold
that
on.
matters.
If you become unconscious,
Why does
is
pre-consciousness
there a person
matter?
still like to speak
Wh-
of that
why
has had
does-
your conscious experience?
Why does pre-consciousness matter so much?
It
I would like
doesn't
to get
matter.
to
It
other
does
arguments.
If you've
matter.
never
You
been
said.
conscious, it
I
doesn't
never
matter.
want to hear the word consciousness ever again after this damn
Here, let's.
podcast.
We,
Like,
we
my
got
God,
some
how many
chats.
times have we said it
We
today?
got some chats. Let's
One
do,
more thing on the burning
let's do
building.
One more thing on the
thing
burning.
on the
Oh,
burning
was
building.
that? Can I ask my one thing on the burning building?
Well,
let's say. Hold on,
one
wait.
more-
Here.
Can I just say what I was going to say?
Order,
Can I just say what I was gonna say?
order,
Yeah, yeah.
order,
So
order,
on,
order.
on the Titanic, right?
Make it quick, make it quick, Lila.
Okay, I'll make
Make
it
it
quick.
quick, make it
They
quick.
saved the women and children first, right?
I don't even know if that's true. but go
Okay,
ahead.
well, they say should
We'll
have
say
or
hypothetically,
whatever,
yeah.
right? Typically, we save the children or the woman first. That doesn't mean that the men are less human or less persons than the woman and the children. No.
No.
There you go. So similarly, if you happen to save the toddler but not the embryo or not the elderly person, that doesn't mean the elderly
why the
person or the
numbers were brought
toddler
up.
or the
Don't do
or the
it.
embryo or the elderly person is less human or less of a person.
Okay.
Okay, so we
So
have
the moral quality
we
of the things
have
has not
some
changed.
chats here. We got Dank Naked here. Thank you for the donation.
Dank naked.
The word fetus means offspring in Latin. If
tried
you
to
kill
say
a
that
fetus,
earlier.
you're killing human offspring. What is in that womb is human. We can tell the difference between an elephant fetus and a human fetus. Dank
Right.
Naked.
Holy
Thank you very much
shit.
for that.
Yeah, Destiny told me
donation
earlier
there.
he didn't care what the word fetus meant when I asked him.
True.
We have-
I don't win debates with the dictionary
We
definitions.
have Pyrotechnist. Thank you for the donation. What about an egg's possibility to undergo parthenogenesis and develop into a fetus without sperm fertilization?
Holy shit.
I can't even. I don't know. I can't.
You don't
parse
know
that.
what parthenogenesis is?
Unfortunately
Fucking
not.
Idiot. Fucking dumbass.
Seriously, right?
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm.
If you're talking about like taking a skin cell and putting in an emptied egg and putting in the genetic code and developing that into an embryo, in that case, yes, it would still be an embryo and still be alive and still has personhood.
We have Doc Venablis here. An argument can be made that consciousness is present at the genetic level as evidenced by transgenerational inheritance of memories and learned tasks, as well as epigenetic expression. So consciousness may well be present at the
I
time
like
of
that argument.
conception.
I mean,
Come
you
on
could-
down and join the
Might as
table.
well,
That's wild.
throw that. I mean, that definition of consciousness honestly sounds more convincing to me than some of the
That would mean
definitions I've heard
dead
at this
people have
table.
consciousness too because all their DNA
No,
has
because a
consciousness.
dead person is not going to
but
grow.
but the DNA is still
A
there.
dead
Those
person is-
intergenerational inherited memories are still in
No,
the.
because a dead
Yeah,
person.
that's what their
But
definition
that
was.
doesn't solely define what makes a human life. That's an aspect of a human life, according to that
Oh,
commenter.
the memory in your genes.
Okay.
That is an aspect, but that
Is
human
Hideo
life is
Kojima
still
working on
living
Metal Gear
and
Solid
developing.
6? Is that what we're?
What's
Because
that?
Destiny, a dead person is dead. So that's the difference.
I
there.
totally agree. And a
Okay.
not yet alive person is not yet alive and consciously.
Wait,
Yes.
excuse me,
Absolutely,
see, you
but-
Keep bringing up that
conflating-
conscious
You
point.
just said
Ah,
alive.
damn it.
For
You keep
consciousness, man.
conflating alive, and you keep agreeing with us when we call you on it
Mm-hmm.
that a human being is alive in the womb, right?
What-
Even
I-
before
yeah.
consciousness develops, you agree that a human being in the womb is alive because you keep saying before it's alive. You keep
Okay.
you keep saying this.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not answering you. So just for the audience to understand the tactics, right? Never in this debate do either of these people think that I think that whatever exists before 20 weeks is dead. Bringing up that alive thing is trying to win using etymology. You're trying to win using a
You
word
just said
We were
it's
just
not
to
alive.
try to
we were
define.
using the language
Yeah,
you're
because when I'm
using.
saying not alive, you know what I mean is.
No,
have
I
the
don't know what
conscious
you
experience.
mean. You
Okay,
need
so
to
then you
explain it.
genuinely think when I said that. Let me hear you say that.
I have
Do
many
you think that when
people
I
who
said that,
tell
I
me
think
that
that a
it's
fetus
not
is
alive.
dead?
No,
I
I
have a lot of
think
people
that
tell me that.
I think that
What do you
when
think I'm saying?
I think that when you accidentally reference the pre-conscious human as a living human, I think, and then you kind of correct yourself and say that's not what I mean. Meaning you call a person a living human, but then you also call the embryo pre-consciousness a living human and use the same terminology. You're accidentally showing the point that your arbitrary measure of consciousness is not a good definition for when a human life begins.
Okay.
So that's why we get stuck on that point for you.
What's actually happening is you either totally don't understand my argument, which is strange because I repeated like 8 times, or you understand the absurdity of your argument, so the goal is to try to catch on like as many as like, what do you mean when you say human? What do you mean when you say child? What do you mean when you say fetus? What do you mean when you say life? The definition I've given, I'll say it one more time for no point, that like I define somebody as having personhood, as being a person at 20 to 24 weeks when the conscious experience develops. If I say that like, oh, it's not alive yet, I clearly don't mean that it's a dead lump of cells that becomes alive. What I mean in terms of like having the life of the person that we're talking about, I might misspeak because we all use these words like differently sometimes, but I very clearly, syntactically and semantically defined exactly what I mean. If I use one word in place of another, you should still understand what I'm meaning, unless you're so desperate to try to win on like a word technicality because you understand you've lost the logic of anything else that you're trying to argue.
No.
That is what is happening.
Our position is 100%
you understand that that's what's happening.
Correct.
No. I think
you're the one who has to create.
No, that's why I've never
slope
tried to call you out or catch you on like, oh, but you
degrees.
said this word, so that means you're wrong. I've never done that in this conversation.
Because words matter, and we're talking about.
This isn't a conversation about words matter. It's trying to catch me on like a technicality in a word because you understand logically.
Talking about whether or not
human
human beings should be able to live or die. They actually matter, and what you're harboring, Destiny, is an innate bias and privilege against children who are younger than 20 weeks in the womb.
True.
And so you keep using dehumanizing terms or saying it's not alive, and then you're like, oh wait a minute, I meant it was alive, but I just said it wasn't alive. Well, which one is it? I think part of it is, as Lila was referring to, it's kind of written on the human heart, and as someone who has a son yourself and you've seen ultrasounds, we all know what is inside of a mother is a human being, and it is alive, and it is unique, and it is precious. We don't always like to admit that because that human being could be highly inconvenient to us.
Children are highly inconvenient, but
absolutely, children can be inconvenient to some people. But what you're harboring is this privilege and bias against a child before a child turns 20 weeks.
It's developmental discrimination or age discrimination.
Gotcha. And I'll reiterate my point. I am biased. I'm biased against beings that do not exhibit consciousness or have the ability to exhibit consciousness.
Unless they're in a coma.
That's how you decide somebody is dead. Once somebody is dead, I'm just going to keep. You can cut us eventually, but I'm not going to let her ramble for like 5 minutes and then not repeat my argument because she's just repeating her argument. So I'll just restate mine. I do discriminate against things that don't have a conscious experience because there's nobody being harmed. When you abort something that's 10 weeks old, you can't speak of a person that is being harmed. It was a clump of cells and it's gone. Just like when you stab a corpse, there is no person there that's being harmed because the conscious experience is gone.
That is wrong because the corpse is dead and the human being in the womb is alive, and
the corpse is dead because
the corpse is dead. Their body is no longer
exhibiting a conscious experience.
No, their body is no longer working in a coordinated fashion. So I think it's very insincere for you to continue to say that the 19-week child in the womb is the same as a dead human being, because we all know in this room that the 19-week child in the womb is not like a corpse. But you want to keep saying that because it helps you justify your position that abortion should be legal up to 20 weeks, because you have to take that discriminatory view based on age, based on development, in order to justify your beliefs.
And you can use like all the loaded words.
But you're right, Destiny.
Yep.
Your position is correct. You believe that children up to 20 weeks can be killed, and you don't give a shit about them. So congratulations, you have been philosophically consistent with your beliefs. What I'm telling you,
what you're telling me is that you think if an 11-year-old child is raped, that person should be forced to carry that child to term because otherwise it would be immoral to abort a clump of cells that don't even have an experience.
What I'm saying is,
and you your position is
What I'm saying is your position is reckless. It creates varying degrees of personhood, which I have said over and over again, leads to awful things throughout all of human history, and can't hold up when medical technology will prove you wrong, as I proved you wrong multiple times about a child who feel pain at 12 and a half weeks, toddlers and twins who can actually interact with each other at 14 weeks.
Okay. And I'm going to go with the position that doesn't compel.
You are correct.
I'm going to go with the position that doesn't compel 11-year-old girls to forcibly be carrying a child to term. That's my position.
I have a clarifying question for Destiny.
Yeah.
So if consciousness is everything to you, and anything you do before a child is conscious or a human is conscious in the womb is totally fine, would it be morally acceptable for somebody to intentionally, maybe there was like some fetish they had or something, intentionally get pregnant, and this has actually happened horribly, intentionally get pregnant to intentionally get abortions, but they're doing the abortions at 19 weeks. So as a fully formed embryo a fully formed fetus
go
can
for
feel,
it. Knock yourself
and
out.
you're okay if that person gets abortion after abortion. It's
abortion
totally
after
morally,
abortion. Yep.
it's
He's
totally morally
consistent in his
acceptable.
Go for it, yeah.
that
I am, thank
children
you.
can be killed.
So I
Children,
could have
yes.
30 abortions,
30, you could have 35.
on 19-week-old babies.
Unlimited abortions, however many your body
and you
can
think
produce.
it's completely morally
Yep,
acceptable.
100%.
Okay, well, it is a consistent position.
Well, let's try to get through some of these
It's
chats.
horrific,
We
but it's
are.
I personally think
I think we can end it
arresting
right
the
here
11-year-old
because
for
we've already
murder for
admitted
getting an
that
abortion
it's
after getting
a
raped by
position
dad. I
that
think that's
children
horrific.
can be
But
killed.
Well,
you know,
that's
we all
See,
have
now
our.
you're bringing up
That's
other
not what-
arguments,
Hold on.
Destiny.
Well-
that's
You
not what
said
we
it's
said, Destiny.
consciousness.
What do you mean?
Was your argument against abortion?
He would
Yeah.
actually arrest the
For abortion.
11-year-old, he said, if the abortion was past 20.
I
That's
would if
right,
they're past
that's
20
right.
weeks.
You
Yeah.
would
So you're,
11-year-old.
But
I'm
in my
not-
world, she would have the opportunity to at least get examined
But
and
in
then have
the
an
real
abortion.
world, typically you don't find out when you're a rape survivor of a very young girl who probably is not having regular menstruation. You usually don't know you're pregnant until well into the
Well,
second
maybe
trimester.
for rape survivors, we should have better support in society for them, like immediately
Well,
screening
I-
for pregnancies and stuff.
Well, that's
after.
another
But you
thing.
don't know.
But-
They don't know. Typically, the fact that they're raped isn't known. They don't share that. They're not like calling the police right away. They're 11 years old.
Well,
And they're
they
usually
better
in-
make it known then. I don't know. You have to figure out some way to do it. What do you, are you trying to change
Yeah.
my whole position because of the system that exists as is?
Well, I
like
think-
sometimes
I-
an 11-year-old might be forced to carry a child to term and they don't have the ability to get external help for their actual child. That doesn't mean you should be able to murder the baby.
I think. Well, I'm glad you're against murdering.
I try to be. That's
a
like the
child
position I'm the most proud of.
post
Yes,
20
I am very
weeks.
anti-child murdering.
I just
yeah.
Hold
wish
on,
you
let me
would
just. I
acknowledge
just got
the
to come
child's
in.
life
I do
before
just have
20
to
weeks.
come in. Let's try to get through these chats just because we are running a little bit late here, and then we're gonna have to wrap up here pretty
Yeah.
soon. So okay, let's try to just get through these chats. If you do want to say anything to in response, I just ask you keep it brief.
Yes,
that
sir.
way we can just get through all of these.
Gotcha.
All right, we have Matt L here. Thank you for the $49 super chat. Appreciate it, man. Better coma example: the patient had a traumatic brain injury where, if left to its own devices will heal in approximately 9 months to a point of regaining consciousness, as you have defined it. Would termination of this human be acceptable? I
No.
believe this
No.
is
No.
no. Okay. All right, Matt.
Okay,
thanks
why
for
is that the case then for a
Because
child?
there was a conscious experience. You
Why-
still have the capacity to play it. There's some healing process, and then it will deplete again.
Back and forth on this brief.
Yeah,
if you
it's
guys,
okay. We went through it. There's no answer
Sure.
for
The
The
why.
answer is the child has not
there's-
had a conscious experience. There's no conscious
But
experience
there's
to speak
no
of.
logical reason why.
That is
having-
logical.
there-
It didn't exist.
But why does that provide not having the moral
I am
protection
Stephen.
of
When
the
I go to
law?
sleep, there was a Stephen, and there will be a Stephen.
I
If I have a
get-
traumatic injury, there was Stephen, there will be a Stephen.
Yeah,
When I
Stephen.
was an embryo, there was never a Stephen to speak of.
Destiny, you've said that many times.
I
But
have,
the
'cause
point
it's
that
logical.
we,
It
that we have
makes sense,
said
100%.
is within weeks the child
Within weeks, so
will-
it hasn't yet.
But
Whether
why
it's
does
5
it
seconds or
matter?
5 years.
But why does that matter?
Because
So-
it's not there yet.
But the child is there. It just hasn't developed.
You
that
acknowledge
The
the child
conscious
is
experience is
actually
not there
present.
yet. Whether it be 5 years, 5 seconds, 5 millennia beforehand, it's not there yet.
And you're also just denying that children, which we know scientifically actually have REM cycle sleep. And
I don't.
dreams
First of all,
18
I don't
weeks.
even know that. I don't even believe that. I doubt we even know that.
Okay,
but yeah.
science.
All right, we
Google it.
have Fernando Marrero Jr. Hey, thank you, man. He says whatever. Thank you, man.
bro,
Appreciate it.
title
There you
drop,
go.
man.
Title drop. Yo, Rams. Thank you for the Canadian 69. Appreciate it. The youngest age of fetus medically proven to have survived outside the mother with medical support should certainly be considered human. Okay, Rams. Thank you. We have Vanessa Tam. Thank you for the Canadian 50.
Oh, interesting.
Merci
People are
beaucoup.
saying that the REM cycle sleep for fetuses is around 23 weeks, which
Okay.
would actually be consistent
There's
with what
other
I think
studies
that
that say
Sure.
18
conscious
weeks.
experience. So cool.
We have Vanessa Tam here. Birthing the baby fetus is the only way it's coming out of the mom. So why not help the pregnant mom during pregnancy, and she can birth the baby live and adopted
Absolutely.
versus dead and dismembered?
Well,
That's
there's
exactly
this whole
what we do in
thing
the program,
called
yeah.
So you guys
That's
probably
exactly what we do in
you
the
probably know a
program.
little bit about this. Okay, there's this thing called pregnancy. Okay, there's a whole 9-month process between
What's it
actually
called?
getting
What's it called?
pregnant.
I'm
It's
not
called
real
pregnancy.
sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you for that.
There's a whole period in there that sucks to deal with. Varying levels of suckiness, but yeah, there's probably a good 6 to 7 months there of time that can be saved, and then a whole bunch of like irrevocable changes to the human body, or whatever, that you could probably avoid if you don't go through that whole period. But yeah,
All right.
Destiny, death is defined as the complete and irreversible cessation of brain activity.
sure.
That's not the same to say that if that's the definition
Sorry.
of death, if that's the
Yeah.
definition of death,
Mm-hmm.
a child weeks before consciousness at 20 to 24 weeks in the womb doesn't have that definition of death. It's
It
not
doesn't even have the brain activity.
But it doesn't
Child has
have
brain waves.
irreversible, and it doesn't have a cessation of brain activity that will never come back. It's going to develop its brain activity
Going to develop.
shortly.
I agree. It
A
will.
child has
It
brain
will develop,
waves
and once it
within the
develops
first
it, I'm going to care a
within
whole
the
lot
first
about
Do you
it.
see that even your definition of, well, I'm defining it the same way that death is defined, they're not the same. Do you see that?
No.
You don't see that.
You could have a
That when
definition
you-
of
when
going
you
broke is when you lose all of your money. But guess what? You're also broke if you don't have any money. You don't get any
He
money.
has a new definition of death. Death is what he's saying. He's made up
What-
his own definition of death.
What is your
Yes,
definition
just
of
for
death?
this Whatever one helps me win the debate.
Destiny,
Apparently.
can you hold up your doodles
Do you
to the
acknowledge
camera?
that
It's
that
different
preborn
if
children
someone
in the
is
womb
dead
have
and
brain
all their
waves
brain activity has
before
ceased and will
consciousness?
not come back versus
the
a
thing is,
child
you're
in the
getting
womb,
hung up
an
on the
embryo in the
word
womb
ceased.
who has the potential and it actually has the capacity for brain activity in time.
Okay.
Do you see the difference?
I know there's a difference, but this difference is not relevant. The
He doesn't.
important
That's
point.
the whole debate, though, Destiny.
It's not. The
Because
point
you're
is.
saying it's morally okay to kill the child that has the capacity for brain
Okay.
activity but hasn't
Who is
developed
being
it yet.
harmed when you abort a 16-week-old fetus?
Hold on.
You're destroying that
Stop it.
16-week-old.
Here, let's just
Listen,
try to
though.
get through these chats. If you want to bring it up at the end, we'll try.
go.
All right, we have Real Life Outdoors. Hey, thank you. Dest, do you think there's a philosophical significance? I think that's what he did.
Do you think there is a philosophical significance in non-existence, existence, and cessation of existence? Why do you feel humans put so much importance on endangered eagle eggs than human fetuses? Genuine question, do you feel it's purely a population issue?
A lot going on there.
Quick responses to these super chats. if
Yeah,
you
there's
can.
differences between all of these, but there is no quick response to that. It's super complicated. Why do we care about endangered eagle eggs? We probably feel some obligation to save like unique animals or some things in environments, and that's why we're obsessed with like pandas and shit. I don't know if it's necessarily logical or reasonable, but I mean.
Do
yeah.
you, do you think there's anything wrong? You know, it's smashing bald eagle eggs. Have you done anything morally wrong, or it doesn't matter because it's not really alive? It doesn't have consciousness.
Well,
right?
I fucking eat meat. Why would I care about smashing eagle eggs?
I think the point
I
of
eat
the,
chicken
the
eggs,
point
right?
of the
Well, those aren't
questioner
fertilized,
is why do we maybe the point of the questioner is why do we not care about aborting children in the womb,
our
but we care about
laws.
eagle eggs? And it's true. It's a good point. It's a very
Sea
good
turtle
point
eggs are
because
protected
there are
under law
many, and
Florida.
I'm a conservationist. I believe in protecting the environment. That there are forces, even environmentalism, that say that we should protect endangered species, but we shouldn't protect human lives. So that is a huge. I think it's not logical and it's not correct.
All right, we
Stop
have.
it.
Oh, whoops.
Get some help.
Didn't mean for that.
This is my favorite guy.
Do you wanna read
Destiny,
it?
there is no point in using analogies when there are hardcore facts about this discussion. Also, using a range for consciousness comes down being a theory, which is a synonym for assumption. Therefore, it's not concrete. Trash debater.
I have another one here for you.
I mean,
From
I
him.
agree. It doesn't make logical sense, and
True.
it's not consistent.
Not like a one-celled organism being a thinking, feeling being.
No one said it was thinking. or
Pain is
feeling
considered
yet,
an
Destiny.
immediate conscious sensation.
And a toddler
Yep,
can't
tried
drive
to
it.
bring that up
The
multiple
ladies
times.
are correct, and Destiny is wrong yet again. He talks fast and it sounds good, but perhaps he should use words correctly.
Do you agree
and do
with
some
that?
research.
Do you agree with
You're
that quote?
welcome for the advice, Destiny.
Pain
I agree with
is
everything.
considered an immediate conscious sensation. Do you agree with that, or do you think that's wrong?
No, I don't think I necessarily agree
You
with that.
just disagree with science.
Thank you, No Banuga.
Did you read
Because
the whole
that's
thing?
actually the
that's really
pre-conscious child, by your definition of conscious anyways,
Can
does
feel
react
pain.
to stimuli and can feel pain.
I'm pretty sure like amoeba can feel.
But
What
they're
ab-
not
what
an
about-
amoeba; they're a human
What
life.
about
So there's
human
a
who
difference.
can't feel pain?
There's a difference.
Are they still conscious? Do you feel
Probably because I'm not using feeling pain as my description
like?
for
But we
being
just
conscious.
saw that the pain is definitely.
Oh
a
fuck!
sign
Well,
of
the donator
consciousness.
said it. I guess I don't know. I'd have to think about that one too.
Well, we still haven't really gotten down to that exact definition of consciousness because it's still
Oh, well,
connected
fuck!
to.
I can't
Let's-
exactly define what consciousness is.
Yeah.
Fuck me, I guess.
I would think of it as arguing.
I didn't
for
know the
killing-
burden of me was to
if I
solve
was
the hardest
arguing
question
for
of all
killing
of human
human
fucking
beings, I
biology
think
and
I would have
neuroscience.
it. I would have that
Jesus.
definition like memorized.
You don't even have the
I
definition for
guess.
puberty, and you seem to tell me that
If
you can
you're
exactly.
arguing whether or not human beings should be killed, violently ended in the womb,
If you're
whether or not they
arguing
should
that
have
women
the
should
right
be
to
forced,
live
their
or
bodies
die,
should be turned into prisons where they have to
there-
carry something to
There
term.
we go. So
11-year-olds.
it's not about consciousness.
11-year-old.
You're going
Pregnant,
back to rape
raped
argument. And now you're going
11-year-olds.
to the bodily
Oh my
autonomy
god.
argument.
Pregnant.
Let's read some more super chats
Raped
here.
11-year-olds.
We
That's
have
what he's going
we
back
have tactical
Tactical
lupus.
Oh.
Thank you for the 50. Excuse me, rambling about nothing on the loop the whole podcast. Yeah, I bad faith the whole time. Even the girl you're with is annoyed. They haven't heard anything Destiny has said. Bro, one on the house analogy. Parts aren't a whole. Okay.
Hey,
An
he's got
embryo
a
is
cuter
a
picture
whole.
too.
Just
All right.
What an absolutely base dono guy. Okay, Ayush Chuksi. If you take out fetus at any point during pregnancy and it can survive, it would be wrong to take its life. That said, at any point the fetus is body part of female, and they should have the right over it and should be allowed to make choices based on that.
Ayush, thank you for the super chat. We have Dank Naked here with the 50. All I'm saying is when I put some cake batter into an oven and if someone pulled said cake batter out and spilled it onto the floor, I'd exclaim, "What are you doing to my cake?" Not, "What are you doing to my cake batter?"
Oh my
Oh my
God.
goodness. Destiny.
Someone's a thinker.
No,
Okay.
first of all, that the argument is still defeating. Cake batter on a counter would not be a cake.
A cake is a thing.
True.
All right,
Human
we have
beings.
we have Dr. Ocho
Well, an embryo
here.
is still a human, just like a toddler is just like an adult. is,
Dr.
so-
Ocho with the super chat. Thank you, man. Kristen is incorrect. Being generous by not saying lying. REM sleep, REM sleep doesn't happen in the womb until 28 weeks. Okay, according.
And there was another study I saw today that said 23 weeks. I saw another study that said 18 weeks.
Okay. Vex Liberal, thank you for the big
$199.
$200.
Damn.
Wow, huge.
All human cells contain the
Huge.
blueprints for an entire human genome universality.
Is it a unique human?
We don't consider. Yes. What do you mean?
No, they don't.
We don't consider skin cells to have the parts for consciousness, nor do we give them moral consideration. Wait, what do you mean?
That's
No, we
right,
don't.
because a skin cell has your blueprints, has your DNA.
When you
It's
say
not
your, who is
unique.
you? What does that
You.
mean?
If you
like me,
scratch
what is
your
me?
arm
Yeah, but who is me
and
when you say me?
cells come off onto the table, disgusting.
Yeah, if I rip my arm off and I put it on the table, is that
Those
me? Is the arm me?
cells have your DNA,
And they're a part of you.
Yeah, yeah,
of
but
you.
like
not a
let's say I
whole.
rip my arm off and I put my arm over there. Is that arm me?
It's a part of you.
Well, it's no longer a part
no
of
longer
me.
attached.
So it's this
to
is
you.
me and the arm is not me, right?
Well, and single
But it's
cell
not a
destiny
unique,
was
whole,
still destiny.
living human being.
You were
What
a
if
whole
I-
arm, even
is-
as an embryo,
the,
you were a
the
whole.
skin
Yeah.
cells that
Uh-huh.
flake off you are
Yeah.
not unique whole human.
What if
being.
my head flaked off me? Would that be me or would
That's
the body
disgusting.
be me?
That's why I'm glad you're not sitting
Interesting.
Next to me.
Okay, we have Dank Naked here with
Do you think my head is going to fly off my body?
Destiny asking the most bad faith question.
True.
The toddlers will have a higher ability to live than the embryos.
Wow.
As humans, you're programmed to protect your young. Of course, you'll feel an urge to protect toddlers over embryos. Doesn't mean those embryos aren't alive.
Thank you.
We have.
Perfectly stated.
Correct?
Thank you. I believe that was Bryce, by the way, with the super chat. Thank you, man. Good to see you in the chat. Yo, Angel Cardenas, thank you for the $9.99. Thank you. I can't believe the has the okay. Talk down to Destiny. When she thinks a seed is the same as a tree, they ask 100 questions, and when Destiny tries to answer one, they ask 100 more as he's answering, then get mad because somehow he's interrupting. Okay.
True.
Angel,
Thank you for repping me.
Okay. Rams, merci beaucoup for the Canadian $69. Thank you for the soup chat, man. Unfortunately, the only way with evidence-based medicine to find out what the youngest fetus age we are able to save is to extract fetuses and try to keep them alive in a large study. Unfortunately, I wouldn't even do that to animals.
That would be
even.
immoral research.
Okay, and then we have Nanya Business. Thank you, man, for the soup chat. If it doesn't exist, Destiny, then why the need to abort it? You make no sense.
That's a fair point.
True. That is such a good point because I thought it was like nothing and then all of a sudden just pops into existence.
Yep.
Fuck me. That was a really good point.
That was my question about the
Debate
magical
over.
phrase.
You've lost. You've
I
ceded
didn't even
the-
consider
okay.
that.
Mike Davis, thank you, man. Good to see you back in the chat, man.
Wait, is this the Mike
It
Davis?
is the Mike Davis. Do we have his photo somewhere around here?
This Destiny misfit weirdo is a really slow brain making an argument about consciousness. If we were to ever meet, I'd knock him unconscious straight into airplane mode. Would it be cool to kill him then?
Well,
Wow.
Can I
the
arrange?
pro-lifers in the room would say
I'd say
100% no.
Yeah.
Should we
Because
arrange?
Destiny's consciousness, ability for consciousness or development of consciousness does not equal his value or personhood.
You're still a person.
If you're a human, you're a person.
Destiny, would you accept a boxing match with Mike Davis?
Well, it depends on the environment we're in. Like, if he's got like those non-slip shoes and he's fighting in the native like Wendy's environment that he's used to inhabiting, then I might lose that one. I'm not sure. I'd have to think about it, you know?
Okay, fair enough. We have the Lifeline Apologetics. Hey, thank you, man, for the soup chat. Really appreciate it. Destiny, since you hold there is no consciousness at conception personhood, do you believe a woman should be able to drink and smoke from the
a great
earliest point of pregnancy if she doesn't get an abortion?
I would say no because you're committing harm to a future person.
Whoa.
So is it committing harm to a future person to dismember them at 19 weeks?
No, because you're preventing that future person from existing.
Okay.
Nice try,
I
though.
actually don't
I like how
have-
you thought.
I actually
I've
don't
never
have
thought
to
of
say
this.
anything
It's
to
always
that,
when I debate
because
like
you
pro-life
just-
people, they think that they can like catch my question.
You
Like,
just
have you
defeated
considered
yourself.
that? Like,
But
oh, you're
Destiny,
totally messed
but
up.
hold
there.
on,
Yeah.
Destiny.
You just
They
defeated
do
yourself.
exist. In order to abort them, something exists. What exists?
Something, but not the person. That's the whole point of the
So-
entire argument. The conscious
Right.
race doesn't exist yet. Yes, that is correct.
But they're going to be
But
they
you're
have the
saying
capacity
that
for consciousness.
person,
Same
the 6-week-old child in the womb when the mother's drinking and doing drugs doesn't, which we have been arguing this entire evening, has the capacity to form consciousness, which is your, baseline.
The
belief.
unethical
doesn't
part
matter
isn't
to
that you're
him, though.
harming the 6-week-old. The unethical part is you're harming the
Well,
thing
how
that's...
do you know? How do you know that the child isn't going to be aborted at 19 weeks? Maybe the mom decides.
Well, if you
to
plan on
abort.
aborting it, then it's not unethical.
Then you can do whatever you want.
Yes, based. As many trips down the stairs as you find necessary, as long as you know you're getting the abortion.
you
knock
can
yourself
kill
out.
a human, and that's moral. But you can't drink and potentially give the child fetal alcohol syndrome or make the child be born with a drug dependency. That's immoral.
When am I saying you're okay to kill humans?
At
or-
19 weeks and 6 days.
Before the conscious
it's-
experience, you can
He's
abort
not
the
comfortable
thing.
with that
yes.
language.
Okay.
Well, no, because your
you can
intuition
end,
pumping. Yeah.
You can end the life of a human being,
Yeah.
which is a unique genetic human being,
Yeah,
which we've
because I don't
already
care about any of that shit. Yeah.
So you can end that life. That is not immoral, but
Correct.
it is immoral at 19 weeks to smoke crack cocaine
Correct.
and
Yes. Because you're harming the future person. Like they're going to be about, and then you're going to harm them, right?
But they are that person.
Yeah.
That's
They're
the
not that
difference,
person
Destiny.
yet.
They are
If
that
I go
person.
on top of this building,
you just
are that
defeated
person.
yourself.
If
Like this is.
I like how you
you're
think.
done.
I've never answered this question before. If I go on top of a building and I
think you
put a
have.
piano there, okay, and I go to push that piano off the building, let's say that I push it off onto somebody immediately. That would be unethical, right? Well, what if I set a timer to push this off in 5 minutes and then I walk away, right? And I know a person's going to be walking by in 5 minutes. Well, is it ethical because I'm not harming anybody
Well,
right
and
at a
when
particular
that
point in
person-
time? Hold on. The unethical part is that in 5 minutes, a person will be there. So I'm setting up a scenario where in the future, somebody's going to be caused by my actions. They're going to be caused harm by my actions. That's the unethical part. The unethical part isn't me putting the piano there or putting a contraption there and then
But
walking away.
Destiny,
The
there-
unethical part is setting a future person up for harm.
But
So
there-
for a fetus at 6 weeks old, you want to smoke and drink and do all that, that's fine. If you get an abortion, that's whatever. But if you do that and then you carry that child to term, or if you intend to carry that child to term, you're harming that future person.
Right,
That's the
and
issue.
I think that we totally disagree that consciousness doesn't define a human.
That's fine.
That
So
you can
obviously,
be
yeah.
unconscious and still a human. You can have less
No,
consciousness and
we
still be
never
still human.
agreed on any
We
of
went
that.
through all of
No,
that.
we
Yeah.
didn't agree on any of that.
Just one
Well,
thing.
you,
was
I think
there
that was
something?
your point, though.
Was
you
there
said a toddler is a little bit less of a person than
Yep,
a
Yeah, but there's still a
20-year-old.
binary of do you have consciousness
You
or not. Once you
already
have it,
admitted
you can
that.
talk about degrees of consciousness.
And that
but
binary, I think, is where the illogic comes in. There's
It's
no,
not
there's no
illogical at
reason.
all.
There's no reason for why a child that has the capacity for consciousness and just needs time to develop it. Why you should discriminate?
Hold on,
against
you
that
can
child.
say that there's no reason, but it's not illogical. There's a binary of are you an NFL player or not.
What's
However, there could be people that are better NFL players than other NFL players, but there can still be the binary of if you are or you
What's
aren't.
illogical is to draw the arbitrary line.
It's not arbitrary at all. It's
It
very
is arbitrary.
concise. When conscious experience
It-
happens, you
it's
present
It's not
it.
precise
Arbitrary-
because you can't define
It's an
it.
arbitrary
It's not precise because you
line.
can't define a particular point in time. It's called a continuum fallacy. Look it up. I'm not going
It's
to
an
explain it to you.
arbitrary
Yeah.
line to use that for
It's not
determining
arbitrary.
the
What does
moral
arbitrary mean? What does
value
arbitrary mean to
to
you?
determine, to
if you
determine
wanna-
the moral value
sure.
of someone.
If you want to say it's arbitrary to determine moral value,
Just
I
like
can
if
agree with
said-
you. I can agree with you. I can
Destiny,
agree with you.
just
I
like
can
I
agree
said,
with
a
you. I can agree
newborn-
with you.
A
I can
newborn
agree with
has
you.
consciousness
I can agree with you.
more so than
I
a
can agree with you.
preborn,
Keep saying
and
that.
so
Wait, can you-
therefore the
why you
newborn
were
should be
repeating
given
that?
Because I
value.
was trying to
because
finish
he's
my
a
point.
child.
I
Remember,
can
we've
agree with you that
already-
it's
we've already
arbitrary,
established that.
but the point is everything is arbitrary. If you're going to get that fundamental, a unique genetic code is arbitrary.
So-
A unique zygote is arbitrary. A unique fetus is arbitrary. Like it's all arbitrary if you go really, really, really fundamental. But we're not here to
Well,
do
we
like
pick
solve ethics.
We pick when life begins.
Yes, and I pick
Well,
when life
as a
begins
human
based on when I
being.
think life ends, because I think that's about what we're worried about protecting. What are we protecting when we talk about protecting
It's-
human life?
it's
It's not a
still
body,
different, though.
it's not a
It's still
cell,
different,
it's not a
Destiny.
heartbeat. We're protecting their conscious experience. That's about what we're
Here,
looking
let's
at. Yeah.
we'll
But
come back
life
to that.
ends
Let's
when
come
you
back
have-
to that.
when you-
there's
We've
have a
already said
complete
this
system.
over
I
and
mean,
over.
I
I'm
yeah,
like
I keep saying-
sick of having to re-say the same things over and over again.
Don't worry,
Let's
the
get through
sickness
the
is
super
shared
chats.
all
Let's get
across
through-
the
let's-
table.
just-
We're gonna all projectile
we're
vomit
gonna-
into each
we're
other
gonna get
soon.
through the. We're gonna get through
Then
the
let's
chats.
go. Get through 'em,
We're gonna
yeah.
get through the
Take
chats.
control over this goddamn
Apparently,
conversation.
apparently, just a point of two chatters, Jennifer and Jonathan, said that I've missed their super chats. Jennifer, maybe we're coming up on it, but I don't see any of your super chats. I don't know, but something about, did we do one related to the Khmer Rouge?
Nope.
No, I don't.
I
saw
thought
that.
I
didn't understand what he was
saw
talking
something,
about.
but
Wow, so you just fucking ripped that person off.
well, maybe my
I think
guys
there was like
accidentally
an argument
unclicked it.
about
But
harming babies.
what's that?
It was something about harming babies.
Was it under the threshold? In any case, okay. So let me do this one. We have one here from Polarized. I'm not going to pull it up, but he has a question for Kristan. It's a very simple question. If an embryo is a human being, for you, Kristan.
Oh, I thought, is there more to the question, or
That's it. Just I
Well, it
guess
depends on what type of embryo it is. That
Is
would
that
be-
human
That's
embryo
just-
a human being?
Yeah, if it's a human embryo, it's certainly a
wait.
human being.
somebody save it. Nick, can you
Do you want
keep
me
it
to-
center?
do you
Keep it
want me to
center.
grab it, or no? Sorry.
Rip. Welcome to the whatever studio. Okay, let me get through these soup chats while Nick fixes that. We have Dank Naked here. Destiny, there's a difference between a dead body and a fetus developing a brain. How bad faith are you right now? The fetus is going to develop a brain. A dead person is
Thanks,
dead.
Naked. We've
Wow.
said that like, I don't know, 30 times.
I'm just too
at this
dumb to
point.
understand that point. It's not
You
getting
don't
through to
want
me.
to understand that point
Because it would defeat my whole, it's
that's right.
inconvenient. It's an
That's right.
inconvenient fact for me. It would just obliterate me
Yeah, well,
entirely.
at least you know that.
I do. This is like the head of the Exodia that just obliviates my whole argument.
All right, we have Devin. Sina here, thank you for the 50. Nazis murdered disabled children because of their impacted consciousness, mental faculties. Was that okay, Destiny?
Yeah, I think mental disability is the exact same thing as having no conscious experience at all. That's what they said, so I believe that.
Wait, are you
What
being
level of
sarcastic,
mental
or?
disability do you think the Nazis are justified in murdering children? Please explain.
Well, probably the ones where your brain isn't even really working, I would say is probably justified. Like
an
in the instance
example of
of
that?
Terry
Please give us an example. That was
Shivo,
a
or the
pretty
instance
terrible
of...
statement you just said, that the Nazis were justified in murdering disabled children.
I don't
So-
think the Nazis were trying to kill people that weren't having conscious experience. I think they were trying to murder people because they were trying to get rid of like the unclean from society. I think it was a bit different.
But you just said...
Okay,
it's
so if a woman has an
okay.
abortion at 19 weeks for a eugenic reason because of the skin color of the baby, because she
Oh,
doesn't-
that could be
she's a
unethical,
racist.
sure, yeah.
That would be unethical.
But I
be,
thought
yeah.
it wasn't
Wait
a
a minute.
thing.
Earlier, it wasn't unethical for a woman to get pregnant as a sexual fetish and continue to have abortions at 19 weeks because the 19-week-old baby is not a baby and not a human, not a person. So why would it be unethical to kill a 19-week-old who based for a racist reason?
I don't know if it's unethical to practice a sexual fetish. It might be unethical to design society with a racial vision in mind.
So it is wrong to kill at 19 weeks for a race-based reason.
I don't know if I care about killing the thing. I'm thinking more of the designing of a society based on race.
But you just said Lila
Okay.
asked you, is it wrong to kill a 19-week-old fetus, a child in the womb?
You're
because of
asking
the
me as if
child's
something
race?
is wrong
or
about...
gender. We could ask about
Yeah.
gender because
So-
that happens.
I
Sure.
think you're acknowledging that
asking
you're
me-
killing, though, is what
Yeah.
you're acknowledging. No?
Let
You don't
me-
think it's killing?
Let me explain, okay?
Please do.
You're trying to ask me, is it wrong to practice eugenics? And I'm saying, in general, I would say that probably eugenics is wrong.
I didn't
How-
ask
whoa,
that.
whoa, 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 whoa!
I didn't ask that, actually.
That-
I said, is it wrong
no,
to
no, no.
practice eugenics on a 19-week-old before consciousness?
Hold on.
It's a
But that's the
difference.
issue. I don't care. It's always wrong to practice eugenics.
Even on a
in this way.
19-week-old pre-consciousness.
On anything. It's
But
probably
if the
wrong to practice
19-week-old
eugenics.
pre-consciousness has no moral value,
Yeah,
why
goes
would
back
it?
to
Why is
circle.
it possible to even be racist against that 19-week-old?
I didn't say you're being racist against a 19-year-old. I say you're practicing eugenics. I don't know if there has to be...
Why would it even be eugenics to kill the 19-week-old?
I would say it would probably be unethical if you were to say that people should only breed with people of their own race. That form of practicing eugenics is unethical. Even though you're
That's
not killing
not
anything
quite
at all.
what I said. I
Hold
said-
on. I know.
yeah.
You're... Okay.
I'm just asking you to answer
I don't know if I
question.
can.
Is
The
it
thing is, I
wrong?
can't. I can explain
It's a
every part of this.
hypothetical, which
No,
you
no,
like.
no, no. It's not
Yeah.
the problem. It's a hypothetical. The problem is I can't explain anything without getting cut off. Okay.
I'm
You're
not-
asking me.
yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You're asking me the question is it unethical to is it unethical to kill a 19-week-old thing by virtue of doing it because of a eugenics? And what I'm saying is practicing eugenics is unethical. In your mind, you're transferring the idea that I'm saying, oh, you think it's unethical to practice eugenics by killing a 19-week-old? You must think it's unethical then because you're killing the 19-year-old. No, killing the 19-year-old or the 19-week-old has nothing to do with whatsoever. It's the practice of eugenics. Whether it's 19 weeks old or 21 weeks old, I would say both are wrong. However, the additional thing would be that killing the 21-week-old would also be murdering a child and practicing eugenics. Killing the 19-week-old would be unethical because you're practicing eugenics, but not because you're killing some baby.
But
That's the
Destiny,
difference.
by virtue of your argument, you
Yes.
cannot practice eugenics on a 19-year-old because they're not a person yet.
Do
so
you
there's
think
no
that?
moral
Okay, here's a
harm.
question.
That's your
Hold
argument,
on.
Destiny.
Do you think it's eugenics to sterilize
Can you
people?
answer? Can you answer?
No,
what I
because
just
that's not.
said,
I don't think
though?
that's what eugenics means.
Okay, let's define then. Eugenics is, I'm doing, in this scenario, it's a racially motivated act of oppression, violence against this 19-week-old fetus.
Okay.
That is pre-conscious, so it's not a person in your book.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know what
So
that
is it
definition
wrong?
of eugenics is. My understanding of
Well,
genetics.
would that be wrong? What I just said in that hypothetical, would that be wrong?
Practicing eugenics in my mind for racial
But
visions
would
and
it
at
be
the
wrong
end
to
is wrong.
kill a 19-week-old pre-conscious fetus for racist reasons? Would
Yeah,
that
but
be
not
wrong?
because you're killing the fetus, but because you're practicing eugenics.
But why is it practicing eugenics if it's not killing a person?
Because we have different definitions of what eugenics means. That's why I just wanted to go back and define
Okay.
eugenics. My
Define.
understanding is my understanding is eugenics is when you have a societal breeding plan. So for instance, this could be a practice of eugenics, is saying black people are not allowed to have children. It doesn't mean you have to have abortions. It doesn't mean you have to kill
Of
anything.
course,
Doesn't it, right?
yeah.
Well, okay, so if we're saying that is illegal,
That's
or-
not what
I'm sorry,
I'm talking about, yeah.
if we're saying that's eugenics, telling people who can or can't have kids is eugenics, then I would say it's unethical to practice eugenics for a racial vision of mine. Even if that means aborting a 9-week-old. Even if that means having an abortion of a 5-week-old. But that's not wrong because you're killing a 5-year-old. It's wrong because you're practicing eugenics. But eugenics isn't defined by having an abortion
But
of a
you're-
human living being, of
You're
a person
putting
or
a
whatever.
moral quality on this unconscious fetus.
No,
that you
I'm
didn't
not.
put
I'm
on
putting the
before.
moral
Thing
quality
is
is on
what
the
he
practice
calls
of
it.
eugenics.
But you're only saying the eugenics is bad because it's it's ending the life of this child for eugenics reasons for this human.
Eugenics right in front
But
of all of us.
but
God,
Destiny,
listen to us. I
Destiny,
said that eugenics was designing socially, socially deciding who can or cannot have children. And now you're telling me you said eugenics
Destiny.
was about killing a baby. I never said that.
Destiny, you're saying it would be wrong to kill a 9-week-old for race-based reasons. No? Is that correct or yes?
Correct, yes.
Okay. But then on the same hand, you're saying that 9-week-old is not a person and doesn't have moral status.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
The wrong that's being committed
don't have to
isn't
say
a
person,
wrong.
understand.
The wrong that's being committed isn't
I
the
mean,
wrong
it's
against the 9-week
his
child. The
inconsistency.
wrong being committed is the social wrong of eugenics.
So it's just the intention of the thing.
No, it's
Because
sure, but
killing
it's,
them has no
it's not the
moral
intention
val-
of killing a baby. It's the intention of eugenics.
So they get moral
what are they
value.
doing?
Hold on, they get
That
moral
doesn't make any
value
sense.
if they all of a sudden get moral value if they're being killed for racist reasons, but if they're being killed
they're
for
not
other
getting any
reasons.
moral value. I wouldn't punish the person for murder, or I wouldn't punish the person for having an abortion.
Wait, what did they do wrong if it's just a thing? If
What are you doing wrong if you
if
tell
a
black people not to have children?
19-week-old
What's the wrong thing? Nobody's being harmed.
If the 19-week-old child in the womb is not a person and it's just a thing and has absolutely no value, I understand what you're saying is that because you don't, think that a human has value and isn't a person until they have consciousness. So, but what are they actually doing? They're not actually doing anything. They're not even practicing eugenics because there's nothing there to
It's a
practice
non-person
eugenics
in your
on.
view. It's a non-person
You said
in
that
your
it's
view.
a non-person. It's not a thing.
If you say only white people should breed with white people, is that practicing eugenics, even if you haven't had any kids yet?
You're not defining. That's different.
I
depends-
literally
depends-
defined
well,
it.
there's
Wait,
positive
hold on,
and
wait,
negative
wait,
eugenics.
wait, what do you think my definition
You're
of
not
eugenics
defining
is?
what that 9-week-old thing is then. What is that?
It doesn't
thing?
matter what it
It does
is.
because you're saying it's wrong to kill it. So what is it?
I'm not saying it's wrong to kill it. I'm
Yes,
saying it's wrong
you
to practice
are.
eugenics.
You're saying it's wrong
Practice
to kill it for
eugenics
eugenic
on-
reasons.
Yes.
What
So
is
explain
practicing
what it
eugenics
is.
on?
Practicing eugenics
Can
is
you practice eugenics on like things like cars? What do you practice eugenics on?
theoretically you could, sure.
Can you practice eugenics on like refrigerators?
Theoretically you could, sure. Let's say that I find out that
No,
a certain
because
refrigerator
refrigerators and
is.
cars can't reproduce. You've already
I'm
said.
sorry, were you gonna let
what
me answer the
definition
hypothetical,
of
or were you just
re-
gonna keep
no,
rambling like
because
you do? Oh, okay, my bad. No,
you
I'm
already
not
said
okay.
what the
At least we're honest
definition of
about it.
eugenics
My bad.
was.
Okay.
Here, let's do a couple super chats here.
Let's
We
say that I
have-
found out
let's
there
do
was a
some
car
su-
that
hold
was
on,
owned
wait,
99% by
let's-
black
let's-
people, and let's say that I armed that car with an ability to stab you in the balls makes you can have kids.
The
Would you
balls?
argue that that's the balls?
Stab in the balls.
Stabbed in the balls. It's Cadillacs that only black people drive. Would you say that's a form of eugenics?
That would be wrong, and it would
Fuck.
be.
It would be eugenics,
racist.
even with no
And it would be
babies
racist.
present.
But you're still stabbing somebody. You're still harming someone. Like the 9-week-old.
Sure, but you're not
still
killing a
harming them.
kid. It's eugenics.
You're killing what you don't want to call a kid, but it is a kid. You're killing a human that you don't want to call a person, but it is a human, and you're still upset with killing it for racist reasons, but for other reasons you're okay with it, and that doesn't make sense, Destiny.
It totally makes sense.
Let's do some
Let's
super
do it.
chats here.
How many more of these we have?
It's
Brian?
we're getting there. We're
Jesus.
getting there. We're getting there.
So a molar preg do not get rights
changing
because they
my
are
flight as
non-viable. Pregnancies with lethal genetic abnormalities that will never be viable on their own, but can still become full term. Anencephalic babies never develop consciousness given time. Comments?
Pregnancies with lethal.
The-
never develop on their own. Well, actually, that actually is false. So pregnancies with lethal genetic abnormalities. So the question is, does having a different genetic code or something that could end your life, does that change that you are fundamentally human and that you are valuable? A child who has been diagnosed with anencephaly, or a child who's diagnosed with Down syndrome or cystic fibrosis or whatever terrible syndrome you want to come up with, that doesn't change the fact that the child in the womb, that fetus, sorry, I didn't mean to trigger you, has rights and is valuable and should be protected. I don't think just because someone has been diagnosed in the womb, by the way, the New York Times even said earlier this year that 80% of genetic tests that come out and say that a child has Down syndrome, cystic fibrosis are wrong. That was like the New York Times. So that doesn't actually change your value, and it doesn't say that that human is no longer worthy of life.
Wow.
Okay. We have Crystal Cole here. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it, Crystal. Thank you. There are multiple definitions of consciousness. One is related to awake, asleep, under anesthesia versus consciousness in terms of metaphysical human awareness. You can be unconscious according to the first definition while being conscious according to the second definition. Crystal, thank you very much for that super chat. David Keiko, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you. If I am the last boy on earth, is it immoral or virtuous for me to pull out and
Nice dono, dude. Good one.
I need to read these first.
Yeah, you really should.
All right.
Not cool.
Jennifer, this one came through.
We're reading $20 donos now?
No, just
This brokey fuck.
Jennifer, just a point of clarification here. The read trigger is the actual question you want answered has to be $49.99 and up. It can't be cumulative. So just a heads up, but something about the Khmer Rouge, I guess if you want us really quick, we'll give you a slide on this one.
Killing babies and bashing
that's
babies
bad.
against
I
a
think
tree, we would all agree is bad.
it's pretty bad, yeah. All right, Jennifer Hemingway, any relationship to the author? Okay. What is the question?
Is it bad to bash babies
Yeah, I'd
against
say
a
it's
tree
pretty
and kill
bad.
them?
I reckon-
would say it's
Yeah.
pretty bad.
I reckon that's pretty
I'd
bad.
really take a
All
hard line
right.
stance against, yeah.
We have the lifeline apologetics here. If early term abortion fails the pill, hypothetically, if the child is born, the pill could have damaged the child permanently, just like drinking and smoking example. Would it have been wrong to take the pill? Is she stuck and has to try abortion again?
If you're going to have an abortion, it's probably like a foolproof method, not something that can fail and have like a fucked up, damaged kid, because that would probably be
The
unethical.
majority of abortions in the country today are committed via chemical abortion. They have a 15% annual failure rate.
Wow.
So are you against chemical abortions?
If that's the actual stat, I probably would be. I have a feeling that's probably not true, but if it was, I would probably be against it.
Actually is, but okay, yeah.
They usually have to go back for a percentage of the cases of surgical abortion.
Yeah,
to
because
complete
it's
the
incomplete abortion.
Gotcha.
All right.
Which is why there's abortion pill reversal, which can sometimes save the life of the child. And it saved a few thousand lives. If you take the first abortion pill in the regimen, you can save it.
Yeah, you can go to
save
standingwithyou.org.
the life of your child.
Or if you have problems with the first one, just keep taking more and more, okay? Nothing says you can't take like 2 or 3 Plan Bs, Plan C, Plan D.
Do you think Plan B is an abortifacient drug?
Does that mean abortion?
Yeah.
I
do you
think
think
so.
Plan B can cause an abortion?
Is Plan B the one that it prevents implantation?
Yep.
And yeah, probably, yeah.
Thank you for having a consistent definition. Because
No
I
problem. My
actually,
definitions are all very consistent, so,
well, no, I mean, you've had a consistent definition of when you think babies should be killed. You have been very consistent throughout all this. I think it's
thank
wrong,
you.
and I think it's reckless, and I
know.
think it's very dangerous. But you've had a consistent position. But I would thank you for actually admitting that Plan B, which a lot.
Why are you saying admitting?
Well, no,
I agree it's abortion.
let me finish because when I talk about the dangers of Plan B, I will often be told by interviewers that I'm lying, that Plan B is merely a contraceptive. It's not abortifacient. But it actually says on the back of the Plan B box, may prevent the implantation of a fertilized egg. If you Google the word fertilized egg, it comes up.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Embryo.
The strongest
So you actually
pro-life
admitted that.
arguments-
So I would.
I'm not
I would
admitting
thank you for
anything.
that.
Obviously I don't care.
But it
Yeah,
can be
probably abortion. But the
abortifacient.
strongest pro-life arguments, in my opinion, are usually ones that consider the teleology, the development of a human, rightfully so, begins at not conception, but implantation. And I find that those pro-life arguments are more convincing than the ones that believe it happens at the moment of conception, because if it happens at the moment of conception, there are like millions of babies that die every single day tragically that we never hear about and don't even know about and don't care about, which is like a very weird position to have. Whereas like implantation more closely follows, because you agree that it's possible to fertilize an egg and the egg just doesn't implant. It just, it goes out. To think of that as like the death of a human or the death of a person is like very strange.
Just because that happens doesn't mean that those
those
embryos
I understand.
aren't
I know.
beings.
Are human beings that deserve all the rights, whatever. But the idea that it begins at implantation, I think, is more satisfactory. But if that's the case, then having Plan B wouldn't be considered abortion.
Do you
because
believe
implantation
IUDs are abortifacient? Because I was reading something yesterday that Planned Parenthood had put out on their Instagram, and they were saying that Plan B isn't very effective for people like me who are overweight, and so they were suggesting that women get copper IUDs inserted in them, which we knew copper IUDs, they're not preventing the release of an egg, but they actually...
I thought copper IUDs like sanitize and kill anything
well,
coming
that's
in.
sperm, but if you're doing it after the fact, after you've already had unprotected sex, the goal of the IUD is to make the womb inhospitable to human life.
I don't know anything. I've
IUDs
never heard about that before. That might be true, but I've never heard that you can do an IUD as an abortion measure.
Yeah, it was very new to me that Planned Parenthood and the abortion industry is actually now lobbying as if IUDs are emergency contraception, but they use the word contraceptive. They won't actually use the word abortifacient. So I was just trying to find out, are you actually consistent as well? Because you did admit that
I won't even admit that to you because I don't know if that's true. I'd have to research that on my own. I've never in my life, usually like scheduling for IUDs and all that like takes a while. I've never heard of using an IUD to...
It was on the Planned Parenthood's Instagram page. I was pretty shocked by it, as well as that they were now recommending this drug, this device, which actually can kill a baby. It prevents implantation of the new human being into the uterine lining.
All right, we have a super chat here from Trauma Davy. Thank you. For anti-abortion, what is people reproduce by shaking hands? What if people reproduce by shaking hands and the child magically appeared in 10 minutes? Would it be unethical to let go a second before? I mean, this is...
I would say, no, it's not
No,
unethical.
it's not unethical. Just like it's not unethical to not have sex and not conceive a child.
All right, Trauma Davey, thank you there. And we have just 3 more here. We have Gotcha. Thank you for the donation. Appreciate it. For the pro-lifers, if an enslaved African-American woman in the 1800s unalived their fetus to protect the fetus from an enslaved life, would that be immoral?
So like a mercy killing.
Yeah.
Is the way that they would probably see it.
I think
kind of
so, yeah.
And I think, yes, killing someone
immoral. It's
because...
immoral.
Yeah, it's immoral. It's killing someone because they are going to be enslaved or have a bad life is not right. We should instead work to free them and get them a better life instead of end their life.
Gotcha.
Right.
And Gotcha sent it twice here, so Gotcha, thank you for the subsequent. Maybe is this one directed to Destiny? He wants Destiny's take on this one. Destiny?
For the pro, no, this is a fucking dog shit argument. You can't make arguments in favor of abortion by killing people that might have shitty lives. It's the stupidest fucking argument in the world. You would never
agree.
take a
I
1-year-old,
agree.
2-year-old,
We
3-year-old.
have found so many
all
things
right,
we agree
common
on.
ground.
but all of the
Common
arguments
ground.
are
There you
stupid.
go.
Most pro-choice arguments are stupid. If you read Judith Thompson's original paper on
Violence.
like the defense of abortion, her defense of abortion is one of self-defense, but she very clearly outlines, if you read her paper, that Judith Thompson defends the right for you to have an abortion. She doesn't defend the right for you to kill the fetus. That's why if you make an argument for viability and you cite Judith Thompson's paper, you haven't actually read the paper because she doesn't even make that argument. And even towards the end of her paper, she admits that like having like a 7th month abortion because you want to go on vacation is probably like an immoral or a shitty thing to do.
Well, and the whole problem with her argument is that the child, whether it's pre-viability or pre-consciousness, in your case, still deserves to live and still deserves nourishment from their parent.
Well, that's a
And the
complicated argument
relationship
because if
with
you're
a
making,
parent
but that's a
is
very
different than
complicated
you,
argument because if
stranger.
you're making argument with self-defense, even if things aren't acting with intent to kill you, you can still argue that you have a right to lethal self-defense against those things. For instance, if a 4-year-old is running at me with a knife
Be
and
free
he's going to
chat.
come and kill me or stab me to death, and I have no other way to avoid him but to shoot him in the head for whatever reason, technically you have a right to defend yourself against that child.
Well, in that case, you would, first of all, what responsibility do you have for the child running at you with a knife? And second of all, you should try to disarm the child.
Sure.
That's why in cases where even if you feel
Sorry, I'm fucking
even
over.
if you
No, you're
feel,
fine.
that's why in some places, if you feel you're being attacked and then you attack the person back with lethal violence, you shoot them. But it's like, hey, you could have run away. You didn't have to stop there and shoot them. You could have
Sure.
run away, or you could have.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Then there are counter arguments and there are counter arguments too. So for instance,
But
the
back
counter
to the
argument,
child
sure, but
with
the counter argument to
pregnancy.
that counter argument would be if you engage in sex, but you're doing every single thing you possibly can to avoid a person appearing. So for instance, if you're taking contraception and using condom and they still appear, do you then have full moral liability for them doing whatever? And I think Thompson in her paper uses the example if you leave the window open and like a people seed floats in and like lands in your house and suddenly grows into a human, just because you left the window open by a crack, but you thought the screen would cover it, are you now morally responsible for the development, the protection, and the nourishment of that? But that you can go back.
Right,
to
but I think,
understand
I
it's
mean,
more
I think
complicated, yeah.
again, her argument is flawed because regardless of whether or not even how much the person wanted to be a parent, they're still a parent if there's a child inside them, and that child still deserves to live and has the right to live.
All right, we have Gredneck here. Thank you, Gredneck, for the donation. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you. Still pro-life, both sides super smart. Destiny answers nonstop logical, and the girls try to get him on the tech. This is going nothing but in circles, Brian. Get a man on the P-life
Not
side
true.
next time to not just get emotional answers.
you're so
It is very
emotional,
redundant. Damn. Okay, well, there you have it.
Emotional.
Yeah, it would have been good to I maybe have like 3v3, like have one guy.
Fuck
and-
no. It's already hard with like 3
Yeah,
people. Throwing
to
in
be
more
fair,
people
it's
just get
already-
everybody
yeah.
screaming at each other, right?
All right, we have Mockery here. Thank you for the donation, man. Really appreciate it. If you don't value life specifically as a human consciousness, how do you justify eating meat? If you value a fetus because it's going to become conscious, would it be immoral to stop a blank because you're interrupting the process that leads to unique life?
Stop sex, I think.
Stop. Yeah. Well, stop. I think he's saying non-consensual. You know, but
Oh, is
we,
it?
yeah.
Okay.
Let's not talk about that. But we'll do the first question. If you don't value life specifically as human consciousness, how do you justify eating meat? So I assume he's talking about beef or chicken or
No.
pork, kangaroo. Have you ever had
For us or
kangaroo?
for Destiny?
Both.
For-
of,
I
for
mean,
everybody.
I only care about
Destiny.
human conscious experience. I didn't say
Yeah.
human because we're not having a vegan debate here. We're just having a.
Okay. All right.
I mean, I think humans are different than animals, than non-human animals, and I think that
Yes.
they deserve
Yeah.
Do you
protection
think that
more
humans?
than
Do you
animals.
think if animals in the womb have consciousness, they have more value than a 19-week-old fetus in the womb?
No, because I don't care about
Human
animal consciousness at all.
Okay. Well, we're totally caught up on chats, so
Good for you, Brian.
yeah, I know it took us a while, but we're there.
And Destiny, I just want to say appreciate you
Yeah.
dealing with two of us here.
I like half
So,
appreciate you. You guys are in
you half appreciate
extreme
it.
bad faith. Both of you do, but you know, I'm
I,
here
don't-
for it.
I was not
I'm here
intending
for
that,
it.
I don't
and I
think-
hope you
I
weren't
think
intending that either.
I don't think we
Yeah.
argued in bad faith at all.
Absolutely.
So I think
But that's okay.
I think we were able to isolate your justification for abortion, and we went in circles many times because at the end of the day, I think it's an arbitrary line that you've drawn.
That's right.
You choose to not
Wait,
think
can
that.
you
have that
restate?
free-
Can either of you restate my
So-
argument in the best light possible? I'm curious.
That
Go.
a human being does not have rights to person, the right not to be killed until that human being, in your view, develops consciousness at 20 weeks, which you cannot define and tell us what consciousness is. So you can kill that human being until 20 weeks. It doesn't matter because it's not a human being. It's not even a thing. But it is wrong to practice eugenics and then kill it before 20 weeks because it's eugenics. But we still don't know what
But
the
if
hell
any
you're
other
killing
reason is okay, it
because
sounds
you
like.
you won't define what it actually is.
Okay, and
That's
I'll do
your
this one
position.
time just to show the audience, right?
Can you
Your
do that for
position
our
is,
position? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Your position is that if we're looking at the existence of a human being, there is a unique life that is created at the very moment of conception. The blueprint that is going to determine everything you ever will become happens at that very moment. You can trace back the beginning of your existence at the moment of conception, and it is the most clear and consistent way to define exactly when your life starts, when that unique organism exists, and then when it begins to grow and become a baby, an adolescent, adult, blah, blah, blah.
Not quite
Right?
correct, because it's not just the blueprint, Destiny. It's also the
I'm
substance.
sorry, I've slightly
It's also
misunderstood
a
it, but,
really
like,
important
my
point,
summary,
though.
It's not that important.
It's
My
really
summary of your
important.
position
Well,
is a million times better than your summary of my
if you-
position, which is dog shit, but that's
Wait,
okay.
wait,
That's
no,
about
no,
it.
what's wrong with my
but
summary of your position?
just to clarify,
I
because
think
it's
I
not.
said it crap.
But just to clarify, and I appreciate you giving a stab at it, but it is incorrect because it's not just a blueprint like a blueprint in a car or a blueprint in a building, Destiny. It's also the substance of the thing, and the
Just
thing.
to be clear,
a
it's
human,
not. It's you don't even believe that.
I do believe
Absolutely.
it.
It's-
It is
hold on,
actually-
hold on.
Everything is there.
It's a single cell embryo that, with time and
Do you
nourishment, will
believe in
continue to develop
physics?
to an infant. Will continue to
Do you
develop.
believe in physics?
Absolutely.
Okay, you believe in time and space.
Absolutely.
Okay, in one cell, the only thing there is the blueprint.
And the potentiality to continue to develop and multiply.
Sure.
But
it's the blueprint. There's a mechanism to begin building the blueprint, but there's only one cell. It's just a blueprint.
Everything
blueprint
is
is never
there.
a blueprint of a house is never gonna build itself.
It will if other people are nourishing it.
Not quite, Destiny.
Sure, it has a
because
little bit of self-assembly,
not
but
quite,
again,
Destiny.
it's a blueprint.
Match.
It's
It
not
doesn't
the thing
match,
it's-
Destiny.
okay,
It doesn't
all right,
match
all right,
because because in your to make it a more exact argument or exact analogy to your blueprint, it would be as if, again, like I was trying to say earlier, but I think we got redirected another direction. But as if you put in your argument would be as if you put a blueprint on a plot of land, you stacked up you put all the nourishment
can I
there.
just say
Let me just
self-assembling
finish. Let me just
blueprint?
finish. Let me just
It's such
finish.
a dumb
Yeah, you put the
technicality.
blueprint there with all the stacks of wood, and you walk away, and you say, okay, well, the house will just build itself. The difference between the blueprint and the stacks of wood is it needs workers to go build it. In the case of a single cell embryo, it is a whole person that's going to self-actualize and develop and multiply its cells to reach different levels of age and development, as we all do as human beings, not just preborn, but once we're born, toddler, adolescent, etc.
Flan Life, thank you for the gifted 50. Sorry, go ahead.
That's fine. Destiny just
Okay.
believes in that conscious fairy. That implies
Okay,
certain things.
we have, let's just see here, we have Lifeline Apologetics. Destiny didn't answer. The hypothetical assumes the abortion fails and damages the fetus permanently. If the abortion fails, is she stuck in the choice to attempt abortion again to prevent the potential damaged future child? Fans of the ladies hope to work with y'all someday.
Yeah, you should probably attempt abortion again. Yeah, otherwise you are harming a future person. Yes. To use the
So it's
piano
a-
analogy,
it's-
let's say
once
that you go to-
again,
let's
you
that
say
go to
it's
push- let's say
immoral to
literally
harm
nothing you're
a
gonna say
future
is of value, okay?
person, but
Let's
it's
say
not
you go to
moral to
push a
kill them.
piano
Let's keep it
immediately-
nice. Let's
say
keep
you
it
push
nice,
a piano
guys. Come on.
immediately off a building and there's nobody beneath it. Let's say that you go to push it, but it only like half falls, and then it's going to fall in 5 minutes when somebody is beneath. Yeah, you should try to push it again to avoid harming a person.
That your argument does not make sense because you
That
say
makes perfect sense. You
it's
just don't
immoral
understand
to harm a potential person, but it's not immoral to kill, in your view, a potential person.
It's immoral to harm the future person.
A future
If you
person.
have an abortion, no
but is
future
it
person
immoral
exists.
to
according
kill
to
a
your
future
argument,
person?
according to your argument, all humans before 20 weeks are future persons, Destiny.
No, because
That's
if
where
you
the logic
don't,
breaks out.
if you have an abortion, there is no future person.
There would have been if you didn't have the
But
abortion,
there
Destiny.
isn't. There would have been implies there is not.
There's
But
that
somebody
person
took-
still existed. You just killed them.
No,
the
they didn't
decision.
exist. That was the whole point.
But
They
it's
never
that-
started to exist.
What was in the womb then? Was it
A fetus.
It didn't exist.
A fetus existed.
The fetus,
Not a
exists,
person, a
right?
fetus.
The fetus,
Yeah.
the child, the
No,
Latin for
whatever
young
you
one,
wanna embellish
the
it and
person
draw it
in the womb.
up and
But
make
how
it-
can you justify saying that harming a potential person, a fetus in the womb, is immoral because that may long term in their life hurt them, but it's not immoral to kill them.
Because in one sense, you are harming a future person. In another sense, you're preventing that person from existing.
He doesn't care that they would have become a person if you want to choose kill it. Is it
I know you're like staying
No,
at like half like trying to own me, but
no,
at least you're actually correct.
No,
It's actually correct.
I
yes.
understand your argument. I
There
just
is a
think
fundamental
it's,
difference,
I
yes.
think it's. I don't agree with it, obviously, but I understand it, and it is what it is. You'll keep giving the same answer, so I understand.
We got it.
All right, we have chat here from, I guess I'll just read that one while it's up. Angel Cardenas, W Destiny, the Karens are ignorant. Do you guys want to respond to the Karen accusation?
It's okay.
No, we were asked.
No? Okay.
We were asked to come here and talk about our pro-life beliefs, and I feel like we did that. We did not insert ourselves into this debate.
Okay, we have BOF. Could you hide that? Destiny, how certain must you be that a fetus is conscious to consider abortion wrong? Let's say there's a 10% chance that the fetus is conscious at 21 weeks, 20% at 22, 30% 23, etc. At what point would you ban abortion?
Like I said, the part is like 20 to 24 weeks, so I'd probably just cut it off right at 20 weeks is like where people say the development is.
All right, we have DMZ Demise. Thank you for the 69 donation. Really appreciate it. The two women are not accepting that he has clearly drawn where his line is. The practice of eugenics, wrong abortion prior to a certain period he feels acceptable, primarily that it be done before the kid could feel pain or has brain stimulation.
Unless it's done for a eugenic reason, which was the whole debate we were having.
Yeah.
Then you're opposed to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you have an argument with a room full of kids and you say, "Hey guys, you guys should like probably not have children or like wait a long time to have children," that's fine. But if you only say that in rooms of black kids, that's not fine. The same action, but it's bad because in one sense you're practicing eugenics, in the other sense you're not. The bad thing is the eugenics part.
I don't know who you're practicing eugenics on with a 19-week-old fetus if you said it's not a thing.
Well, if you're
It's a potential thing
you're
to him.
practicing
It's
it
a
on
potential.
society. That's what eugenics is practiced on a societal level. Like that's what.
But
I don't think it works, but
Okay.
Let's get this chat. We have Weeaboo.
Yeah.
Thank you for the donation. It's not good to base your values on potential. If a person inherited a gene that made them predisposed to being extremely violent, do we preemptively put them in jail? It's difficult to make decisions on things that haven't happened. Weeaboo. Thank you very much for your soup chat. Appreciate it. And then we have Dragon Zombie 2000. I'm neutral on this topic, but I really feel Destiny's just gish galloping. Not sure what that is. He's not really making any convincing arguments. He's speed talking his way out of corners to avoid addressing Lila's actual points. Lila's absolutely crushing it. Respect.
thank you.
Destiny, your
I mean-
response?
oh,
Or Lila, your
No,
response?
you go ahead, Destiny, first.
Absolutely true.
I mean, the pro-life argument is very simple in many ways. It's about human rights for all humans. You don't get to put personhood based on developmental markers. Personhood is for everyone. If you're a human, you're a person. If you're a person, you're a human. That's the bottom line. And so you don't do age discrimination or developmental discrimination or consciousness or unconsciousness discrimination. You're a human, you have human rights. And that's why we oppose intentional violence against humans. And that's why we didn't talk about it in this debate, but maybe we could do another one at some point where we get into, how to stop abortions, all the other arguments for abortion and against it, how we can make our civilization more just and more loving to a place where there are less abortions, women don't even choose it anymore, we're supporting them more. I mean, there's a whole lot more that pro-lifers focus on a lot beyond, the debate on this consciousness question.
Sure. Okay. Let's see here. I think we're all finally caught up on all the chats. So closing statements. And you have to get going, right?
I've already,
Lila,
I've
what's that?
I've already missed it. I'm good.
Oh, you're good?
Oh, no.
Time-wise, are you guys
I want
doing
to get
time-wise?
the fuck out of here. What do you want to talk about? Other thing? I didn't know I was going to have an actual
Destiny
fucking
wants to be
Time with us?
unconscious. and go to
4-hour
bed.
debate on abortion. This is like the joke topic where it's abortion and veganism are the two that I never do long-form debates on. So you wrote me into
Destiny wants to
nightmare.
go to sleep and have experience blissful
I
unconsciousness.
want to go do drugs. That's what I
But
want
no
to
one's
do right
allowed
now,
to
okay?
kill him
But
and when he's unconscious.
what do we? Okay, I'm just kidding. Okay, what else do we want to talk about?
Well,
We're going to keep going.
we could, if you guys want, we can
my
we
gosh.
can continue, or if you guys
I
feel
need
like
6
we've
more
hit
seconds.
the duration of the podcast has been sufficient, then we can wrap it up.
Sure. Is there anything you really want to hit or something? Or
Because
Well,
I know,
I would love,
yeah.
actually, not necessarily now because I know I have to drive 3 hours and I think,
Yeah.
you have a flight and stuff, but I would love to do a podcast to talk about sexual ethics and talk about, the whole reason we have the abortion crisis in the first place. One of the reasons is we have laws that permit abortion and people are just getting them. The other reason though is I think societally, culturally, post-sexual revolution. I think that's a very interesting conversation. So
abortion has become a parachute, get out of jail free card for
I
behavior.
love how children are described as like punishments, like the
I
consequence
know,
of your
we
action.
agree on that.
It's
Yeah,
very sad.
Well, that's
it
what
is
you're
sad.
describing
No,
them as.
that's how
like get out of jail, like having a kid is being
That
in
is
jail, and
how
the parachutes are to save you
That
from
is
that.
how abortion, when you do polling and you do research for how many people view abortion in our country, that is how they view abortion, is that it's a wrong, that it's ending the life of a human being, but it's a necessary wrong for them to continue whatever they feel is the trajectory of their life, and that child inconveniencing them justifies ending their life. And that's why I think what Lila was saying earlier was it was sad that we actually didn't get into this at all in this conversation, is about what are we doing as a nation to transform our culture where no woman feels like she has to choose abortion again, because that is part of our work in the pro-life movement. It's not just simply educating people about science and biology and reality, or passing laws. It's also tangibly coming beside women and changing policies, on whether it's on college campuses or in the workplace, or advocating for tangible support services and resources. I don't feel like we appropriately got to that point.
I would say we should reduce abortions by giving more contraceptives to people and let them keep fucking. That's my.
I actually have one question for the pro-life side here. And I've heard this come up from people who are either more liberal or pro-choice. What would you say to someone who says it's hard to take pro-lifers or conservatives seriously on the abortion issue, considering their social Darwinism on nearly every other issue? Now, you might reject that premise,
Sure.
but
I would reject that premise.
Okay.
I would absolutely reject that.
But I've often heard it said that one of the arguments you might hear is, well, they're only pro-life in this one particular instance, but they're not so in favor of once the child is born. This isn't my position.
Sure.
I'm
I would say that's wrong.
echoing
what we have done in the pro-life movement for 50 years, while Roe was the law of the land, was create a whole social safety net of pregnancy centers, maternity care centers that vastly outnumber the fewer. There's more than 3,000 of them that outnumber the fewer than 600 Planned Parenthood abortion facilities in our country. And these are nonprofit entities that are in the hardest hit neighborhoods, who raise money on their own. We're door knocking, delivering diapers and formula to actual doors in neighborhoods surrounding abortion facilities. So that's actually not who we are in the pro-life movement. That's not what, when you look at the money raised within the broader pro-life movement, the majority of money that is raised in the pro-life movement actually is for the tangible support services. So I would say that actually is unfair, and it's very untrue of a statement. I would say we can have different policy debates about a lot of things that are very important that determine how humans thrive in our nation. But I think we need to also enter in those conversations with good intentions with one another, not assuming that each other or those on the other side of the aisle just hate human beings. My position on, immigration or school choice or healthcare might be different than yours, but that's not meaning that I'm starting with the assumption that I hate human beings and I think human beings should suffer. I would say I have very good reasons for why, for example, I oppose socialized healthcare, or why I think there should be choice in education, and parents should be able to choose to send their children to charter schools as opposed to sending them to failing public schools. I'm not saying that because I hate children. I'm saying that because I think it's a good policy prescription that can benefit society. So I think that's actually, when you come to those arguments, both sides are actually saying that they value human life. What's different in the pro-life movement is we're saying that valuableness, that human dignity that we're giving to a child who's at the border, or a child who's stuck in a failing school in Detroit, we believe that child in the womb has that same dignity, because we are all human beings, and fundamentally the one thing that we all have in common is our humanness, and human beings deserve basic human rights, and that first right is the right not to be killed.
Did you have anything to add, Lila, or that pretty
Well,
much?
I mean, we just released our new North Star Coalition kind of position statement saying we need complete legal protection for all humans in this country, you know, the abolishing of abortion, and we also need to make our country a friendlier place to raise a family. And so that goes to things like a child subsidy. I think that if you're a parent, you should get a cash benefit, you know, money back for that child. I think we need to make birth free in this country. So I do think that there are some things that even conservatives can get behind to say, listen, you know, we should be funding things that make our family, our country more pro-family. So,
Got it.
yeah.
And maybe last thing to go out on a lighter note, should we react to that Dave Chappelle clip? Should we just on the...
Heavy
I
light.
would.
I don't know if
I
that's
would.
light. That's
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, let's do a little clip. We'll react to a little clip here, kind of related from Dave Chappelle stand-up. We'll get the panel's input, and then we're gonna wrap up. All right. Yeah, just go ahead and.
Do you want me to? So it's on the videos tab. Should I put it on window?
Videos tab. Oh shoot.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah,
trying to
let
get a
me
hold of
fix
them.
that.
I gotta change my flight. That's
Put it centered.
Oh, should see it first. Yeah.
But what time is your flight?
I change it.
When was it?
It was tonight, like midnight. It's not gonna happen.
Out of where?
LAX. I had a dinner as well, so I'm gonna have to stay for breakfast and then
When is your flight to DC or where?
DC. Yeah.
Are you worried that you're just gonna miss it, or do you have other things you want to do instead?
I have to have a meeting before I leave, so
Oh, okay.
I'm stuck here.
Because
Where are
if
you
you
heading
show up, if you
Fuck what I think anyway.
Here, let's. Wait.
I'm not for abortion.
Can you make it, Eric? Hold on. Pause.
Oh,
Pause.
shut
Pause.
up,
Pause.
Nick.
Pause. Go to the audio symbol. See, make sure it's all the way up. Oh, that's weird. I don't know if we can hear it.
I was gonna say if you show up late, usually they'll let you fly standby on like another
Play
flight
it,
instead of
play
having to
it.
rebook a whole one.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Bro, hello.
Nigga,
Can you start from the beginning? Can you start from the beginning?
I'll be real with you, and I know nobody gives a fuck what I think anyway. I'm not for abortion. Oh, shut up, nigga. I'm not for it, but I'm not against it either. It all depends
on consciousness.
on who I get pregnant. I don't care. I'll tell you right now, I don't care what your religious beliefs are or anything. If you have a dick, you need to shut the fuck up on this one. Seriously. This is theirs. The right to choose is their unequivocal right. Not only do I believe they have the right to choose, I believe that they shouldn't have to consult anybody, except for a physician, about how they exercise that right. Gentlemen, that is fair. And ladies, to be fair to us, I also believe if you decide to have the baby, a man should not have to pay. That's fair. If you can kill this motherfucker, I can at least abandon him. It's my money, my choice. And if I'm wrong, then perhaps we're wrong. Just figure that shit out for yourselves.
Okay, I think that's it. The reaction from the panel.
I love when comedy reveals the truth about how our abortion laws in America don't actually make sense. That, you know, men have no rights to say whether or not a woman can choose to pay someone to end the life of her child. He has no say in the decision at all, even though that child was created with half of his DNA. Yet she decides to keep the child and raise a child and he wants an abortion, he could be put in jail for failing to pay child support. I think that's unfair, and it doesn't make sense, and I think it emasculates men in our society. I know many of us in the pro-life movement believe that child support should actually begin at conception, because that would be fair, right? She has, as a mother, you have a special role, and your body is gestating another human being, so men cannot do that. But the man should step up, but we should allow him to be able to step up. So I think it proves the irony.
Some logical consistency in that skit. Yeah.
I thought it was funny, but every point he brought up was dog shit.
Not the best.
Yeah, well, none of it
well, I
makes
mean,
sense.
he also made the no uterus, no opinion.
Yeah, the problem is that
argument,
like everybody should be interested and invested in whether or not children are being murdered in the United States, whether you're a man or woman. So the idea that just because you have a dick means you don't have an opinion is fucking beyond stupid. Also, the problem with financial abortions is the way that family courts are structured and the way we think about paying child support is we're always thinking about not in terms of what's fair to the mother or father, we're thinking about in terms of like what's in the best interest of the child. And in the best interest of the child, if you're going to have a child, the child needs financial support. If the government's not going to be able to pay, then the father has to step up and pay, or the mother if the child goes with the father. So child support isn't something that's supposed to be fair, or you can have a financial abortion if the woman can have a physical abortion. Child support is just supposed to mean that if a child is born, it needs to be financially cared for, and some of that financial support should probably come from the two people that made the child. Usually it's the father paying child support because usually the mother's the caretaker.
And it's an interesting point that you're making, and I agree with a lot of what you're saying, Destiny, because our court system, when it is oriented towards the child's welfare as opposed to the desires of the adults, I think that's just because the child is the one that needs the advocate there and is the one that's the most vulnerable. I do think sometimes though our court systems are not focused as much on the child, and our legal system is not focused as much on the child. Obviously, abortion is case in point because the woman decides in some cases, obviously, to have the abortion, or she's coerced into it, and she has it. And then in other areas, in reproductive technologies, because reproductive technologies, most of them are all about the adults desiring to have a child, and in the process of creating all these children, a lot of them are killed or endangered, and that's harmful too. So. But overall, I think
I mean, it doesn't make
on the
sense.
same
It's
page.
like the Lacey and Connor Peterson law here in California. In California, you can kill your child in an abortion, no questions asked. That's a celebrated right. But if you are murdered by your husband or your partner on your way to an abortion facility, you as a woman are murdered and your child is murdered, he can be tried with committing 2 murders. Does that make sense to anyone?
Yeah. Well, and I have a question here for Destiny related to the Dave Chappelle clip. So, he's sort of talking at the end there. What did he say? My wallet, my choice, or my money, my choice. This is obviously directed at someone who's pro-choice. What do you have a stance on legal paternal surrender? I've heard it's called.
You can't do it. No.
You can't do legal paternal surrender.
Wait, when you say paternal surrender, are you talking about like the financial abortion, being able to say, I don't want to have any paternity, I don't want to be able to...
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the term that people who are in favor of it, they prefer not to use either paper abortion or financial abortion, but would you be in favor of that?
I mean, in a world where the government would subsidize and take care of all of it, sure. But when it's not happening, no, you probably have to pony up for the financial support.
Okay.
I think that's totally fine. The penalties of, I fucking hate talking about this issue to these audiences, but the penalties of being a single mother that has to take care of a child for 18 years is so infinitely greater than the penalties of paying some child support, of which half of fucking fathers don't even fucking pay anyway. That the idea of like comparing those two things is one of the most retarded fucking things I've ever heard of uttered by virgins, and is actually one of the stupidest fucking things to complain about the burden of child support when you're abandoning your kid to a single mom. That is unfucking believable.
I think we have some common ground there, Destiny, because I do think that's part of the reason we have so many abortions actually is because yes, it's women are choosing these abortions, but most women who have abortions actually are single moms, and so they're already dealing with raising a child on their own and a broken relationship with a man who's usually not in the picture, and sometimes, like you're saying, defaulting on child support. So I think that is a major problem.
Well, Destiny, I guess my response to you there would be, you say that the ramifications impact women a bit more greatly, but I mean, when it comes to the financial component, for example, men, if, we did away many years ago with debtors' prisons, but men who fail to pay child support, perhaps they're in some bad financial position. They're going to get locked up in jail.
Go to the court and work it out. rearrange your child support is usually based on your income, your ability to pay. You figure that out when you know. I pay child support, so I know that like it's based on your income and everything. Like it's not like they're gonna take a guy that's earning $1,000 a month and he's got to pay $10,000 a month to his rich single mom who's driving around in a Ferrari because of all the money she's making on child support. Like, or if it's really that big of an issue, as much as I hate to say it, like wear a condom, don't get somebody pregnant. Like,
Well, but what if the guy is indigent? So
what if the guy's what?
Indigent. Is that the right word?
Yeah.
Impotent? What are you talking
Indigent,
In-
homeless.
indigent.
about?
Like
Okay.
homeless.
Like homeless, no money.
Oh,
He
then
can't
she's probably
afford-
not going to pay shit anyway. What do you mean?
Right, but I mean, I'd have to look into it further. But my understanding is, even if you don't make any money, if you fail to pay child support, that puts you at risk of being incarcerated.
Well, I think the courts get into the details of the situation, because if
Yeah.
you're like you're homeless because of some medical injury or something, or you have a mental health condition, they will take that into account, because usually there's court proceedings where the woman's trying to get the money from the from the man. So it depends on the circumstance.
You know what? You did make another interesting statement there, though, Destiny, and you said that, well, the man, if he's concerned with the financial ramifications of pregnancy and having a child, then, well, he should just not have sex. That's a rather pro-life.
Yep. That's
that's
literally
like
what I
very
tell students on campuses every time.
It's a
I'm on
very
campus.
rather Bronze Age pro-life position of you to take.
That's right.
I don't think it's a pro-life position at all.
Well, it seems like almost.
It's a cautious position, right?
My rule is I only nut in women that make more money than I do. Okay, so if I get somebody pregnant, they got the money to take care of their shit. I don't knock up any fucking broke bitches. That's how you live your life. Boom. There's nothing Bronze Age about that. Also, I'm pro-choice. My wife gets knocked up. We're getting an abortion. We're driving down to the abortion clinic. Like, boom. Have the conversation beforehand. Like, I don't know what to say. You have some amount of ability to exercise your reproductive rights with a woman. I mean, if you're worried about her getting pregnant, be careful. Either use multiple forms of birth control. Don't use birth control. Make sure she's got a really long staircase. I mean, whatever you have to do. But, I mean, once the child is born, it has to be provided for. You can't just say, like, oh, well, I didn't want to. Oh, I don't know. Because now you have a living person whose life is going to be materially impacted by the financial contributions you make. So at that point, you have to consider the best interest of the child. You know, would have, could have, should have had an abortion, or should have fucked or whatever. You're past the point at that point. So
Well, sure.
it sucks, and it's not fair. It's not really fair, because sometimes people men especially want to argue this point of fairness. It's also not fair that women have to carry and deliver kids. But like all red pillars like to say, life isn't fair. It's not always fair. Men and women aren't the same. Men have to pony up a little bit more on the financial responsibility side. Women have to fucking deliver kids and have periods and be annoying in general. So like, life isn't fair. That's just the reality of the situation, right?
Well, I think we agree a lot with you on a lot of that, Destiny.
Except for the long staircase comment.
You were saying something earlier that was interesting. I don't know if you want to talk about it, Destiny, before the camera started, about you used to be pro-life, now you're pro-choice, but you have a son, and then you made some comment about you wouldn't, something about your son.
I would have been pro-choice, would have super aborted.
What's that?
Yeah, I would have had an abortion if I would have been pro-choice parent, but I was super pro-life when my kid's mom was pregnant, so we had a conversation, and I can't have an abortion if I'm pro-life, because then I feel like a hypocrite.
Do you feel
So
like
you were
if your son would hear this, that would affect him?
No, I tell it to him. What do you mean?
You told your
Yeah, of
12-year-old
course.
son.
Yeah, I'm super frank. But
if
he
I
knows
was
me and his mom are
pro-choice, I
split
would've
up. It's
killed
not like we
you?
chose that arrangement, like we want to be split or whatever. But like, I still love
How
my
do you
kid.
think that affects your child?
It
to
doesn't. He
tell
knows I
them,
love him. We hang out. We have fun. Like, I talk to him. I love him. But like, I'm not going to
I
sit
love
here
you
and lie to
now,
him
but I could have killed you, or if I would.
before he existed.
But he was in existence because he was alive.
Okay. Are we going to redo the
Are you,
whole
are you
4-hour
saying that
conversation?
people human beings aren't in existence? You're saying they're not persons, but they're still in existence because they are
I mean,
alive.
I
Their
think
What
hearts-
I'm saying is
their
that
hearts are beating,
I don't
blood
treat
is pumping through their
what I'm
veins.
saying is I don't treat my kid like an idiot. He sees he has two separated parents, so obviously the situation is not ideal.
But
I love my kid, of course I do.
But
Like, I
you
wouldn't,
would-
like, now that I have him, I wouldn't kill him. Right?
But you-
if we could have had an abortion. I mean, maybe it's something.
But
I
you
would've
tell
considered.
him that you would have aborted him.
I don't know if we
said
sit down and like I make jokes about it, but
Okay.
yeah.
But
I can
hopefully
bring him for the next conversation, and we'll see.
Hopefully he thinks it's a joke, because
Yeah,
I mean, it
that
probably
would
would
be
be
very
hard to
traumatic.
hear.
I don't think we're all traumatized the same way,
Right.
but maybe he might be
I would
traumatized.
think
I'm a little
that's very
traumatized, and I wanted to be
traumatic
the
a
spinning image
child
of
to be
me.
told, yeah, I would have killed you.
Absolutely, I say it just like that too.
All right, we have our last chat here, King of Arena.
Yeah.
Thank you for the donation, man. I'm on the fence about whether a fetus is a person, but since killing a person is significantly worse than an unwanted pregnancy, it seems better to risk being pro-life than pro-choice. I'd think even a half or third chance of killing a kid is worse.
That was the point I made earlier when I was asking Destiny about what if he is wrong versus what I am wrong. That even if you're not 100% sure.
Are we really resetting
that-
this whole argument?
No, I'm just reaffirming what the commenter was saying. Even if you're not 100% sure if a fetus is a person that you think has rights to life, I think we always need to err on the side of caution. And that's why I was calling your choice of saying person who doesn't begin at 20 weeks as
the
reckless.
whole argument again.
I mean, it's the hunter.
No, I'm just
well, it's the hunter
re-saying what,
hypothetical. If you're hunting and you hear rustling in the bushes and it might be a human, but it might be a deer, do you just shoot before you can confirm that this isn't a human, this is a deer? And you would say, well, let's make sure I'm actually hunting a deer and not a human here. So, but there's
going
more
to
for
be,
people.
but hold
that's more
on.
for
When you go
pro-choicers.
hunting,
That's
there
more-
is a chance that you could shoot a person in a deer suit, right?
But if you knew that there was
Wait,
a
could
10-year-old
you-
wandering through the
Sure,
woods
but
near
let's
where
say
you were
that-
hunting, is
let's
more
say,
the
but yeah, but
hypothetical.
even so, you could be shooting a guy in a deer suit every time you shoot, right?
Well, if you knew that there was, again, in the hypothetical.
I'm not saying you knew.
Whoa, we lost our lights.
I'm asking.
In the hypothetical.
Hold on. Can we engage with the hypothetical?
Yeah,
You-
well,
you
I
know
was
that there
stating
could
this
be a person in a
hypothetical.
deer suit, right?
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. That's real life. There could be a person in a deer suit, right?
Okay.
But what you would say is it worth me to eat meat knowing I could be killing a human? What you would say is the probability of me eating meat is very, very, very high if I hunt and kill this thing. The probability of that being a living person is very, 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 very
Right,
low.
and you can
That's
take
why,
can take the hypothetical to an extreme.
Sure.
Like you
Well,
can say, well,
even-
and
I'm
I
just
get
saying-
because you can say when I get in a car, I might kill someone.
I'm
Might
just
in
saying
a
that
car
the-
accident. Is it
the
worth the risk?
asking like,
Right.
can I do this thing if it causes this bad thing? You have to weight those probabilistically
Of
because that's where the
course.
whole that's the
course.
most important part.
We already know
but
it's
with an
alive.
abortion, you know, you know that it ends the life of the thing. But even if you're like, oh, I'm not sure if it's a human or not. So this is not your position, Destiny. This is some pro-choicers. They're like, I'm not sure whether or not it's a human. I don't know when life begins. And the pro-life response to that is to say, well, if you don't know when life begins, saying it's okay to kill something that could be a life, even by your definition, is not just and not
And I understand.
justified.
And I'm saying that locking an 11-year-old up for having an abortion because she's pregnant.
But now you're going to an
because-
extreme.
You can
case
call
that
it
we
an
discussed
extreme. That's
earlier.
real life.
Wait,
I'm just
wait,
saying
who's
that
going
like,
to emotion now?
Which I
I'm not
think
going
we
to
actually
emotion.
disagreed on that case
Well,
because I
I
was
am
saying we
emotional,
shouldn't
I'm
lock
angry.
up the 11-year-old.
You accused us of going
So-
to emotional arguments, but you've been the whole time saying you have a very straightforward, fact-based opinion that it's just consciousness, and you're.
Well, sure. Well,
I-
hold
I
on.
do
She's
have
giving me a
consciousness.
potential risk, and I'm giving you a potential risk.
I do just want to say, like, I
Yeah?
know we're leading the end of this here, a little kumbaya. I do think overall Destiny is trying to argue his best, and he's doing.
I don't
a good
need
job.
your
I think
charity.
Kristen,
I'm not
you're
trying my
I know
best.
you
I was
personally-
bad faith
Well, and
all
I know
night.
Kristen, and I know she has
And I
great
hate
intentions.
women.
So I just want to. I know the bad faith thing has been leveled a bit, but I will just say I think there's a lot of good faith, imperfect debating happening here. But
I
a
think
lot
you
of good
two are
faith on the
evil.
table, so.
Okay. Unironically, you guys are like out here like
That's
trying to
probably
get
the
abortion
nicest
rights and
thing
everything
that's been
banned
said
from
about
the all
me
of human
versus
society
the
and shit. I think that's
comments,
kind of
so.
evil shit. Restricting the rights of women.
Well,
Not
I think
good.
dismembering a child in the womb is absolutely horrific.
Well, we can
and
at least
brutal.
all agree.
And
to-
should be
Restricting the
banned.
rights
We
of
all
women
think each
to
other
do
is
what?
evil,
To end the
okay?
life of a
Yes.
unique
I
whole
didn't say
living
you're
human being.
evil, Destiny.
Why
I
am
do
evil?
think
I'm
it's evil to
advocating for
commit an
fucking
act of
child murder.
abortion.
What is more evil than that?
It's
gotta be a pretty evil position.
Well, in your mind, because of I think cognitive dissonance, you're convinced yourself. You've seemingly almost perfectly
Nazis convinced
yourself.
themselves that killing Jews was good. That didn't make it a
You seem
good
to have
thing, right?
convinced yourself that they are not human lives, that they don't matter, that they're not persons. Therefore, it's okay to kill them for almost any reason except for eugenics, but almost any reason. So in that case, because if you sincerely think that, and again, I think there's cognitive dissonance at play. You know,
There's not.
I think, they think there are some good intentions that you have. I mean, I
Okay.
sincerely think that.
Gotcha.
I
we
do
did find
think that
common
the
ground.
position, the pro-abortion position at its heart, though, is not just illogical, but it's evil because it has led to the killing of 60 million children in this country.
Based.
And that's absolutely horrific, and that's why we are working at Live Action to stop that and save lives and serve women and help and do all the things that we're doing, educate, etc. So
60 million people. Would you say that's like 10 times more or like 100 times? Where are you at on the...
Why
it
are you
eclipses
looking
any
at
other
me?
human rights
Why are you
abuse in our
looking at me?
history and in the 20th century.
I'm sorry. That was an
Here,
advanced...
all right, Destiny, can you show the camera the doodles you've been drawing?
I don't even... I
Yeah,
just...
they're
I was
very-
taking
they were
notes and
very
I
good
just-
doodles
yeah,
this
I
whole
just-
time.
It was
There you
wonderful.
go.
In any case,
Where was my... I was a little jealous because I'm a doodler too, and you're like, got that to Destiny?
Yeah, he asked for some
I had
pen
to
and
ask.
paper.
Well, you
so-
didn't need that because I let you guys finish your statement, so you weren't...
Well, no, I mean,
take notes
Destiny,
or
you went really fast and you were like changing the topic. I mean, we were, I think, both doing that in fairness. So next time, you know what we could do?
I think next time we need a whiteboard.
A
for the
moderator.
arguments.
You did great, Brian, but someone who, no, not Don and Brian, but we
And
do.
cut the camera.
No.
We do need a
I
real
love
moderator
Brian's
next
awesome,
time.
but more, put the question up, and then we each take a turn answering, and then have like 2 minutes.
Oh,
I mean,
get like a timer.
like a timer,
Timer,
and then
you
yeah.
have 30
So
seconds to
anyways,
respond.
yeah.
True.
But it,
Yeah, this is my first time.
That's okay.
This is my first
Second
time.
I like to
You
see
did
the
well,
whiteboard
Brian.
where you just draw out the arguments. And try to
Okay, so Lila, where can people find you?
Thank you. So liveaction.org is our pro-life organization. So we have all kinds of arguments for life, responding to his position as many other pro-abortion positions, facts and resources. If you want to be educated or educate other people, follow us on social media. I have a podcast too, the Lila Rose podcast, and my brand new YouTube channel. Destiny, you should come on and we'll do another debate.
Oh, that'd be good.
I was like,
That'd be
no.
good.
Whenever you want, okay?
And so you can check that out on YouTube, Lila Rose podcast. And all of our socials are live action or Lila Rose.
Yeah. You can check us out at studentsforlife.org or standingwithyou.org if you need pregnancy resources or support or help for abortion pill reversal. I've got a podcast explicitly pro-life, and you can check out my YouTube and my Instagram and all my social media handles at Kristan Hawkins.
Destiny, where can people find you?
You can check me out at www.nomorebabies.org. Okay,
Oh
we
my
show you the best brands of hangers to use, how to use copper IUDs to have abortions, all sorts of exotic ways to abort a pregnancy you never even could have imagined, never could have dreamed of. Okay, also youtube.com/destiny, kick.com/destiny, and destiny.gg.
Are you getting a Kick deal, by the way?
Wouldn't you like to know?
All right. I have to say one thing since Lila's here. Lila, I saw the interview with Pints with Aquinas, and I have to. This is part of the beef, I guess. I've never even addressed it. He said that he hopes that the whatever podcast crashes and burns. So Pints with Aquinas. I hope. Am I even pronouncing it right?
Yes. Aquinas.
I hope that
He didn't know enough about the
your
podcast.
thing crashes and burns too.
Damn.
How about that? You can crash and burn also. Okay. In any case, thank you everyone for tuning in. Big thank you to the wonderful panel here for coming tonight. Thank you to everyone who tuned in to watch. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you were here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who so generously super chats and donates and supports the show. It means the world. Thank you. Thank you.
5 hours, Brian.
It was a long show, but it was good. It was good. Guys, the Dating Talk is going to be back Tuesday the 27th, so about a week from now. We'll be back and then thereon after we'll be back to our normal schedule, Sunday and Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific. Tuesday the 27th, 7 p.m. Pacific is our first Dating Talk back. If everybody in the chat, if I could get some 07s in the chat. 07s in the chat, guys, please. Cool. But yeah, thanks again for tuning in tonight. Thank you once again to the wonderful panel for coming and doing this. And 07s in the chat, and we will see you guys next time. Good night, guys.